Alright, salutations. Um, for some reason, my sound settings did not default to my stand mic, so find out why real quick and make the necessary correction. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, nice. Let me just real quick look this up. Check my Twitch stream. Clarity. This should be, okay, I think that's it. Nice. Yeah, nice. Fantastic. Okay, sweet. Maybe I'm a little loud. I don't think so though, actually. Alright, I was gonna say we're leveling Power Siphon Mines, but I'm not actually playing Power Siphon. Technically. Although I am leveling the gem. I need to level Locust Mines as well. I just couldn't find the links, and I'm solo self on hardcore, so I of course just gotta make do with what I got. I haven't found a blue, green yet. I'd rock this build on a 3-link. I'd rock this on a 2-link even, actually, if I could just find a blue-green that was sent. Blue-green anything. There it is, a shield. I really want to do a 3-link though, if I'm honest with you. This is 70-18, this is 38. I could roll this. I'll pick it up. Playing hardcore, I basically want to rush down to Pierce on the tree. Rush down and get Pierce on the tree so that I can not use the Pierce support gem. I think my ideal 3-link is, well, without charge mines, because I'm not going to have access to charge mines until Act 3 at a bare minimum. It's going to be something like Locust Mines, Power Siphon, then probably like flat damage. And we'll rock that as soon as we get it. Flat lightning, say. Flat lightning or flat cold. I actually have flat cold and I've been leveling it because I was using it with rolling magma. Now I can't find a blue-green. Actually, I should have just picked up that shield. I should have just picked up that shield for sure, because even though this is a decent one, it's not that good right now. Oh god. And this is kind of like doubling our damage, probably close to. But then we want to, we can re-equip the wand to get Power Siphon and Locust Mines going. Well, basically, I think I'll wait for a 3-link before I do that. Pick up a Coral Ring, that's really nice. I'm going to need all the life I can get, as I am, of course, playing on hardcore, as I said earlier. And as you can see in the title. Go get the waypoints. Yeah, my damage is coming online here. Did do the giant, the Great White. It's the Great White. Blast roll. So, Bismuth came from that. I'm basically a tank. Taking all the life nodes. Spared no expense. We're not gonna die for Act 10. That's my plan. My first death will be in maps. I'm not going to noob out and die to the levels or to the campaign. I've told myself, so it has been said, so it is written. Oh, you know what I'm not doing though? What I definitely should be doing is getting my Trials of Ascendancy. Can't remember if it's, I don't think those do transfer, right? There's no shot those transfer to this softcore. From softcore league to solo cell phone hardcore, there's no shot that transfers. Rares are worth killing though. They don't take all your time. Kind of like little loot pinatas. Or I guess they can be. Kappa? Doubling up precision. That's what's reserving my mana. Precision, and then I think I'll actually I might run hatred over wrath just for now. I don't have any reason to get lightning. Scale it. I believe there's a Trial of Ascendancy right up there. I will snag this. This is the, I believe this is the second that we have access to. If I click this, it'll start the quest line for it. Yes, that's right. Okay. Then I definitely do not have it activated, and I need to go back. Let me think. Something I was thinking about earlier is how weird is it? Oh, excuse me. How weird is it that this class, the sort of the definitive mine ascendancy, is tied to the shadow, which is also the definitive like recover on kill ascendancy or class. What I mean by that is that for your health node, you have gain life per enemy killed. That's an on kill effect granted to you by a life wheel that pretty much every shadow ever created is going to take, because every shadow ever created is going to take that wheel. And so what I'm calling out as weird is that, or it's the fact that on kill effects don't work on mines. So and again, like shadow has a entire ascendancy dedicated to mines, traps. So on kill effects don't work on an entire archetype of the class. I find that interesting. Okay. Get charisma or to not. If I get charisma right now, I think that allows me to use grace and hatred at the same time when I can, but I don't have access to them yet. But realistically, I can't. I mean, I'm just gonna get pathing nodes if I don't get that. I guess, which is better though, because I would rather path over and get my pierce now. The sooner I get pierce, the sooner Locust Mines feels good. So this is a wasted node. I mean, it's not gonna be wasted eventually, but I should rush pierce as quickly as I possibly can, especially seeing as how rolling magma still feels okay, not against bosses. But this skill is not terrible for clear still, and Locust Mines is always going to suck for clear if I don't have pierce. But we are not squishy. We're not squish balls, which is cool. At least not to Fidelitas, or whatever the guy's name is. So that's something. I'm just gonna log out here. I think that's what you do. So, need to go back for the Hand of Good Man or whatever. Herald of... No, Skitterbots. Skitterbots. Yeah. Should check links. Green. Looking for green, blue, or just, yeah, any assortment of greens and blues on a wand, I guess. Green, blues. Need a blacksmith whetstone. Wait, is that a dagger? Oh, that's a sword. Unfortunate. Needs to be a wand. If it's going to be a weapon. Okay. Guess we didn't find it still. Tragedy. Double green there. Siphon. So you have. This is not a terrible one. Power siphon. We're gonna probably find it. Make the swap. Because our links are just trash. So are just trash. So we have to wait for link situation to start making sense. By the time those do make sense, well, okay, I should be leveling the gems, is all I'm saying. Should be leveling precision. Need that for. I should be on at least a 3 link for. A lot of things we need. I want armor bases because I felt squishy earlier without them. But now I don't think it's as important. Like, I wouldn't mind trading this out for a evasion-based chest or helmet for the green sockets. I just need green sockets. Also, I think if I could get up to, like, well, capped resistances, of course, but then, like, even 50% chance to evade throughout the campaign. It's like a 2k life pool. I think that'd feel pretty good. We'd be cruising if I could get that. Those baseline defenses would be great. And then with a flask pop, with a jade flask, we get up to like 75 or something. That'd be smooth for prepping us to get into maps. We could get that quite easily too. In fact, it wouldn't require anything more than a flask, a grace, and then some pieces of gear that are evasion. And eventually Wind Dancer and these life nodes. I could actually get the hybrid nodes too. The hybrid evasion ES nodes. And just go hybrid with life and ES. I think that's what you do early game. I don't think you commit to CI. You're probably this build is probably meant to go like hybrid until you can get up to like 5,000 to 6,000 ES pool. Because you can actually get a better energy shield health pool throughout most of our interestingly. It's not really interesting. There's a lot of builds that can be said for. It's hard to make it's hard to make CI work on shit gear. We're rocking these guys for shock, I suppose, is the main thing. But once we get hatred, or even wrath, just a damage dealing aura. And precision is starting to get to the point where, like, look at that, 199. We are definitely good with precision levels. We could even probably down level it, or we probably should down level. But the important thing that the thing I'm trying to convey here is that we have a correctly leveled precision. We wanted to start, there it is, blue, green. It's not ideal, but we'll be good on accuracy. So pierce and then damage, I guess. But damage is usually not a problem. I'm here for the labyrinth. I'll do the quest too, I suppose. Here. I can see the exit.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Damn, I'm tired. Shouldn't play hardcore characters when you're tired. It's like, that's easily first rule, probably the most important rule. I'll play when you're tired. Playing if you at all care about the integrity of your character's health. If I don't want to get my face smashed in, I should make sure I'm playing when I have adequate sleep. Okay, so I said we just want to skip. Aim lock this guy firstly. We can actually kill him while we make this decision. Worst one. Yeah, now we go to the prison. Let's see. When we level up, or no, sorry, when we ascend, we're going to get. What are we going to get? I think the first time I did this, I went one step ahead for freeze and chill immunity. And then I can't remember how I solved stuns. Maybe I just didn't. Just dealt with it. This boss shouldn't be an issue. Damn, I'm tired. And a gate amulet. Well, I don't have anything. So, it's better than nothing. Fuck, I am tired. Okay. We're coming to the end of this dungeon. You can actually just skip over this guy, I believe. Not necessary to kill. We have to quarrel him. Let's check it out. Damage to attacks. I mean, I don't need the stats provided by the other thing. This is just better right now. So this is blue, blue, green, and that would actually be, how would I say? That suffices. That suffices. We can get flat added lightning. So we want to return this to Yina, who's in town. Let's go back to town via logging out. Go hit Yina up. I think she's gonna get a jewel. She's gonna give me some passive respect. So sure. Shouldn't even support. Those scrolls are valuable. Green, blue, blue is the combo. Since the identify all of our wants suddenly have, since the damage stat is largely post swap. Got some fizz damage coming out. This just has high flat because it's a cord. Thought I had a weekend PoE trade going. Can I do any crafting, or is that going to be off limits until I like? Is this bad boy could use? Okay, and craft resistances and stats, but not. Not probably not in the axe. Our siphon mines we can swap. Our siphon is It's flat damage. We have to go. Added lightning, Nessa. There it is. Sick. Holy shit. Holy shit, I just like... Okay, let me give some background. I did not get much sleep last night. Oh. Actually. No, that's not true. I did actually get some sleep. I got like 2 hours. I did not get much sleep. I just like dozed off. I just dozed off, dude. I just literally dozed off. I didn't make any noise. I'm just like hibernating silently on stream. Dude, this has happened before. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. I didn't even have a wild day or anything yesterday. I guess I just didn't get that much sleep. Sag. Helena's got nothing for us. Okay. I was gems. That's right. It was this. We were gonna make the swap. We did. Got enough of everything. Okay. So we have mines going. That means Skitterbots is really cool now. Because it's giving us like 15% chance to deal double damage into shocking. Chilling. Preemptively. Yeah. We're like good. Except I don't have automation. That's right. That's what's painful. This. Completely forgot about this. So in addition to no pierce, I've got no automation. This isn't... I mean... And I could always make this, like, not even a problem whatsoever. Right? This isn't the worst thing in the world, and it could just not even be anything whatsoever. Check my accuracy. It's 93%. Precision going. I don't even have precision equipped. That explains a lot. Shouldn't even use a portal scroll. Okay, let's... Skitterbots is gonna go eventually. It's obvious. It's not obvious, but we need to go get Pierce immediately. Pierce, then we'll get Charisma. Hopefully we can get like Wrath or Hatred or something by the time we... attack speed is still important to build like this. I have this shield, but I really don't need the shield. It's not giving me too... I wonder if this gives me more... But it's giving me my... something... Not nothing. Links are something.
Return if you must. Going.
Just sell them. Should check though. Have anything for me? Wait.
Going.
She sells one. This is pretty dope. This wand is like double my damage. It's only one AUG. And it's got like the good things. It's got green. If I could get a fusing, I could turn that into my new wand and just take the added cold. It's higher level anyways. Pretty cool wand. Let's equip it right now. No matter what, it's a damage up. Sure. Wands determining damage. The shield is the shield leaves a lot to be desired right now. I'm In fact, actually, I have to question. It is less damage, and it's because dual wielding is interesting. This game. Dual wielding, if your weapons are not good, if both of them aren't good, then it splits your. It's like not always good to dual wield. It's the long and short of it. You get some extra attack speed, which isn't nothing. On this build, we do care about attack speed, even though we're using mines, because attack speed is kind of like mine detonation speed. It's a quality of life stat. It just makes your build, your damage smoother, more instantaneous, if you will. I don't want to die. Okay. Hanging out for automation sounds like a bad idea. I think we'd prefer to. Oh, and again, this build is just terrible until you get charge mines. Although here's some items that are likely to prove useful. I thought there was another wand. It's trash. All this gear is trash. I want to quit. Sorry for playing so slow. I just I need to play this very deliberately hardcore because well, Path of Exile is the kind of game where if you're underprepared for an encounter, you likely won't get the chance to regret that. Or I mean, you will only get the chance to regret that because you will die. Can't really outskill under preparation in this game. Unless you're playing a range build and you kite things to kite the ever-living bejeebus out of things. But even then, bosses can't usually be kited into oblivion. Your damage sucks or your survivability is lacking, you're gonna feel it no matter what, pretty much. So, better to just take things low and slow, go at the pace I know, try my best not to die. I think, in this respect, we can take a note from Project PT's book. Now, I know this guy is controversial, or was controversial, now he's like he knows who I'm talking about, except for me and other people. Project PT stressed the importance of just taking your time and going slow. And here's the thing, Project PT was like a 40-year-old man playing this game at a child's pace. It was pretty bad. He would die to really easy to not die to shit, even though I just told you that, like, I just told you that DoE is the kind of game where you can't really outskill things. Well, Project PT put that statement to the test, because he would try to apply the minimum amount of skill to every fight you could imagine in this game, and still win out. And he did, for the short duration of time that, actually a fairly long duration of time that he was playing this game and making content. Right, he eventually beat Uber at Zeri on hardcore, on Essence Drain Contagion, when that build was as broken as it ever was, probably in its best state. Look at the damage. When all three of them are firing, we actually have very respectable damage. I shouldn't talk so harsh on Project PT. Project PT had a troubled exit from the scene that honestly made most people, that anybody that disliked him, you got to feel sorry for the guy after what had happened, because he didn't seem like he was in the greatest of places. Plus, I mean, he did move the needle when it came to criticizing this game. It was... Path of Exile was a different game before Project PT started bitching about it, for sure. And what's funny is most of his complaints about the game only kind of... most of the complaints that Project PT had for this game only became more and more apparent. Like, Project PT was on the side of anti-power creep, anti-player on... is certainly the way that the community sees it now. And the game, like, I remember he was bitching about Ascendancy League was called 2.0. It was like tentatively called the Path of Exile, the Awakening expansion, was the first big like wake up call for Project PT to be like, wait, maybe I don't, because he was pretty critical of that expansion. He had mostly negative things to say about it. He was like, I don't like how the game's getting more out of hand. Players are getting so much more power. I remember Deadeye, especially. Deadeye and, at the time, Assassin. Assassin got revealed. It's kind of funny because Assassin's kind of in the gutter right now. But at the time, Assassin got revealed and had like a shit ton of... Actually, it was mostly just that getting crit capped on the passive tree or from your ascendancy back then was a pretty impressive feat. And Assassin, when it got first revealed, was actually pretty capable of doing that. What was I saying? Yeah, Project PT just had only negative things to say about the players' ability to express themselves post Ascendancy League. That's for sure. Player power got, I guess, out of hand. Happen. So he thought. Or so he thought. This thing must be like, okay, it's blocking attacks. That makes some sense. I hate playing... I'm gonna repeat that. I'm gonna no. We don't really need to talk to her. We're gonna help her. So really we just need to kill Oak first. But I'm just setting that to remind myself, even though I think that reminds itself too, or resets itself too. This mob is tanky, and I think it's mostly just the blocking. So I'm not gonna put an emphasis on killing it. I'm gonna put an emphasis on getting to the Weaver's Chamber. I guess I am putting an emphasis on killing it if I'm focused. Maybe I should have taken the extra Quicksilver. I'm so slow. We're practically zooting out here. There we go. Oh my god. Hardcore. Don't forget. I don't know if did my titles not stream Path of Exile. Update. Okay. We are almost level 22. You know, I told myself before I came on stream, I said, Self, I would consider it a victory for you if you got past the campaign. If I didn't die in the axe, I would consider that a victory, because it's been a long time since I played hardcore. PoE has changed quite a bit, and I was never that great at this mode. I've usually taken PoE as a zoomy, you know, run your face first into most content kind of game. Play a tanky build and all that good. Don't really worry about too much else. These are unfortunately a bunch of sockets I don't care about. But we gain a level that we are one step closer to our dream. Getting Pierce. One power siphon mines already. Getting Pierce is gonna feel really good. Getting a 4-link is getting charge mine is gonna feel. Okay. We're in a good spot. Shaping up for, what's it called? We're shaping up quite nicely for this Grace slot in. We have a decent chess piece right now that's giving us, like, I don't know, it's, quite frankly, it's carrying our defenses. If you look, we are at 42% PDR. I think that's against white mobs. It's how it works for the tooltip. But either way, that's a fair amount of physical damage reduction, and practically all of that armor is coming from this chest piece. For this staging the axe, I want to stress, like, I have 100 something armor. That's by no means a significant amount anywhere beyond Act 2. I don't think I'm bragging about my defenses here. Okay, I'm just saying we're not complete squish balls. We log out, right? 500 HP. I'm not even bragging about my defenses. I'm just trying to take inventory. I'm taking stock. I'm recognizing, like, hey, I am on hardcore. I could die at literally any minute. So with that in mind, how am I doing? I'd like to slot this in at some point. I would like to level these. And actually, here, hold up. Trap and mine damage. Added cold, I'll probably use at some point. What we're gonna do here is grab Pierce, grab Charisma, and then I think this life wheel. And I don't even know if we'll grab Wind Dancer. And we'll just shoot straight up, I think. Go up here. This is just a really good wand wheel. Fusillade carries your accuracy. Disintegration, I don't think anything to do with crit is worth it until you get charge mines. And I need to set up for charge mines too, speaking of, which I'm going to get at level 30, which is in 10 levels. Setting up for charge mines probably looks a little something like... well, I would just go here, right? I'd go here, here, here. 1, 2, 3. And then go up. So, it's a lot of passives. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I have to have a jewel at that point to make this point worth it, because then you're getting frenetic and infused at the same time. You could always just go up and over, right? Like, that's not an option, or that is an option. That's not a bad option. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's just a lot more points, and it puts my it kind of delays things, but it sets my tree up nicer for getting into maps without having to use a bunch of regrets, because I said I was going to go hybrid. I'll need this spell suppression. I'll want this wheel. I can grab this wheel. I'll want this wheel because this is just really efficient, right? Yeah, this is just a really efficient. This is a really efficient wheel for mines. This is kind of like one of those clusters that's, I dare say, like, why wouldn't you get this? You know, like, if you're doing anything with mines, 40% crit multi is practically how this is read. Even if you overlook the crit itself, which you shouldn't. The game later on, you obviously crit where you power siphon, stacking power charges. Okay, let's go back to the waterways. That's right. I really want to get that mine wheel, actually, because that's automation. That's automation without having to worry about gems when I actually get the automation support gem sockets. Even though I prefer automation over the mastery, but for playstyle, I think for like general feel, because leveling through the axe is a thing that we have to do, and for feels good on that, I know it would feel really good if I had right click detonate mines. It would eliminate an extra button push, extra keystroke. Could always just kill Lyra and get 2 extra passives. I could really. Calling one, give me damage. Failed. 19 to 37. That's yeah, that's less. Ignite. This is all useless. Go back to Alira. We can go get our plus 15 or whatever the fuck crit multi resistances or mana regen. Mana regen's nice. I like Alira early because she does relevant things. Everything she gives you is good. Since we're mines based, we value the regeneration, so we can't leech mana. The crit multi is obviously nice. We're doing crit. The resistances are really powerful, potent early. So we're gonna get a Lyra's benefit here, and we'll respec it in maps. That's the plan. Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm gonna take a swig of water. And that, honestly, we're gonna feel every element of that decision right now. We have a 10% chance to crit. I guess we're not gonna feel the crit multi super hard, but it will be noticeable, especially when we get to level 31. When we do the library. Okay, we're going the wrong way. Click this. I guess I have to click this every time I load a new instance, question mark? No. It's just when I log in. There's this moment where mobs get a chance to just smack me, and that wouldn't be the case if I had automation. There's an Orb of Scouring that I would definitely pick up. Boot Knife. I should be looking more heavily at, yeah, Links, because we just found a Scholar's Robe. Scholar's Robe, 47 Energy Shield. If I rolled that, I could get up to about 80, 90. And if I scaled that even a little bit on the passive tree, I could basically, I don't want to say double my hit point pool, but I could get quite a lot of effective HP just off that Scholar's Robe, and it's got good links. The shield, I just don't like the links. Magic items are good right now. Magic items are worth picking up and seeing. They're totally fine items. I just need items with 2 good stats. I don't need anything crazy. 2 good stats and we're rolling, especially if I got a Regal. 2 good stats and then I could Regal it and then get another good stat via the crafting bench. It's early on enough that everything is permissible. There's no such thing as a good item. Now, didn't I say something along the lines of I want to rush the Pierce? I am. But then I just realized that I also want the right-click mine detonate thing. Just pathing towards that, incidentally, so sorry not. This thing is free corruption, complete meme. You just use this on an item and then it's like, what would be the baller result is it would turn into a rare with 6 mods, I think. It can do that. I think it can do. I don't think that's just a unique outcome. The whole corrupt an item and then it completely randomly rolls it as a 6 mod rare, I think that can happen no matter what you corrupt. If you are corrupting an item that has rarity appears to it. I think it. Oh, for sure. Magic items. I get rid of the Scholar's Robe to sell these for, I don't know, the giving up Scholar's Robe seems like a me. Really, Scholar's Robe. I could do something with it.
I need more pockets.
Leveling up precision too much for sure. It's okay, we'll swap this off. I'll feel a lot better about the build when I get either Grace or maybe even Purity of Elements. Green, green, blue. That's what we, that was what we were looking. I could just equip it. The only thing I'm getting from this is Dex. It's even the same base type too. That's kind of funny. Wisdom scrolls here. This is technically potentially upgrade.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I shouldn't be clicking strong boxes. When you are not freeze immune, clicking strong boxes is one of the easiest ways to kill your character. Because, in case it wasn't obvious based off me telling you about the freezing situation, becoming frozen from a strong box, I think it lasts like, I think it has a set duration, but it always feels like it's way longer than it should be. And it's such a big and easy, I kill you. You get frozen, then you either log out or you instantly die. It's very little room for disagreement. A lot of items, it feels like a good chunk of them should be upgrades. Just based off the sockets alone. Ritual. What a time to do ritual. One pierce. Even just one pierce should feel really nice. And it does. Gotta keep it a buck. I kind of want to do this ritual, to be honest with you. I'll probably get some good loot from it. I'll probably get one piece of usable gear, at least, bare minimum. Killing this guy. Last time we killed this guy, we got some good shit. Oh no, that's not the red one. Accuracy, totally fine. We can honestly drop some if Wrath is being offered, but I don't think it is. I think Wrath and the other auras I want, I think those are tier 3. I shouldn't be clicking Strongbow. Dude, that's such a force of habit. I just need to become freeze immune, really. Because I'm never going to stop clicking. I'm never going to stop clicking, if I'm being honest with myself. Time to face facts. I think you can get a trial of ascendancy in here. No. It would tell me. Nice. Hello, cutie. How are you doing, Hollow Souls? How has your day been? How has life been recently, actually? It's been a while since we last spoke. An oiled coat. This could be an upgrade, despite its links being not entirely ideal. I say no. I think if it's even just like marginally better, you shouldn't even equip it. Usually when I see good players level through the campaign, they just find like one decent item and then stick with it until they can basically craft a mid-tier weapon. Well, maybe that's not true for the weapon. We'll say weapons maybe the one exception to that, actually. Life is livable. Most important, I suppose. Just livable? Are you under a lot of stress right now? Is it not summertime for you? Have you been? I've been doing good. Let's think. Built a new rig. Didn't necessarily want to originally, but now that I have it done, it feels very good to say that I've done it. And I learned a lot about computers. I learned a lot in general. I'm glad to have done it, and I'm thinking about even building another one. But that's not confirmed, and I honestly probably shouldn't even say something like that on stream because that's so not like I am in no way, shape, or form dead set on building another computer. But I'm thinking about it. I saw some snippets of that on YouTube. Yeah, the idea is what I'm on right now. The PC I built is running a 4070 Super, or sorry, RTX Super from Ryzen. And this thing is so slick. I think you can see this in the top right. Can you? No, I don't even think you can actually. You can't for some reason. It's on game capture. Maybe the Steam overlay is just that. Maybe it's a complete overlay and maybe it doesn't show up in the game itself. But I have Steam's in-game FPS tracker up in the top right. You can see my latency. There you go. You can see my FPS, and Steam reflects that as well. I'm hovering around 360 to 400. I don't even know if my fucking monitor's picking that up. I need to check my monitor in the BIOS. I'm not noticing a difference between running 60 on my old PC and running 60 here, with one exception, and that's mostly actually related to the processing power, which is I don't have any hiccups ever. It's perfect. It's magical. It's completely magical. This is dream come true, one might say. Very beefy. But it's like I said, it's a double-edged sword because I can't really tell. So it kind of begs the question as to why. Well, no, the hiccups I can definitely tell. On my old PC, streaming this game especially, well, I actually had problems even. And then like running DaVinci Resolve, my editing software, just don't even get me started. Like, it was impossible. And I think that was mostly my encoder. I think that was mostly just me running old Intel. I think I was rolling with the 3800? I was on some old Intel shit back like a week ago on my old PC. No, I was on like the 7800. Or looks really very different from when I last saw you play it. Yeah, I'm running everything on ultra graphics, like ultra max tweaked out, and also experiencing absolutely zero hiccups, and my load times are like a fraction of what they were previously. They're not a fraction of a second, unfortunately, but whereas before, to load into town, I remember a town loading especially would take like upwards of 30 seconds if it was a fresh load, if it was like the first time I loaded in that play session. Now I load into town usually all of about like 5 seconds, if that. And I at first I thought that I was thinking like loading into town, that's an internet related thing. That's me loading in all of the characters that are from other players, which is like connecting to their whatever. But now I'm starting to think that's like more asset based, because it's not like my internet did not get better. My rig got better, but my internet remained the exact same. And yet, loading, like, just right there, I loaded back into town here. This is not a super populated town, and I think because I'm on hardcore solo self-found, I think nobody else is able to spawn in town. Like, I don't think I'm allowed to interact with other players, even in town, because then that would probably mean I would be able to trade with them, and they don't want to be able to do that, so they don't let me trade with other players by just making it so I'm in my own instance. But that roundabout thing out of the way said, what I'm trying to get at is that just portaling back into a player available town, not my hideout, took like a literal fraction of a second. Previously, that would take like 5 to 6 seconds, if even that. Sometimes it would be even longer. Sweet is an understatement. I'm very happy with this PC, and like I said, I'm so happy that I want to do it again. I want to build it again. I want to build another computer. I want to build computers now. I'm interested in all things computer hardware, and a good excuse to build my own computer again would be if I was to sell the one that I just built. If I could sell this PC, then I could very easily justify buying all the parts again, or buying different parts and then building it again. Let's try the added cold theme that I was talking about doing. So added cold, put that here, take the shield off. This is a 3% 12 lightning. This is a 1% extra block, 3 lightning. I wanted to regal this so I could like craft my own mod on here. I thought you'd go back to politics with all the things that have been happening over the last couple of years. It'd be a good excuse to, for sure. Really just, I'm sure you're talking especially this last year, like ever since October. Yeah, we actually did talk a fair amount about politics last stream. Jake came on, voice, and we did a good amount of arguing. Mostly it was Jake. Well, at first, mostly it was Jake versus Sparefoot. Ukraine, that's a good point. Although, I've noticed people are not talking about Ukraine, at least not as much in my local area or my immediate circle, I guess. Kind of like, I guess it's seen as old news. I don't know how war cycles typically go, because I guess this is the first one I'm super cognizant of since like, well shit, since our conflict in the Middle East back in 2003, and I was a kid back then. But Ukraine has been the war since 2003, our involvement in Afghanistan and Iraq, where we've definitely been like very heavily invested in seeing Ukraine's sovereignty be defended. So you're right, that's a lot of potential coverage right there. Actually, there's been other streamers that have hopped on that bandwagon. You know, Dylan Burns, good example of someone who actually went down there. Like, or I shouldn't say down there, because I think Ukraine might, depending on where Dylan Burns is located in the United States, Ukraine might be north of him. Probably is, but he flew out there for like 8 months to a year. Filmed footage, stayed in bunkers, and was just like very much up close and personal with the Ukraine conflict. And even that, the reason I bring this up is to point out, like, that was cool that he did that. And I was watching some of the content that he produced, but I noticed that the content that he was producing was not getting that many viewers, and he even called that out when he did, when he came back from it, talking about how he didn't expect it to do as few views as he was getting. And I can't really blame him. I mean, he was basically giving on the ground coverage of the conflict from a Ukrainian, from a in Ukraine and Ukraine-based perspective. Like, he obviously had his bias, and he was obviously telling Ukraine's story, but he was in Ukraine, and he was like very close to where active shells and bombing sites were. Dylan Burns' coverage of the event was one of those things that I thought would take off on Twitch, to be honest with you. And seeing it not take off whatsoever was... Well, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say it was like disheartening or whatever. It's not like I was planning on making a triumphant comeback regardless of how that turned out, but seeing him get basically no views throughout all of that was kind of reaffirming, if anything. Wow. I haven't heard about any of this. Well, you've heard about Ukraine, of course. But if you're talking about Dylan Burns, like I said, he's just some dude that streams on Twitch that throughout the duration of the Ukrainian conflict's time in the limelight. Of course, the Ukraine situation is still very much a situation, right? It's still an active conflict that's got belligerents and a side, or should I say, sorry, it's got sides. Like, there's still a situation going on in Ukraine. Don't let me undersell that. But it seems to be the case that the American The American foreign interest focus right now is all about that Middle Eastern, and I ain't talking northeastern, I'm talking that Middle Eastern, Israel versus Palestine active genocide conversation. Which is fair enough. I mean, it's probably for the better that I think this is a good node. I can't remember if I say this. I think sometimes this is a good node. I'm gonna click it. Actually, it's probably not a good node. What was I saying? Yeah, everybody's concerned about the Israel-Palestine debate. Sounds like you put a lot of work into it. Yeah, to go to a different country on the auspice of it's going to be good content. I've got to say that's a gamble I'm not willing to make. So he at least put that work into it. He at least put the work in towards mentally preparing himself for moving to a country that is effectively an active war zone with no promise of it making sense financially or safely or anything. It made basically no sense from any perspective other than hopefully it's good content. So props to him for that. He was able to make that jump where I know a lot of other people would not have. I'd be scared too, that's for sure. But let's be real, it's also because I'm just horribly addicted to video games. There's no shot I could go to a country that is an active war zone and not feel like my life is in extreme turmoil. Because I would wake up every day and I would be like, why am I not able to get on a computer? Why do sirens go off 3 to 5 times a day? Why do some of the people that I don't see, or why are there some people that I see some days and then I don't see them ever again? I don't know, man. War sucks. War sucks, and showing any side of war to other people it's gotta be difficult, man. Shit's gotta be rough. Why are you not play Dota? We're leveling power siphon miner. Why? Click the red button. This COD. This COD went all. That was a meme on the internet for a long time, right? The scene in Call of Duty where you're, what is it? You're like a Russian soldier and you just, it's not random, but it feels random. I think for the time it felt random. A lot of people were very off-put by the fact that you have this scene in Call of Duty where you just kill a bunch of like helpless, innocent, or maybe even not innocent, but just certainly helpless people. Terrorists, I think, or whatever the fuck is the idea. Was it COD Modern Warfare? Was it the 3rd or 4th installment? It was one of those games where I remember my friend telling me about that. I looked up the scene. I guess you can't even really find too much. It's hard to find footage of it on YouTube. I think you're a Russian soldier. I can't remember though. I don't fucking know. Don't quote me on it. They all look the same to me. All Call of Duties? I mean, I'll agree with you there, for sure. And, I gotta be honest, I don't really play Call of Duty in general. That's not the part that I'm being honest with you about. The part I'm being honest with you about is, I don't think people really play those games for the story. Even that one. Even that game, which was heralded for its use of, well, like you said, at the time, immersive gameplay mechanics, such as push a button to kill a platoon of helpless insurgents. Because I think that's how the cutscene plays out like that, right? I'll need to pull it up. I've talked about it for too much at this point to where ignorance on the subject is just embarrassing. Like, not knowing about what it is that I'm talking about is pissing me off. So I'm gonna look it up at some point. Probably after the stream. I am very content with this build's damage right now. I don't know if that's... No, I shouldn't be. I just remembered I'm not, but I feel like I don't need much for me to, like, even just that ring swap might have done it. I don't know. We're getting close. This build does not need much to feel good for damage. We charge mines and get a few, like, get 2 power charges from the tree. Would be smooth sailing. I actually don't even know if I still need a mana flask, to be honest with you. This build feels good. I've got to say, dude, I didn't know how I'd feel about hardcore, but now I'm feeling hardcore. Now I'm starting to feel like I'm I was feeling very invested, but I'm even more now invested in my character than I was previously invested in my character when I was leveling and I was doing this off stream. Actually, I was in Act 1, the depths. Or not the depths, it was the underground depth, whatever, the depths equivalent. I'm thinking the depths because I was playing Tears of the Kingdom. Hall of Souls, don't judge me. Actually, Hall of Souls, I'm curious, do you have a Switch? Have you played Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? Follow-up answer to your question, did I enjoy Diablo 4? I have not played Diablo. Not one bit. I do want to play the game. I actually don't have anything against the game. I've heard a lot of bad things about the game. I don't have any negative opinions about Diablo 4 yet, because I haven't played the game. But yeah, it's because I haven't played the game that I want to play the game. Give it a fair shake. This is not a bad helmet. This is not a bad helmet at all. I'll probably replace my current helmet with this. That's a lot of evasion too, which is not to be understated this early on. That's like, look at this. I just want to show you something. Check this out. Check my evasion rating, right? Estimated chance to evade attacks. This is tooltip. Tooltip lies to you, but I click this. That's like almost half my evasion rating in percentage. Just on 150 evasion right there. It's an insane amount. I'm sorry, I don't play kids games. Never been a Nintendo gamer. Look, I understand if you do actually have a stigma against the Switch and Nintendo products in general as childish, because, well, they're certainly still leaning into that demographic now, 50, 60 years later, since their inception as a company.
What's going on?
Like, they've shown throughout my childhood that they are not interested in making super grown-up games, but I will say at least like the recent Zelda games have definitely can appeal to an older crowd. There's a lot for anybody in those games, in my opinion. That's why I bring them up. I was playing Tears of the Kingdom earlier. I thought I'd bring it up, wondering if you played it. It's a good game in my opinion. It's a good like exploration game. It's a good immersive sim too, and I remember I feel like I've had Prey conversations with you. Oh, Souls. I know I've talked with Jake about Prey. Nintendo or Torchlight is the best dungeon crawler. Torchlight's a good game as well. I don't play Torchlight Infinite, but I think you can get like Torchlight 2 and Torchlight 3 right now on Steam for under $5. Damn, my damage is thug nasty.
Just need a moment to catch my
And for how much you're spending on those games, on the if you can get those games, if Torchlight 2 is under $10, if it's especially under $5, then it's a worthwhile game. That game is pretty sick. But I mean, okay, I say that, but I just remembered that anytime I bring up an ARPG, I should compare it to Poe. Torchlight 2 does not compare to Poe. Torchlight 2 is probably less expensive over time than Poe is. Because, like, if you want to have a good time playing PoE in its endgame, you do need to pay money on it. There's just no way around it. You need stash tabs, right? Period, end of discussion. And the fact of the matter is, if you can get Torchlight 2 in its entirety for under $10, well, that's a lot cheaper than spending upwards of $60 for the stash tabs you'd need to have a good time in Poe. That's on facts. Also, I don't know if I think I'm going in the right direction. I must be going in the right direction. There's no two ways around it. It's either this way or no way. And there it is. Okay, there's a Trial of Ascendancy here. I want to ascend. I want to get freeze immunity. That's right. We'll go one step ahead for our first ascendancy like I did on my softcore character. it's both defensive and offensive in more ways than one. So action speed is just, it's premium. It's like mind throwing speed, but it's also like move speed, and it's also like cast speed, and it's also like, it's just everything. It's action speed, bro. It's like everything you do it quicker. But then on top of that, one step ahead also gives me protection against freeze and chill and all of, like, you know, temp chains, all of those little harmful ass action speed slow moves or slowers. And that's just necessary, actually, I'd say. Playing on hardcore, there's an inherent risk to running around without a freeze immune flask, which I'm currently doing, and it's gonna eventually kill me. It's unacceptable for me to let that be the case, because I know it will kill me if I let it. So I need to remove the opportunity for it to kill me. That's one of those non-negotiable things. You just don't negotiate with that on your character, period. Ever. So now I need to go into Charisma. I think I said I was going to do Charisma, or I could just start pathing around for the mine nodes. That's what we need to get into the mine nodes. Let's go up here. Go up, grab this, grab this. You play Planescape. I did not play Planescape. I think I've seen some ads for that game, though. You're making me want to look up art for it. Here, one sec. I'm gonna just that. Chewy, do you play any ARPGs? Are you an ARPG aficionado? Planescape. Oh, Planescape Torment. This is the game that you gifted me, I believe. This is the CRPG. Yeah, no, I need to crack this game open, actually. To be honest with you, Baldur's Gate 3 has shown me that I'm a CRPG gamer. I just didn't know it. I actually love CRPG. They're done really well, and I've heard good things about Planescape. In fact, actually, you gifted me this game, and then I downloaded it, and then instead of playing it, I spent like 2 hours researching it, which makes no sense, I know, but you're gonna have to understand. I do this very regularly. This is a common occurrence for me. A very common occurrence for me to look into a game that I could just play. I own it, or it's like free to play. I could play it, and rather than actually play the game, I'll just read about it instead of just playing it. Why the fuck did I gift you that? I don't know. I don't know. You gifted it to me, and then I remember looking into it and thinking, this game looks like. Do you remember the early Fallout games? Those games were CRPGs, I remember. Point-and-click CRPGs. Planescape had that kind of feel with its graphical style. I mean, it had that feel because it was an isometric top-down. No, I mean, not just that, but it had the top-down view. It had it reminded me of the art style somehow. Off topic, how do you know if you got ADHD? Well, I don't know how you would know, because there's no like, I don't think, what I'm really trying to say is I don't think it's possible for any one person to anybody to know whether or not they have something like that. ADHD is just something you get a diagnosis from based on a subset of behavioral traits that you exhibit. There's no physical, like, there's no ADHD syndrome or condition that's defined asymptomatic or devoid of symptoms. We define ADHD by its symptoms, is what I'm trying to say, not by the existence of a mutation, or I don't know if I'm just lazy or got ADHD. Lol, I see. Well, I don't know if I can answer that question. I guess you're not necessarily asking a question there. You're speculating about your own behavior, but in that speculation, I'll say, and you know, by the way, how little. Oh, I'm dead. No, I'm not. You know how little or how much I know you, Chewy. So, prefacing everything I'm about to say with, you know, I don't really know you personally. I only know you as well as I know you, and you know how well I know you. But with that being said, if you think that you have, if you think you have ADHD, if you're self-diagnosing, or if you're in the process of thinking that you might have ADHD, the number one best thing you can do for yourself in that regard, thinking that about yourself and actually caring about the answer to that question, not just trying to attach a label to yourself. Not saying that you're doing this, but some people do. I maybe have done this to an extent. I don't know. But if you actually care to know the answer to that question of do I have ADHD, you should go see a psychiatrist. Preferably a psychiatrist, but I guess a psychologist would work as well. They could diagnose you. And they probably wouldn't, right? They probably wouldn't do so immediately. So I'm making this recommendation, but of course, this is not something that helps you immediately. Or rather, this is not, a psychiatrist is not going to treat you like a doctor where you're going to walk in, they're going to run some tests, and then they're going to immediately that day give you a diagnosis. Steep, what's the difference, brother? Between a psychologist or a psychiatrist, or... Oh, I think you're responding to Chewy. I'm not actually sure. We got the... Did I get the trial of ascendance? I don't think I did. Did I complete the trial? Just check right here. I did not. Difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist. There's a very simple understanding to this difference, and there's like a more complicated one. The simple one that I understand is a psychiatrist can prescribe you medicine. A psychologist is not a medical doctor. There's a more complicated discussion to be had there about the differences between the two professions. But I'm not going to get into that. You're going to have to... I'm going to leave that one to you if you want to research that, all the complicated nuances. Because there are some complicated nuances. I'm going to use that. That's pretty good. Wait, what do you mean? That's... Hold on. Are you asked me for my understanding of the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist. Did you ask me that so you're asking me that to arm yourself with like what even, I don't even, when you, the way I answered that, interesting. I don't understand what just happened here. Problem is we are behind with mental health, so it's hard to find professionals. What? There's some problems with what you just said, Shui. First of all, you said we, and you just reminded me that I don't actually remember where the fuck you live. So do you live in the United States? Is that a personal question? Can you answer that question without doxing you? You don't? Okay, so yeah, we're not even on the same fucking page. So we're literally not even on the same fucking page when you say we are behind on mental health. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. It's like, Brazil? Yeah, Brazil might be a little bit behind on mental health services when compared to some other countries out there. But if you're talking about America, well, and I would actually agree on America too. Okay, we want to get, I think I want to get hatred here. This is a Physis extra, and then this is also more cold damage. So the way I see this is it double dips with itself, and I actually deal a fair amount of Fizz damage. In fact, hold up, if I just check my shit, you can see I primarily do physical damage, right? The most damage that I deal is physical. So, and then also I deal cold damage. Flex yourself, Pog. No worse, Philippines. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. I think you're... Chewy, is it fair to say like 75% of what you write in chat is just complete nonsense, just trolling? And I don't mean nonsense like it's not worth being said, but you meme quite often in my chat. But I think you're being serious here. I think you're actually... I remember us talking before, and I feel like you are actually in the Philippines. If that is actually the case, if you actually do live in the Philippines, and you're actually complaining about healthcare in your country, then all I can do is offer some condolences, but then also say, I'm sure, I know for a fact that there's at least one trained medical professional there located in the Philippines that could give you an accurate description of ADHD, how it's characterized symptomatically, and then the ways you could potentially... They could probably just give you a diagnosis. You could probably access at least one person in your home country that would be able to give you very fair analysis of the condition, as at least insofar as how I and many other people understand it. I can find one, but it's going to be expensive. But you only need an... No. Well, hold up. Actually, this brings up its own interesting question. Do you have, like, socialized medicine? Healthcare in the Philippines. Here, Holosols, you were wanting us to get back into political conversations. Now we're getting into foreign politics. Kappa. Here, which monitor? This is my primary, no, this is my primary monitor. Then I turn on this. Okay, fantastic. Healthcare in the Philippines. Varies with private, public, and barangay health centers. Interesting. Barangay, I'm sorry. In the Philippines, a small territorial and administrative district forming the most. I did not know that. Hell with mental health, we gonna get fucked with China soon anyways. Philippines. Oh, did you cheer that? Did you send bits? Can you answer that question? I didn't actually see that. Oh, and Ditech is here. Or was here. Ditech, I don't know. Are you still here? Ditech, if you're still here, I'm sorry I missed your message. He sent this. Listen, I reconfigured the shit out of my OBS. For instance, you should be able to tell when you type. Sometimes it shows up on, yeah, it shows up in game. So there's that on Twitch if you're typing in Twitch. Second thing is I need to do this last time too. I need to, in fact, wait, like, are my alerts even giving me sound? What do I have for alert plugin now? I have like this other plugin, Bixbox. Crap, I even forget. No, it's called Botrix panel. I wasn't hearing this sound earlier when you donated bits, so now I'm curious to test it. This is gonna be loud, I'm sorry. Where's test? Here we go. Wait, what? Oh my god. Holy shit, that's so loud for me. That's actually like annoyingly loud. I need to turn that down. That's crazy. Let's go down to a third of the volume. Save settings. Let's roll that back. Jesus Christ. You just subscribed, but you got no sound effect? But you were subscribed, I thought. You've had that badge. Check W. Hall of Souls just subscribed. Did you just gift it to Hall of Souls? I'm not getting alerts either. Like minutes ago. Dude, hold up. What is going on actually? Because what if these are being recorded in Streamlabs and everything's getting fucked up? They can't be getting recorded in Streamlabs. I don't have the plugin for Streamlabs anymore. I took that one off. I already have one. Log in. Twitch. Here we go. Dashboard. Recent events. Sneagle followed. Okay, yeah. So okay, 3 days ago was the last Twitch. Was the last anything notification I got from Streamlabs. If I go to my Botrix dashboard, which does not have activity, that's cringe. No, they do. No, they don't. Where's my activity? No activity. That's lame. I can't see like what happened in the past. It would appear as though I cannot. chatbot? Huh. Well, damn. Listen, Chewy, I apologize. And Hall of Souls for that matter. This guy's been streaming for over a decade. It's true. It's true, dude. It's there's like 15 or so different freaking things, man. I feel so stupid every time I turn on my stream and something doesn't work that I've tested off stream for it to work. I promise you this was working for me. That I was using Streamlabs. I changed plugins to Botrix because I wanted to have both my YouTube and my Twitch chat to show up on screen at the same time. So I found an easy plugin for that, Botrix. Switched over to Botrix, and I guess it just broke all my alerts. Like, you guys see this, I think. I see this. And you see this. That works. Boomer? I mean, I'm getting there. 30, so. Loyalty. I want to say, like, fuck it, I'll figure this out, you know, off stream, but I never do. It's like the best time to fix it is when I'm on stream when the issue is here and existing. Because it's so much harder to troubleshoot it when I don't have the issue in front of my face. What would be the issue I'm trying to solve right now? The issue I'm trying to solve is, A, I want to get access to, like, my history of subs. Yeah, I want to see where it says Chewy subbed. Hall of Souls subbed. It should say that somewhere. Goal subscribers, no. Activity feed, here we go. Boom. I'll even just, you know, you guys are smart. I'll even go to display capture so we can all be on the same page. There's no way I'm giving away personal information by display capturing. So for the activity feed to work, you need to have the alerts widget. I thought I did have the alerts widget. I do. Okay, hold up. Maybe streaming this part is a bad idea if I'm gonna show an important widget. Okay, I just copied the link. Okay, alerts. Okay, I'm gonna the exact same link. Clueless. There's the link. Okay, image, sound. Cool. Advanced settings. Platforms. We'll turn off the kick. Create a unique URL with only the alerts you prefer and place them wherever you want. There we go. I'm sure this doesn't change anything, but I will make sure that it's the one. There we go. So no kick. It's there. It's saved. I'm gonna hit save settings again. I do not have a custom follow. Like I don't have the Candace Owens, whatever. I'm just using the Botrix basic default ones. But yeah, I guess that activity feed is lost. Just cringe. I go back to widgets. I go to activity feed, and then for the activity feed to work, you need to have the alerts or the alerts widget. I do have the alerts widget URL. Oh, this activity. Wait, this will work. Is that gonna be say this is gonna be our activity. Boom. Boom. Look at that. Blow it up so I can see. Wow. Botrix followed me. Wow. No. These are the tests. And then Sneagle. So it's picking up Sneagle, but it's not picking up Chewy Gummy or Hall of Souls. These are the activity. This is the activity from. Kind of funny because I can't even see that page on the main website. Look at this. Just real quick. Finally, I just want to know if Drake is really a PDF. How big is Drake versus Kendrick in the United States? It's huge, man. There was or I don't know. My feed. It's not even like if I say my feed, I'm not talking about the United States at that point. I don't know what's going on, especially since it's hard to test these things. I guess we'll know if somebody subs again. Or maybe we won't, because for some reason it just won't show up in the activity feed. It won't show up anywhere. Triggered. I had all of, okay. Attention, you are configuring alerts for Twitch. If you want to configure another platform, change its configuration using the profile side pane. That's fine. Profile side panel. Platform, Twitch. I don't even see the button to swap to like YouTube. Okay. Okay, yeah, sorry, screw this. Let's just get back to the game. The truth is that the only curse that matters right now is the one that gives me projectile damage, which is a mark. So we should go like Hatred or Wrath. Hatred is Fizz is extra cold. That's good. That's basically 16% more damage because most of my damage is Fizz. And then more cold damage. Well, that's, you know, any and all cold damage gets scaled more. So this is double dipping. This is a double, you know, this is double dipping. The super good aura. And we just lean into cold damage, I guess, or elemental damage, generically speaking. So what we do is we grab this wheel, we come up and get the wand nodes, because the wand nodes are just generic wand damage. This is accuracy and attack speed. This is crit, that's generically good. This is wand damage and damage for power charge. We'll get this when we get our power charge scaling and our charge mines. What else do we want? We want, we could come over here and get Prism Weave. Prism Weave is just elemental damage, Elipen, elemental damage, Elipen. So good stuff there. Yeah, you don't really have to get lightning damage or lightning damage scaling for a long time on this build. Basically, I dare say, like, the int stack. Okay. I'm triggered. I'm triggered. Oh, I actually did see that, though. And that... Dude. Oh, no, okay, I see. You had to actually sub to test it. That's cringe that you had to... you could charge that money back. I feel bad that you subbed, it didn't show, and then just to test it again, you actually subbed. Giving me and I guess Jeff Bezos more money. Also, either way, I appreciate it. Thank you for testing that. It is working. That's good. That's the positive. Except Chewy Gummy's saying "damn," which has me thinking that it does not work. That worked for me. I heard the volume. I saw it when I alt tabbed to OBS. Let me. No, it's working for me too. Yeah, I need to. I mean. This is definitely something I'll do after the stream, but I need to add like a custom, like not that alert, because that sound sucks. That everything about that alert sucks in my opinion. I don't know how you feel about it, but like, in fact, hold up. I could at least turn the volume down right now. Okay. But we could do something more personalized than that. It's still so loud. In fact, I have to wonder if I'm even affecting the volume. When I turn it down, when I so clearly hit the save settings button after turning it down to 1%, I wonder if it's even actually doing anything. Here, I'll turn I will turn text to speech on. That's cringe that I didn't have TTS on for the longest time in my stream. If it's just that simple of a button. Because I do have the filter words on there. Yeah. Text to speech should be on there for sure. Font size, text, subscribe, save settings. Let me do another test. Okay.
This is a test message.
Okay. Goated. Goated. Font bad, music bad, and animation. Yeah, everything about that, everything is bad. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. Alright. I wanted to ascend. We need to go back in time to the land before time, to the prison. We'll do the ascendancy here, and then we'll go back to Act 3. I'll turn on Hatred. I can de-level... Actually, I guess I just turn off Skitterbots for the time being. That's kind of cringe, though. Skitterbots is a good amount of damage. Skitterbots is a good amount of damage, and I don't need this high of a level on precision. Enfeeble decreases our accuracy, so once Enfeeble wears off, we can see we have darn good accuracy. We're at 196 against evasive monsters. That's just checking tooltip. Everything here is going to die in one shot, no exception, though, because this is a level 8 zone. The only reason we're here is because we're looking for the Trial of Ascendancy. In fact, I think I kind of know, just from like playing this game so much, where that has to be. It has to be kind of upright. So I was foolish for even checking down there. I think it just has to be up here. Maybe up in this direction? No. Low volume on text-to-speech. What's the lore behind the black fingernails? Very simple. For the longest time, and even with painting my fingernails, I still have this issue. I chew my fingernails like a toddler. Like an absolute child. Chew my fingernails. I'm 30 and I still chew my fingernails. So I started dyeing my fingernails. I started painting them, polishing them, whatever the verb that you want to use to describe what action I'm taking with my fingernails. I guess polishing, because it's fingernail polish. I don't know. I started polishing them black, and I found that if I stay on top of polishing them, like if I make sure that I reapply the dye every 2 to 3 days, I actually just don't chew my fingernails at all. The urge goes away completely. I'm cured. But of course I don't do that, so I occasionally find myself with fingernail polish that's kind of like etching off, and then I start chewing on it again instead of just reapplying it, and it's probably doing more harm than good at that point. Because, like, I want to stop chewing my fingernails because it's unhealthy and gross. But if I'm going to start chewing my fingernails when the polish is still on, then it's like, well, that's unhealthy and gross. So, kind of pick your poison. Nice hack. Well, how does that work? The idea is if I put fingernail polish on my fingernails, I am training my brain to just, like, inherently not touch it. If fingernail polish is on my fingernails, I'm not going to chew it. When a little bit of fingernail polish is on my fingernails, I can chew around it. But my brain is surprisingly good about being on top of not chewing it when I have fingernail polish on it. Because for the longest time, I never wanted to chew my fingernails. I've never liked the fact that I chew my fingernails, but I think half the time I'm doing it, I don't even realize I'm doing it until the damage is done. So by putting fingernail polish on them, kind of training my brain in those automatic scenarios when I'm just like, I need to chew my fingernails. I'm training it to be like, well, no, you cannot chew these fingernails. You have to go somewhere else. Can't wait for you to come up with one for smoking. What would that be? I don't know if smoking is, well, because you're just looking for a way. I mean, I understand the question. I understand the question. I understand the assignment. I wonder, yeah, I guess I wonder what the, I'm not sure. I guess I haven't had to tackle that problem. We do need to come up here and get this, though. I can D-level precision quite significantly if I come up there and get that accuracy. And D-leveling precision would probably allow us to fit in Skitterbots, or I could go Grace. It would be, basically, mana is going to be the next thing we're going to try to really fix. Because with fixing our mana, we get damage and survivability. We get two things at once. That's always good. How many busts do we have? We have 2. I think there's one more over here. Maybe it's over here, but I really hope it's here on this side of the map. So I'm not trying to walk over there again. I do feel like our damage is slipping. 830? Yeah, okay. This fire damage dispel, this is nothing. This is nothing. It's this though. It's also nothing. Percent move speed, but nothing else. I think computer RPGs are the kinds of game or games, or the kinds of games that can end up really missing if they're not done extremely well. They can end up coming across as lackluster or time wasters, or just like games that somebody spends a lot of time developing that only a very few people really get to appreciate, because not a lot of people really want to try it, because admittedly they are a hard archetype of game to get into. It's so, that's why it was so surprising when Baldur's Gate 3 did as well as it did. It's because this is not the kind of game that usually does these kinds of numbers, is what a lot of people were thinking. I don't have the energy for those types of games anymore. Yeah, exactly. I feel like a lot of people hit a point in their life, and it's not too late on in their life where they start to say, yo, I can't really play these kinds of, like, I think people hit that period in their life, and they hit it pretty quickly, actually, where they start to value something, give you an experience, and it can deliver it way quicker and more kinetically. So when every once in a while a game like Baldur's Gate 3 does come around and it just knocks everybody's socks off, that's where I look at those games and I'm like, oh, this is very impressive, because this game is transcending the medium. It's breaking the shackles of its forefathers, of games that came before it. I wanted to do a lot of things I want to do on this character. For instance, we have a lot of decks. We have more decks than we have. I think I want to... I don't actually know if I wanted to grab this. It's kind of a meme. Kind of a meme node, although technically that's a damage node, and this is not a damage node. I probably should. Let's see here. We'll check over here. It's not there. I can come back here and hop in the waypoint, go into our portal. It's not. I don't think it's there either. It has to be on this side. In fact, actually, it's probably right over there. The portal's up here, so I'll stay on foot. Do you know about this game called Darkwood? That game's been on my wish list for a while. I'll put it that way. I've seen some gameplay footage of it. It looks pretty cool. It looks like the kind of game that is focused very heavily on delivering a certain kind of experience. That very gritty, immersive sim kind of experience, actually, honestly. It reminds me of, just from the gameplay that I've seen of it, it reminds me of that zombie survival game. What game? Darkwood. I think it's on Steam for... It's not too expensive. I remember it being pretty... Like, it's an indie game, right? So it's... I think it's under like 15 bucks. Gameplay footage I've seen of that game show it being like a complete top-down like vision-based game. It really uses vision and the fog of war to manipulate your experience, to tell a story. Everything about it works. Yeah, it's a game that clicks really well. The sound, the atmosphere. Actually, on the note of games like that, I have been meaning to jump back through time to play Prey again on this PC, although I don't really think it'd offer much of a different experience. I need to download mods. If I'm gonna play Prey again, I wanna go all out. I wanna play a version of Prey that I've never played before. Doing a 15% chill. I don't think I've gotten the game if it wasn't part of the pathological bundle. And Chewy, did you just subscribe again? So like what, you were subbed and then you resubbed? Did you type anything? No, you didn't. Yo, definitely make use of text to speech. Or I mean, do what you want. Or I'm not your parent, but It's a crime that my stream has gone on for so long without. I used to have it's like what Hollow Soul said earlier, right? I've been streaming for 10 years, and the most basic of alert things still fuck with me. I had text to speech, I remember at one point, I think even for my donations. But I think for the longest time now, I haven't had it for subscriptions. I don't know, I subscribed like an hour ago and just showed up now. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Then that's what that was for Hollow Souls 2 then, right? I don't use text-to-speech anymore, okay. So Twitch is fucking up? Well, either Twitch or their, I shouldn't say their plugin. Twitch or the Botrix plugin. Doesn't necessarily have to be Twitch's fault. I do blame not me though. That's what I feel like I just learned. Is something is fucking up, but it's not me. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is Twitch's API that Botrix wasn't able to connect to for whatever reason. Maybe it's not Botrix's fault. Could actually just straight up be Twitch's fault. Yo, I actually want to try this. Just unequip the mana flask and see the mana. Let's see if we have any issues with it. I don't think we do. I think the only issue we really have is when I reserve all of it. It's not even an issue. Like, I'm not going to outspend. Yeah, it's just my reservation. It's kind of an issue right now. The main thing. Whoops. Whoops. Because hatred costs more reservation to than summon skitter bots, but that's fine. We'll get literally get charisma next level and not have to deal with that. I can slot in a jade flask now and basically become immortal for a good chunk of time throughout the acts. I mean, we'll eventually care again once we hit maps, but with a jade flask and this current setup I've got, and grace, yeah, with grace too, grace and this setup, we're gonna be good. We're gonna be smooth sailing. We're gonna basically have no problems. Now, I will be evasion based, and evasion based means you won't actually be good. Because when you're evasion based, the way evasion works is you dodge many hits, but then eventually something does hit you and it does full damage, because that's how evasion works. So we're not going to be totally good. We're going to need like a solid pool, and we're going to need a little bit of recovery. But I'm pretty much future-proofing my character's defenses right now, I think. And then mana is just suddenly a problem. What is this extra life bullshit? Fuck, I want my text-to-speech back. At this point, I probably mindlessly watched over 100 hours of this game, and I still have no clue what's happening. It's very simple. I'll try to break it down. Well, I mean, I think you're exaggerating. I think you do understand most of what you see, right? I'm running around killing things on the screen, similar to Diablo. Perhaps my way or my mechanism of dealing damage is not making a whole lot of sense. I'll give you that, because if you've never played this game before, it can kind of look weird to see how I'm killing things. What I'm doing is, fundamentally what I'm doing is I'm throwing mines that are activating at the enemy's feet, and they're firing off their own attacks. So every time I click the button, every time I right click, I throw out 3 mines in an arc, right? I throw them, one at the point of center, and then the other 2 arcing out. The arc gets smaller the closer the mines are to my character, until it's basically a non-arc. Although, actually, I'm having issues with mana reservation efficiency because of my tree right now. I just need 1 level. Let me go get the level first. I wasn't able to comprehend shit. This was always the case. Detoricus, what's up? It's been a little bit. How have you been? Why is your skills not flashy enough? They get flashier. Well, actually, honestly, what you're seeing on screen is about as crazy as this build gets, but when more mobs get put on screen and I am able to kill them with greater efficiency, the build's gonna look flashier, I'll say that. Torchlight has flashy skills level 1. I actually think Power Siphon's a pretty flashy skill, all things considered. It's been with us since like 2014. This is an old skill. Now, Locust Mines is not an old skill. Locust Mines was released, I think, pretty recently. But Power Siphon and, well, yeah, just Power Siphon more broadly has been a skill in this game for a very long time, and I don't think it's gotten too many physical uplifts, like facelifts. Like, I don't think it's gotten updated visually. I think them at most it's gotten like a few buffs over the years, or maybe even some nerfs, I'm not sure. If you wanted to play a more explodey version of PoE, well, first of all, honestly, I should look into this right now. Let me go into the microtransaction shop and see if I can't find something for Power Siphon. Because you raise a good point. The skill, I guess maybe it does leave a little bit to be desired, animation-wise. Let's check out skill effects, Power Siphon. Celestial Power Siphon effect. This is 13 bucks. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it, dude. Alright, you know what? You know what, Chewy? You know what, Chewy? You asked, and you shall receive. You know what, Chewy? So why isn't it so wired? Why is your skill not explodey enough? Wired. Wait, what? Hello? Oh my god. Hello? Give me a second. Hold up. Yo. Did I... Game? Gave me the funds. Oh, I see what I gotta do. I see what I gotta do. Buy the points. I got the funds, right? Hold up. Scammed. Dude. Detoricus. You're funny as fuck. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. So I want to quote Chewy for a second. Chewy. Wired. Your skill, it's so lame. Look at Hall of Souls. Hall of Souls is buying this here. So this Celestial effect brought to you by Hall of Souls. I didn't spend a dime on this, but check this out. Why is your skill not flash? It's not even that flash, dude. This wasn't. Was this worth 13? Yo, was this worth 13 bucks? Hold up. This is 13. I like the comeback effect. The comeback oh, and it makes it paints the mobs. Refine. Is this worth 13 bucks, yo? I mean, I don't know. What I really need is I need explosions. I need a Herald of Ash, but this build wouldn't ever really want to run Herald of Flesh. Hey, yo, what the fuck? Balance out the expenses. Yo, I gotta say, I'm kind of disappointed with this fucking cosmetic. This is 13 bucks, dude. I can't even really tell a difference. Like, literally scammed? My newbie, I know. I know, Chewy. I know. Dude, this one's on me, bro. I gotta say, I'm kind of disappointed. My boy is out here buying 13 bucks. Meanwhile, I buy a full deal. I know, dude. Don't remind me, man. Okay, listen. Every time I look into this game's cosmetics, I'm reminded that this is where they make their money. This game is free to play for a reason. Because this is a cosmetic that's worth $13. This thing, right? Tell me if you can even tell the difference. I can tell the difference. I've played this skill long enough. The death animation is definitely different. I'm wondering in high mob density what this will look like. This might look way more like elegant or beautiful. But like, check this out, right? 1 second. I shouldn't have wasted a portal scroll. Cringe. 1 second. Oh, I didn't realize this, but we could actually do, we can deck our shit out. Where is Power Siphon? Where is Power Siphon? There it is. Like, let's compare, right? This is without it. Blue, right? Blue. Okay, now check this out, Purple. Purple and yellow death animation effects. Clearly you can see the death animation. And I'm gonna say this, Path of Exile is a game where we're gonna be killing a lot of monsters on screen, so eventually it's gonna look really cool. It's gonna scale. You know what? This cosmetic is gonna scale. We've got a scaling cosmetic. Nah, not worth it. It's gonna scale. It's gonna scale late game. Don't worry. We're getting the scaling cosmetics. Tuned in like 5 minutes ago, as if I could tell the difference. So fancy. Yeah. Either way, I appreciate the donations again, Whole Souls and Chewy. You guys have paid for this cosmetic. And we're going to get some use out of it, damn it. So listen, we're going to go into crit multi. So I want to keep explaining the build, because I think I can actually break down most of what this character is doing, especially for a new player. I've been bragging about this build in my YouTube videos, talking about how incredibly strong this build is, especially at League Start and on no gear. So theoretically, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to explain it. You can see me playing it right now on hardcore. So hardcore in this game, it's kind of like, I know you guys have played Diablo. I'm like 98% sure Hall of Souls has played at least D3, maybe even D4. I don't know if you played D4, you probably haven't. Datoricus, I know you've played one of those two games. Watch Jake play D4. No? You haven't played any of the Ds? No Ds? Never played any of the Ds. You haven't played D3. Well, that's a wrench in my storytelling there. Jesus Christ, that's cringe. That I said that you were playing, that you've played D3. That I said I knew you played D3 and you haven't. I play with my D on the daily. Actually, wait, Dator, is it just Jake that I'm remembering that has played Diablo 4 and 3? I know Jake's played D3. Have you played any of the Diablos, Datorcus? I guess Hall of Souls is out here not playing either of the Ds. Have you played any ARPGs, Hall of Souls? Where am I going? I'm going to Docks. Let's go up left. I dabbled a bit in D1 and played D4 in the beta phase. I assume you did not pay for D4 when you're playing beta D4. Not a fan of ARPG. I see. It's definitely not everybody's cup of tea. And I've been playing some Last Epoch. That's a good game in my opinion. That's an ARPG that you could get other people into ARPGs with. This is a hard genre to get into if you, like, you know, Hall of Souls. I know this. You have played Dota, and if you are used to playing competitive games, which you aren't, right? I mean, you do play single-player games. Clearly. You play fucking, oh god, what's that game called? Disco Elysium. You love the crap out of that. Planescape Torment, you brought that up. I don't think you'd gift me that game if you didn't like it yourself. And I remember when you gifted it to me, I looked on your Steam account, and you have quite a few hours in that game too. So, this is not a CRPG, but you can see there's some similarities in this. Here's the main similarity. It's an isometric top-down view, right? So, and that's kind of where they start and stop. It's point and click as well. Most ARPGs are point and click, support point and click. Although PoE2 apparently is going to have WASD support, and apparently that's like the goated with the sauce change. They made that change, and everybody loves it now apparently. So we're gonna get WASD, and honestly, I'm hyped for it. But this game is definitely built with mouse point and click in mind, similar to CRPGs, like I said. Also, actually, wait. More important question on the note of CRPGs, Hall of Souls. Have you played any Baldur's Gate 3? And then same question for you, Datoricus. And I guess Chewy. I'm just sitting here leaving you out, Chad. Have any of you guys played Baldur's Gate 3? Also, you own the game, right? The game, not you, unless you're Kami. Then Kami's are cool. Don't understand Disco Elysium? Kami trash. Played like 5 hours and got bored. Disco Elysium is definitely a it's like a more story-driven Baldur's Gate. Quite a bit, yes. The game. Wait, Datoricus, I didn't even realize that you own the game. We should start a playthrough. Hall of Souls, you too, if you're down to get in on this. Let's go with the crit route here, because we're gonna need crit. We'll eventually respec that to multi. We're gonna get the left click detonate thing, even though automation is in our future. Honestly, no, we'll be fine with automation for sockets because we have a helmet to put gem links in. But yeah, we actually won't probably spend a mastery on left click if we're super close to it. Silk gloves, these could be an upgrade. No, probably not. Technically, shouldn't have taken off my mana flask because I did it for testing purposes. We can put it back on. There's no reason not to have it equipped. Finish BG3. Started a second playthrough that I stopped when close to the end. Started a third. I know, dude. That's the exact. You described my exact cycle with the game. It's kind of funny that you experienced it the same way. I don't actually even know if I don't think I actually ever finished my very first playthrough, cringily enough. I got to the very end, and I don't remember actually killing the final boss or going through that rigmarole on my halfling rogue. I don't own the game because I don't have the energy to play it, but I'm down playing the older ones. Yeah, shit, you could play it through one of our Steams too. Or, no, because we wouldn't be able to play at the same time then, right? That's interesting though. Also, I would have figured that you would have played, and I would have figured you would have bought that game a long time ago. BG3 is like the definitive CRPG, or at least it's being viewed that way as of right now. I'll get it at school. That makes sense. You're just waiting. It's kind of like my perspective on D4 right now. I'll get D4 when I'm ready to get D4. I'll get D4 when it goes on sale. Especially because I skipped out on half the content in the last chapter because after 100 hours I wanted to finish. Yeah. Also, if you played it a while ago to Toricus, like, I'm not sure how long ago it was when you, or, like, the playthroughs that you're referencing, I'm not sure when you played these playthroughs, but I do get the... When the game first released, the last act, Act 3, was super laggy for, like, everyone, right? It was just very poorly optimized. It was the super end of the game. I imagine most of the game's code was like spaghetti at that point. And then also the last act's town, Baldur's Gate, the actual fucking town that you spend the entire game going to. Baldur's Gate is really, really big, huge, mondo gigantic big. And it's so big, in fact, that when the game first dropped, it was almost unplayable. You just could not, like, I don't know. I played it, but man, that last act on my first playthrough was so painful to get through. So painful. And even the last fight, after some of their optimization patches, still was pretty laggy for me. Or at least the fight leading up to the last fight. I don't want to spoil too much, though. It's a really good game. And Hall of Souls, at some point, I know you're going to play this game because it's incredible. I don't want to spoil anything about Baldur's Gate 3. It's an incredible game. In fact, Baldur's Gate 3 is one of those games where I wish I could abduct my memories from the game so I could have a fresh playthrough. That's how good of a game it is. It's one of those games that I would go back and play through it again if I could, with no memory of it, just to be able to experience it again. I guess this is technically better. So, okay, here's the deal, right? We're in Act 3. We have just okay single target damage, pretty good clear, and we're in a situation right now where I am looking at, apparently I need to go back to the docks. Wait, what? Did I have a portal open? What's going on? Bro wants to get anal probed by aliens and give himself amnesia just to replay the game. I'm actually, to be honest with you, I'm actually currently replaying the game. I don't need to have a fresh playthrough to enjoy the game again, but man, the game is a lot better when you don't know what's going on. That's for sure. I think. As somebody who can't speak to that experience anymore because I know what's going on. I've played Baldur's Gate 3 enough at this point to where not much surprises me anymore. I guess I've done like 3 mostly full playthroughs of the game. But yeah, I wouldn't mind doing a run together. It would be a nice opportunity to catch up again on stuff. Yeah, it would be fun. We can get, I actually don't know if Jake has BG3, but we could get Jake in on this too. He'd be a good addition to the squad. I was playing, I shouldn't say I was playing as, I shouldn't try to refer to this moment in time that I'm about to refer to as though it was recent, because this is a long time ago at this point, but Jake and I actually had a Divinity Original Sin 2 campaign that we were playing a while back. This is my links. These are my links, but I think it's fine if we want to like change some things around. Basically, we go back and then we would turn our helmet now into our main links, and this would be, instead of added cold, we'd go to added lightning. And I'd probably go to wrath instead of hatred, because hatred, well, I don't know. Still, it wouldn't be that bad. Or no, wait. Yeah, no. It wouldn't be that bad. Did you try the Pathfinder series? Dude. So there's a funny story about that. I bought Pathfinder. What's this game called? Wrath of Righteousness. Wrath of the Righteous. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. I bought this game and played through like 2 hours. The first 2 hours of this game. I was able to get it way back, not way back, but I think a year and a half ago, or about a year ago, maybe 2 years ago actually, on Steam Summer Sale for like $5. Incredibly cheap. And then I went back and bought Pathfinder Kingmaker. Right? So I bought Wrath of the Righteous for like $5. I played 2 hours of it. I put the game down. I was like, I don't know if I'm ever going to play this game ever again. Just because of that same feeling of fatigue of like, I was playing it and I was getting into it, and I was realizing as I was getting into it that it was another one of those games. It was one of those huge epic journeys. And I was just like, I don't know if I'm down for this. And so for some reason that experience inspired me to buy Kingmaker, because I think it was because I went back and I was looking at Kingmaker and I was like, maybe this is the less complicated of the two. I don't know what told me that or convinced me of that. But I remember seeing it also was on sale for $2. Basically, I got 2 games that when they were like released were sold for like $40. I got them both for under $5 total. So pretty good deals on both of these games. But Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous, I played nothing. I played no Kingmaker. I have 0 hours in Kingmaker. Only a little bit in Wrath of the Righteous. Chewy, you have a good night, man. Take care. Jake doesn't have BG3, at least not in his Steam account. That's a tragedy, actually. That's crazy. He has Divinity Original Sin 2, and maybe that's why he doesn't have BG3, is because we remember playing BG3 2 together, and maybe he didn't have that much. Or maybe he just couldn't get into it. I don't know. I have to ask him about that. Baldur's Gate 3 seems like the kind of game that'd be up his alley, based off what I know about him. It seems like it'd be up all of your guys' alleys, honestly. Especially Datoricus, which I guess is why it maybe makes sense that he's the only one amongst all 3 of you that has it. But from, well, even you, though, Hall of Souls. Yeah, both of you guys, actually. Both you and Datoricus have your own individual reasons that I can think of as to why both of you would be very interested in the game. BG3 was my most played game last year together with Dota 2. And what's super interesting about that is it's a completely not completely single player. Kingmaker TTRPG campaign is, yes. You say tabletop RPG campaign. When you say the Kingmaker tabletop RPG campaign, are you talking about like in real life, there's a game called Kingmaker that you actually play on tabletop? Or are you talking about the game that I was playing that's just referred to as a TTRPG? Because there is a game within Kingmaker. So within this game that I was playing, 2 games actually. Within Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous, both of these Pathfinder games have like 3 or 4 different overarching systems, and they're massive. Kingmaker is a campaign in the TTRPG Pathfinder, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. Wrath of the Righteous has this as well, where very early on, and this was the point when, this was like the passive skill tree for me in Path of Exile, except for in Path of Exile, I embraced the passive skill tree when I first saw it. I first saw this in PoE, and I got slightly overwhelmed, but also encouraged and inspired to play the game. But in Pathfinder, there's this period in the game when after you make it out of the tutorial, you're about 45 minutes to an hour into the game. Well, maybe you're 5 hours in, depending on how long it took you to make your character. But either way, you get past the tutorial in Kingmaker, or in either of the 2 Pathfinder games that I'm referencing. And then the game gives you another tutorial. And the tutorial that it's giving you this time is about a completely different meta game or sub game that you're playing that feeds into the main game, where you are like Aston is saying in chat, you're basically playing a fucking tabletop game, commanding an army, commanding like 3 armies or some shit. and it's massive. There's so much shit to do in this game. It's so many systems. It's one of those games where it's like systems on systems on systems on systems on systems. I was super excited to get into this game after coming off of playing BG3 before it got released, because this was about, like I said, a year or two maybe ago, and BG3 was still in it was still in its early access kind of infancy stage, although it was getting updates pretty regularly. Honestly, dude, Baldur's Gate 3, again, I can't stress enough, dude. Just the definitive CRPG. Like, let there be no confusion about this. About if there's any point to this entire stream, it's not me leveling a character through hardcore PoE. It's not me catching up with you guys. It's just to sing the praises of Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, this was actually an ad. You guys are watching an ad in disguise. I have been paid by Larian Studios to come and stream to you five fine young gentlemen tonight and just sing its praises. They gave me $50. They said, just do this for 3 hours, we'll give you $50. And I said, well, that's better than minimum wage, you know. So I took the money, and now I'm talking to you about the game. I just have to have an ad for stream. Right. This is good. I appreciate playing off the joke. I already have the fucking game. Wrong target on it. True. BG3 is great, but 5e is just so awfully tuned as a system in BG3 offers. Dude, I don't know. Do I agree with that or do I disagree with that? Because I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 enhanced 5e as a system. I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 made 5e better. I don't know if maybe I'm talking around your point. Maybe you actually agree with what I just said, but still hold your point. Because I think both things can be true simultaneously. Baldur's Gate 3 made 5e so much like more. I think the word is I want to say homogenized, but that's not actually the correct word here. It's like, it's consumable, man. Like I understand 5e when I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3. When I'm playing 5e like tabletop with my friends, it gets a little abstract sometimes because you start off level 1. Everybody's played. You guys have all played D&D, right? I know Ashton has, and I feel as though I keep saying feels. Why would I even talk about feels? All Souls, you haven't played D&D yet, have you? Detorcus, you have though. But I think both of you like probably know enough about the game. Well, I don't know. Am I just shooting out of the dark here? What the fuck am I even talking about? How much of D&D? How familiar with D&D are we? Let's chat before we start talking about D&D. Never had the people for it. Played BG1 and BG2, and I watched some TTRPG campaigns before. I don't think BG1 or 2 follow D&D very closely. BG3 as an experience is not emulative of D&D whatsoever. See, I just patently disagree with you on that. That's just like in no way, shape, or form is that true. Baldur's Gate 3 is obviously trying to emulate D&D 5e in very direct ways. In so many direct ways where, again, I don't even know how you could possibly say what you just said. I don't know how you could type that. It's embarrassing that you type that. I will go Discord. I'll listen to this explanation. Salutations, my friend. You're saying Baldur's Gate 3 is not in any way, shape, or form emulative of D&D.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I think
let's hear it.
we have to talk about what D&D is.
Okay. Talk to me about what D&D is
first. So, D&D or like 5e, whatever, tabletop game, right?
Mm.
A lot of tabletop games, and people really hate to admit this, right?
I don't know.
They're a combat chassis, and they're a like mechanics chassis, right? And the roleplay aspect and element of that is completely adjacent and separate to it. All of that work doesn't come from mechanics, and all of that feeling doesn't come from mechanics. The ideas that the players come up with, it's not intrinsic to the mechanics of the game. So realistically, what it is it's roleplay with a combat minigame attached to it. And that combat minigame is where the mechanics and the crunch come into it.
Wait, hold up. I think I disagree right here. There are certain mechanics baked into, especially I'm thinking 5es specifically, such as, especially concerning downtime and how your character spends things like short rests.
They don't exist though. Like
That does exist. You can do.
Okay, but how, it's so poorly done. Like anything
okay,
good
no,
that comes from that doesn't actually derive from the mechanics.
First of all, that's
and
first of all, that's an opinion that can be debated. Second of all, it exists though. Like there are.
Can you give me an example of something actually interactive that exists from the downtime mechanics that exist in 5e?
Yeah,
you can use stuff from like Xanathar's Guide to Everything or whatever. You choose.
I will. So yeah, especially if this is where the game in the player's handbook, especially in the Dungeon Master's handbook, does a lot to encourage specific role playing in this area. So it's hard for me to lean on anything other than general examples. But if your character has a quest that is intertwined with the main quest, there are rules designated in how you spend your short rest to do things like researching. Say if it was like a goblin, if it's like a specific type of monster, you can say things like, I want to go to the library and pilfer books. I want to spend time at the library. How much gold does that cost? And then you can account for that in your time.
I'm aware.
You can also
I'm aware.
You can bake in short rests into that. It's literally baked into the mechanic where it's like, oh yeah, this would count as downtime. This will be a short rest activity. It's baked into the roleplay. That I personally find that interesting. Whereas like in previous systems, if you were to expend that downtime, you had to just be doing it. It was lame. In third edition, I remember there was like, oh, you're recharging your spells. That's deliberate recharge time. That's not counted as like downtime. That's like you're standing there like channeling or some shit like that. I don't know. Anyways, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll explain my grievances with it, and I'll explain why I don't like that way of doing things. Basically, those kinds of activities, those downtime activities, right? They should be as non-restrictive as possible.
They are.
The harder you tie things to mechanics and the harder you tie things to the game system, the more restrictive they become. And the problem with 5e downtime is everything is linked to gold. It's linked to GP. You spend this much GP doing the activity. You want to achieve this thing, it costs this much GP. The problem with that is GP is so arbitrarily distributed and given out, even in pre-written campaigns. Players end up having thousands and thousands of gold, so much so it just doesn't have any meaning.
Well, that definitely depends on your campaign, but I will agree with you that any campaign I've ever played.
Well, I'm using the pre-written campaigns because that's arguably what Wizards of the Coast says is the balanced, like Minds of how they think it should be run.
Like Phandelver,
right?
Like Phandelver's. Could we use Phandelver?
You can use any campaign. Yeah, Lost Minds of Phandelver. You can use Out of the Abyss.
Well, that's why I immediately use Lost Minds of Phandelver because that's actually a counter example to your point. Like, I don't think you get any gold for Phandelver quest.
You get ridiculous amounts of gold in Phandelver.
Like you just get items. I remember you just getting my
Okay, I can open the PDF right now because I have it on my desktop.
I'm doing it too.
Like you go into the fucking if you go into the dragons thing in Thunder Tree, yeah, you know that spot?
I haven't ran.
There's a dragon in a place called Thunder Tree. You pick up like I think it was 600 GP of gems, which at that level is a ridiculous amount of money. That's just money. That is literally just money.
If you're at 5th level when you run this, right? Oh no, you do 3 to 5 and then you go to 5th.
Yeah, 3 to 5. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. Let's say I agree with you. You're right. Gold in most campaigns I've played in does become irrelevant quickly. But I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that's it sounds like you're blaming 5e for that, and I don't. Is that a 5e problem or is that like a? I feel like.
Well, it's because gold exists as a mechanical thing, right? So gold is intrinsically tied to a lot of these downtime activities, which I think is poor. I think it should be based on time and skill checks, which other systems do, right? And furthermore, a lot of it doesn't have to be about skill checks. It's way more interesting if it's based on narrative things that the players describe and how they navigate the world. The less you tie it to mechanics, the more interesting and interactive it is.
I don't know if I agree.
That's the problem.
You have to acknowledge
what value is added.
I will explain what value is added, but first I have to make you acknowledge that a lot of what you're saying is opinionated, right? Like you do, you at least acknowledge that this is just a lot of this is like your opinion.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. Everyone's gonna have ideas of what they think is fun and what they think isn't fun. Right?
I really enjoy when the game mechanics are heavily spelled out with respect to what you can roleplay. So, like for instance, early on are you familiar with Critical Role? The show?
Yeah, I know Critical Role.
Very early on, I remember they were like, some people called this rules lawyering, but like Matt Mercer would do certain situations where a player character would want to like do what would in many campaigns be considered a free action in combat. Like I remember one time specifically, I can't remember if it was Tiberius or whatever, but he would do like he was trying to like pick up a crab and throw it at something. And he's like, yeah, could I do this in combat? And Matt Mercer said, yes, that'd be your main action. And there was kind of like, some people were, oh, this is rules lawyering, that's lame. Come on, he couldn't just do that as a free action. It doesn't even have to do damage. He just wants to do it for roleplay purposes. But I feel like when you have those moments where people, and this is my opinion, I will acknowledge, when you have moments in the game, especially in combat, you could, I think you were trying to make the point earlier that in combat is where having explicit rules is more important. I don't know if you were trying to make that point.
Yeah, it's the combat minigame.
Okay.
100%.
Okay. So you would at least agree that, yeah, combat is definitely where the rules lawyering is permitted. But I would say that even taking it outside of combat, but especially staying within the guise of combat, I just like having everything as explicitly laid out as possible so that there can be no guesswork with respect to what's fair or not. Like what
yes.
Sneak attack is a great example of a ability that basically is underpowered or overpowered, and the entire rogue chasis is always in the balance of how fair their DM wants to be towards the sneak attack mechanic. And it's just like, I'd rather sneak attack as just one of those, if I have, like, it is somewhat defined. If you have advantage or another ally is within 5 feet, you get to...
Oh, don't get me started on advantage and bounded accuracy.
No, I would say, but yeah, bounded accuracy is where I get a little bit... I get a cringe at bounded accuracy. I also cringe...
Accuracy is awful.
But...
Sorry, not accuracy. I'm talking about advantage. It's such a lazy-ass fucking way of doing it.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Horrible.
But I do know that things like... yeah, bounded accuracy is a little weird. The way that the way they do it is weird, I should say.
Yeah, okay. I'll speak briefly on advantage,
Yeah.
just very quickly.
Okay.
Very quickly, 10 seconds.
Okay.
Okay. Problem with advantage is, one, you're probably aware of like stacking advantage and disadvantage and how that
And it
works.
doesn't work, yeah. Or
Yeah, it doesn't make any
And
sense.
I don't like
goes to flat
yeah,
neutral,
yeah.
which is stupid.
I agree with you there. No, you're not agreeing with me. I'm
like-
agreeing. I'll be fair and say that was your original point. I'm agreeing with you there.
Yeah.
That is a fair
Yeah,
point.
fair enough.
That's just stupid.
And then to secondly, you look at other systems, and I'm not going to be the person who says, oh, other systems is better. I'll give you another example. Recent system came out, Pathfinder 2E, right? Okay, rogue
Yeah.
problem with sneak attack solved, right? They have to have the flat-footed condition, and there's plenty of ways to generate that, right? But it's not the same as like the arbitrary shit. that the DM
You could say
decides.
D&D
It's a specific condition.
to that point. You could say 5e has that problem solved too. You just have to have an enemy. What I'm complaining about 5e's inconsistency with ruling, Pathfinder suffers from this as well. Where what defines you being out of sight? What defines you being able to initiate the sneak bonus action? And I think Pathfinder has that issue too.
It doesn't have those issues.
Yeah, it does
at all.
In Pathfinder.
When?
You tell me. In Pathfinder.
In second edition.
In second edition for Pathfinder, is it not ultimately up to a DM's discretion what defines you being within earshot range for certain spells, you being within eyesight range?
No, it's listed.
If you're playing,
it's in the rules.
The measurement is, but if you're doing theater of mind, like you'd have to have a board out for everything. You might not necessarily have a board out for combat. Sometimes you're just like theater of minding combat, and your DM is just gonna be like, yeah, you're within earshot, yeah, you're not within.
Well, of course, yeah, but then it's a silly argument because then no rules work, right? Like,
okay,
it's just ridiculous. Like no range rules work.
I see
like attack of opportunity.
I see what
work.
you're saying.
Like,
this exists in D&D as well, is what I'm saying. Like there's no rules.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's better. It's better.
You're saying the advantage system is just because.
Okay, the advantage system I don't like because it's not properly representative of advantages and disadvantages that you have. Right? If you do have a lot of things going for you,
those should stack.
Be properly represented against the disadvantage.
How does
like,
tell me how Pathfinder doesn't run into that issue? That's my question.
Yeah, okay.
With advantage.
So there's three different types. There's three different categories of like bonuses and negatives, right? So you have item bonuses. They come from items, right? You can only have one positive item bonus at a time, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm familiar with this. Go on though.
Yeah. Okay. You have circumstance bonus, which is based on your circumstance.
And it only ever counts the highest, right?
Circumstances you're in. Yeah. And you have a status bonus as well, which can, come from a spell or a status or whatever like that, right?
Yep.
So because you have these three categories, sure, yeah, it's a little bit more maths, but at the end of the day, it ends up being more representative. And if you do actually care about like the mechanics
realism,
and rules
yeah.
being interesting and having some complexity to it, sure, yeah, it's better. It works a lot better. That's all I have to say about it. Advantage and disadvantage as well. It's slapped onto too many things. There is so many things that give advantage and disadvantage. It's just ridiculous.
I think the main argument you have with working in your favor for not liking the advantage system is just that it doesn't really stack. So you can have.
It just feels as weird as well. Just like it's a number. Like plus minus 3.5. Like
Well, it's 5, right? It's not a number. It's rolling extra dice.
I'm saying on average, like it's 3.5.
Well, and even then, that's kind of hard to calculate because, like, what if you were a champion? So then your chance to crit is actually.
Oh, I'm talking like skill checks and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that too.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Like it's.
Well, the value for
just,
rolling 2 dice is going to be different depending on certain factors. So it's actually to counter the point that you were saying it's a flat bonus. Well, it's actually not. It's an extra dice.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like other parts of the game, like that are like how does Baldur's Gate 3 do crits on skill checks? I mean, I forget. It's been a while since I played it.
Well, if you roll a 20, it's a critical success, and that's the
right. But that's not how the game works.
That's the case. Well,
It's not how 5e works.
Well, no, it works that way in 5e too, I think. In 5e,
It doesn't. No. So you can only crit on attack rolls.
there's no guaranteed successes in 5e for skill checks. Yeah, I think you're right. So
a 20 means nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
in 5e,
It's just
in a
it's
skill
just a
check.
number. Yeah, which is
How does it work in Baldur's Gate 3?
if you roll 20, I believe no matter what you succeed.
It crit
Yeah,
succeeds,
it
right?
crit
Yeah.
succeeds. Yeah.
So I don't like that, and I've never liked that system.
Yeah, there's actually a lame time. To be clear, for people that don't play D&D, that rule is actually one that a lot of DMs do homebrew. I kind of give Baldur's Gate 3 a pass on this because the critical success for non-combat is one that just a lot of DMs like. That being said, you are correct. That's not like officially ruled in the player's guide. That being said, I actually think the mention of you can do things like adding special effects for when people critically succeed or roll a 20 on a skill check. Like, I think that's even mentioned by Wizards of the Coast. Like, I think it's encouraged, right? They have like a.
Is it what?
It's encouraged. Like, they have a section. So you're saying you don't like that mechanic. I'm saying I do actually agree with you. I don't think that motherfucking level 1 monk should be able to scale a 3,000 foot tall mountain just because he rolled a 20. Oh, I got my critical success. It should, no matter what it should. Like, no, I don't think that's how that should actually work. But what I am saying to you is that that's a popular. Like, you, I think, have an unpopular opinion on that. I think most players. They when they play D&D 5e, they actually homebrew that in.
Yeah, that's fine. And I think obviously, like, the great thing about these games is
the homebrew.
It doesn't actually matter what
Yeah.
see in the book.
That's what I'm saying.
A lot of the time, it's what your table decides.
Yeah.
If you collectively decide a table,
Which is
we
why,
prefer this, then that's fine.
which goes back to the first thing. A lot of what you're saying is opinionated. When you say things like I don't like, I just imagine another.
What I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on. When I say I don't like, I'm specifically referring to the actual rules themselves, right? I'm not referring to some homebrew thing like that. I believe that in an ideal world, right? Wizards, for example, tries to create a game where within and between classes, they strive for balance. It isn't a game where balance is a required thing, but in an ideal world, the classes are balanced against each other in terms of what they offer and how powerful they are, and the subclasses are as well, right? That would be the case in an ideal world. They offer different things, but in terms of the value they offer, it should be roughly balanced. There shouldn't be some ridiculously outstanding subclass, which is always, or option, which is always better pick. You play a warlock, right? It's ridiculously optimal to pick Eldritch Blast and take Agonizing Blast and just spam that shit all day, right? To the point
That's
where
good.
It is griefing yourself to pick something else.
Nah, it's not true.
That's not a good thing.
Yeah, it's not.
No, it is true. It literally is.
It's not the case that the absolute 100% best way to play Warlock in BG3 or in 5e is to just spam Eldritch Blast. Like, there's absolutely.
Sure, yeah, you can mix things in between as well. But what I'm saying is, like.
Well, no, I'm just saying
It is so far above. Why take any other cantrip that does the damage? It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
And
well,
if
because
if that is the
no,
case,
because well, hold up, you're actually
go on.
it's actually it's not even that like it's a porque no los dos situation. Like that warlock is not played, and I don't think any spellcasting class is played where you can only actually select one cantrip. You would always you'll have like 5 cantrips options as a warlock. So when you're
yeah, but you're never going to take a different damaging cantrip.
you're never
If you
let me think about even that for a second, because in BG3 they added for Acid Splash, which is a cantrip, they added the ability for it to add a pool of ground that reduces armor by 2. So there's
well, I'm talking about 5e generally here, but sure, if you're going to tell me something beats 1d10 force damage, which scales in the way Eldritch Blast does, go for it.
Well,
I don't know if you can.
what I am telling you, no. What I'm telling you is what I'm telling you is unironically, yes, there are things that can beat Eldritch Blast in the right situation. For instance, now if you're talking about exclusively combat situations, yeah, it's going to get more difficult. But like I said, in Baldur's Gate 3, Acid Splash does reduce your armor. So there can be a situation where you might say, hey, yeah, Eldritch Blast 100% going to do more damage here, and I am a warlock, of course, but maybe we really want that reduction in armor. But in addition to that, let's throw that situation away for a second and expand the scope beyond combat. Like if you're a warlock, yeah, you're gonna take. You're probably. I can't think of a warlock that doesn't take EB, but I also can't think of a warlock that only uses EB. Like you're gonna be using your Eldritch invocations to grab mage armor and use that. You're going to also be wanting other cantrips. You're gonna be using Disguise Self. It's not the case that the only thing Warlock ever does is use Eldritch Blast. And there's sub-ascendancies within the Warlock chasis. A very popular one I'm going to throw in is Hexblade, which, yeah, they do a fair amount of...
I know Hexblade.
You know Hexblade. You know that they can become pretty beefy frontline hitters that actually do quite a lot of damage with melee. With
very well balanced. It was very well.
It's an OP class, but it's not. It's also a class. It's an OP class, but it's also a class that doesn't only use Eldritch Blast. It's a class that often we see them multi-class. That they'll go into Paladin and they won't even really be doing a whole lot with Warlock except for the 1-point dip. You're right. It's OP.
Multi-classing is in 5e. I'm not. Even
it's broken.
We talk about it.
Yeah. Exactly. I agree with you. I don't think
multi
multi-classing should exist.
What I wanted to mention about Eldritch Blast, and this is, in my opinion, just from a game design perspective, what my advice would be for wizards here, right? Okay. If you have something which is ubiquitously picked like Eldritch Blast, pretty much always, make it a class feature. Don't say like it's an option. Just say you get Eldritch Blast. It's not that deep.
Well, wait, what about other classes that want Eldritch Blast? Like, I think Druid gets access to Eldritch Blast, right?
Okay, and here's another thing. I feel like classes should sometimes be special, right? And have their unique things they have. The problem a large problem I've had with 5e, with further and further releases, is that there has been so much kind of like homogenizing of features. You have X class, and X class fills X niche, right, with subclasses. And then with newer subclasses, those have been like consumed. They've been absorbed. So now you have, Warlock that is Cleric and things like that too. Blue Pawn writes 5e rules are meant to be broken. Yes and no, right? You want the rule chassis to be solid, right?
Shit.
Ideally, you have the rules written so that the rules are decent in the first place. You don't have Garbanzo rules that need to be broken. They can be broken, but ideally they don't need to be broken.
Let me read.
And I think that's important.
Let me read. Remember that the die. Hold up.
But I didn't read the longer paragraph yet.
Remember that dice don't run your game. You do. Dice are like rules. They're tools to help the action keep moving. At any time, you can decide. Yeah, I do agree with that like sentiment that's expressed in the player's handbook.
Of course.
I'm gonna actually use that sentiment to push back a little bit on what you're saying, Aston, which is that.
I'll go for it.
So insofar as the Eldritch Blast being something that's like ubiquitously picked, I would actually say that's a situation where maybe Wizards should come in and like nerf it or do something like anytime a decision is continuously made by everyone, then it ceases to be a decision. It's like an illusion of a decision. It's like
so you just make it a class feature.
Well, you just do something to either make
you can nerf it, right?
Like, I was gonna say you could just remove it. You could change it to do what you did, like integrate it into your kit to just not be something you have to think about whether or not you pick. Because it is kind of funny to think that there could be a warlock that doesn't pick Eldritch Blast.
Another example, Pathfinder did that, and they made it so that Eldritch Blast can split into 3 parts. You have Eldritch Blast, like Eldritch Strike, which is basically like the melee thing, and you have a Eldritch Whip, which is some other kind of different one, right? So they made Eldritch Blast a pass feature, basically.
The way I will say the way that Pathfinder augments abilities is more, it feels more transformative than D&D. I can commend Pathfinder for that. I was playing a.
I've been playing it recently, way more than 5e, and it just it really does feel like night and day. Like, it's actually crazy to me. Like, when I was playing 5e a lot, I wrote a lot of homebrew content, right? I played like a disgusting amount of 5e in my time, and so much of my homebrew content was like, okay, here are things that I think are wrong with things in 5e. Here's what I think about the balance of different cantrips and first level spells. And I did all the fucking math. I have like ridiculous amounts of spreadsheets and shit like that in Google Sheets, right? And I rebalanced all the shit, and I was like, okay, this is good, this is bad, this is like potentially what changes I think should be made, right? My suggestions, right? Pathfinder 2e came out, and it was really frustrating for me, but also great, because it was like, oh, they've just solved like so many of the problems and issues that I had like come up with and raised in my head. So, you know, it's clear that there's a sense within the community that there are like certain things that are positive and negative in like this design space in TTRPG design space, right?
Yes.
There's another thing that I kind of disagree with, and Bluepawn raised it. I don't actually think 5e is a great game for beginners, and I'll say it like this.
Where did Bluepawn say that? Where did Bluepawn say that? Because Bluepawn says the opposite. They say
it's a different audience.
No, they say he says I like how easy 5e is to teach to players. Adding more rules can add depth to the game if that's what you're looking for. But the simplicity of you're doing this thing in a way that ought to
5e is not simplistic.
Okay.
It's not simplistic at all.
How do you figure?
Complicated.
Yeah. How do you figure?
How do you figure? The action, bonus action, movement,
I'm fucking up, by the way.
thingy system, and all of like the complications that come with that and spells. The fact that the rule book is fucking 300 something pages long, you can find and play TTRPGs, right, which have decent amounts of depth, which are like less than 50 pages long, and give you a very valid similar experience in terms of like fantasy exploration, etc. It is ridiculously long, ridiculously convoluted. There's so much bloat in 5e.
I agree with Bluepawn's the most base one. I agree with Bluepawn. It's ice cream flavors because ultimately I agree with what you're saying, and that's making my bias. It's not doing good for my bias. I agree with you that I appreciate Pathfinder's depth and especially character creation, which is what was going to prompt this next question that I need an answer for. Why do you play these games? I'm just curious. Why do I play these games? What interests you about D&D, Pathfinder, etc.? Is it the character creation?
I generally, as a player, I love the role-playing experience, right?
Okay. Just rate that compared to the character creation. Because
I play these for the narrative experience and the storytelling experience, right?
Really? I don't believe you. I believe that there's at least
you can speak
because I'll tell you. I'll answer your question. You asked me why am I calling you out? Why am I saying you're not telling me the truth? It's because the last 90% of this conversation has been about balance, which tells me that you value the character creation aspect of this game a lot more than you're willing to let on, which is fine. No.
I disagree. I do value that part of the game. I want that.
You didn't even voice it. You didn't even voice it as something you.
Why do I?
That's not why you play the game.
Why do I play the game?
Yeah.
What do I enjoy about the game the most? That's a different question, and that's what you asked me.
Okay, that's fair. Right? That's fair.
What I'm everything about that role-playing part of the game that becomes from me and my group. I don't need to change anything about that, right?
Okay.
I don't need to adjust that. What I'm saying is 90% of what comes out of that narrative and storytelling stuff is not even attached to the system. I can run the exact same game in 5e and Pathfinder 2e, and almost all of like the narrative, storytelling, role-playing parts are system agnostic, right?
I would say right to this, but I don't know if I entirely agree with how you view it. Like the way that I create a character in Pathfinder, I could have 2 barbarians, the story of 2 barbarians. I'd have a barbarian 5e and a barbarian in Pathfinder. And just in the way that they would play in combat, being so differently, I feel like a Pathfinder is way more grotesque. Pathfinder Barb, sorry. Pathfinder Barb, you have like abilities that like fucking cleave into enemies and shit. Just the way the game describes your abilities and the way that the character plays out, you feel like much more of a fucking savage brute. Am I wrong about this? Like you think that playing a barbarian across both systems would feel very samey. Is that what you're saying more or less? Because that's what I'm picking up from it, and I disagree with that sentiment.
That's not what I said at all. I think that entire part is all flavor. That's all flavor.
Some of its mechanics for sure. No, some of its mechanics for sure.
What I'm saying, yes, some of its mechanics, but how you choose to flavor it and what is happening in the game, that is totally up to the players and the DM.
No shot.
Like,
hold up, let me look up some of these abilities because these don't exist in D&D, but the way they're described in Pathfinder for a barb, they're fucking crazy. Like, okay, Pathfinder. This is a great example. I just thought of it. The Pathfinder Barbarian has a whole subtype around chants and roars, where you can actually cause significant fear status effect to enemies through yelling at people.
Yeah.
And that's, you could...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I mean, that just creates a totally different like feeling character that you don't, the D&D 5e mechanics don't really give you that option with the Barbarian.
Yeah. Great. Cool. So it's an option that you're allowed to have.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see the problem. I don't see what the point you're trying to raise is.
The point I'm making is the way that you express the character. I'm countering what you were saying. Where
in combat, yes.
Yeah.
Agreed. 100%.
Well, and that brings me back to character creation is something that I care a lot about. Maybe you don't care about it as much.
Right, but then what percentage of a game in your games is combat? Like, I would say that combat is not like 50% of my game. It's not 50% of my game on average.
It's the only thing I'm ever thinking about, man. I got to be honest with you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, when I say that I'm there for narrative and storytelling, when I tell you how much
I'm there for
game
that too.
Is the combat.
I think you're there for that too.
Like, we have very different like splits.
No, we don't. You're there for the combat too. You're doing it through story as well. You're just not. I don't think
it's not true. It's not true. Combat is very often a means to an end.
No.
It is part of the story.
Dude, you'll say this, but I guarantee the way your campaigns play out, you have like 90% of your play session be a fight, and at the end, they'll ask you like, how do you want to do this? And you give vivid descriptions of how you want to kill the encounter. Like, you do care about the combat.
Not at all.
It sounds like you're trying to say you don't or are against using combat as a storytelling mechanism. You see it as a mean. You just said you use it as a means to an end. I mean,
the fight itself is, but everything in the build up to before and after the fight and why the fight is happening, that is the storytelling. The fight itself is just the fight. Right, things can happen during the fight.
Yeah, crazy shit. That can change the fight and change how the story actually.
That can, but most actual storytelling will not happen during the fight.
I disagree. Let me give you a great example. Sometimes you're fighting against the enemy's super big bad. The DM spent a week preparing this encounter. It's supposed to be his big bad for like maybe like a seasonal boss. Like, this is supposed to be like the big bad's super henchman or some shit. Like, he's supposed to be a prestigious guy, but then fighting him, he rolls like 3 crit ones. Like bad crit, like 3 terrible rolls back to back to back, and he just ends up doing nothing and seeming very impotent, like a very weak, like just the way the dice goes. You know what I'm saying? Like the dice makes it so that this guy ends up being a chump encounter that your party deals with, even though the DM planned for it to be this big, bad evil guy. Well, sometimes, which is fine. Yeah, it's interesting. That can create an interesting. That is a situation where the dice rolling / combat focused part of the game can feed into the narrative in unexpected ways, where again, you're sitting here, you're like, no, it's just a means to an end. It's just the combat is the vessel by which we play the story that's already being told by the setup and leading up to the fight. It's like, no, sometimes the combat is the story. Sometimes the DM's been foreshadowing this big bad evil guy for like weeks, for session on session and session, and then you come to fight him, and then he rolls 3 nat 1s in a row on all of his big bad evil spells that end up doing nothing because you save all of them, and then he goes down in 2 rounds in 12 seconds cumulative.
First of all, what I want to say, in a game of rolls and chance and averages, right? That is a very specific scenario, right? The odds of that occurring doesn't happen very frequently, right? Yes, it is.
Indeed.
3 nat 1s in a row is
Let me ask you then: are most combat encounters over by round 3 or round 1 in D&D? Be real.
It's 3 to 5. 3 to 5 is
One
average.
by turn one, you've already seen how a fight will go pretty much.
A combat lasts 3 to 5 turns on average.
But the fight is pretty much determined by the first initial rolls of like the saver sucks, right? It's like, hey, I hit my banish on the big bad evil guy's big henchman. The fights, we know how the fight's gonna go based off that first turn.
Okay, so first of all, I want to make one comment.
Okay.
D&D past a certain level is not worth playing because the balance is so jank.
I do agree.
It's ridiculous.
There's a reason Baldur's Gate
Okay.
3 ends at level 12. Let me say that.
Yes, exactly. I'd argue at level 10. At level 10,
No, you're right.
it's
You're
not
right.
worth even considering playing.
We
That
agree
is one thing
though.
that is so dog shit about 5e.
Well, no.
it
This is
hurts.
the same thing with
Painful.
Is the same thing with Pathfinder. Come on.
It's not the same in Pathfinder.
You don't get.
Play
You don't,
Pathfinder
wait.
2,
Hold
the
up.
marshals-
Reality check. You don't get super broken in Pathfinder. Reality check.
Nope.
What?
Nope.
Dude.
Not in Pathfinder 2e. The spellcasters are weaker than marshals in Pathfinder 2e. In combat.
I just haven't played late game. I know you're capping, dude. Pathfinder 2e. You're saying
I'm not capping.
at level.
Go on the Pathfinder 2e subreddit. You will be shocked. People cry about how broken Fighter is. Fighter is the best class in Pathfinder 2e.
So
Fighter is literally the best class in Pathfinder.
So you do get broken, or so I think the point you're trying to make is you're saying that because spellcasters aren't broken, the player character never gets really broken. All you're ever really doing is just rolling dice.
No.
What are you saying?
No,
What are
no,
you saying
no.
then?
Let me explain.
Yeah.
Pathfinder has a very different distribution of roles in combat. Okay.
Okay.
So, marshals, right? At the end of the day, if they are hyper optimized if they choose to optimize into dealing damage, right? They will on average probably be like the highest damage dealers. What are they sacrificing for that? All the utility that spellcasters get. I think that's fair. Yeah?
Sure.
Spellcasters, on the other hand,
We're speaking very generally, but yeah.
they have to choose between either, having some damage utility, like AoEs and things like that marshals generally don't get access to, or support and debuffs, right?
Yeah.
Which aid in the marshals being able to deal the damage that they need to do, right?
Yeah.
That is how the game is set up in Pathfinder 2e, right? It's very different.
Well, I'd argue no, because in 5e you have to choose between being a blaster or being a control mage as well. Like you will.
Well, I mean, no, you choose control mage because it's just better. But
generally speaking, yeah. But I mean, well, even at level 5, that's not necessarily true. At level 5, you're taking fireball every time and you're casting it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be premium damage for.
Yeah. Well,
there's going to be certain breakpoints where you're
that's
damaged.
That's because fireball is overtuned, and Wizards have been like, oh, we want it to be really strong because it's iconic.
Yeah.
Stupid ass.
But
reason.
actually, no, that's just for some other damage dealing spells as well, like synaptic discharge is basically fireball, but like one spell level higher, but has a pretty crazy effect.
Yeah, but that wasn't in the game for a very long time. Like, I'm talking about like.
There's a lot of spells in the game that actually.
Band-Aid solution.
There's a lot of spells in the game that do a
some
fair amount of
dog shit
damage.
spells, too.
You're saying dog shit spells, yes. There's a lot more bad spells in the game. I'm saying of the spells that do damage that are actually good, there's a surprising number of them that players always seem to like overwrite. There is a viable version of a blaster mage, and that exists all the way up until probably I would say level 17 when Wish becomes available.
Yes.
And then very clearly
Yes,
you're gonna do. And even then, you could still be a blaster mage. You would just no mage is level 19 without taking Wish. But even besides the point, we're talking about like late game D&D.
No mage is level 19 in a game where people have their sanity. And
Also
actually
true.
play the game.
More to my point, D&D doesn't usually last that long in campaigns anyways, and when it does, you don't generally have people casting Wish because the DM's done something to like heavily restrict the bullshit of that spell or something.
It's because the numbers are jank.
Well,
as
no,
well.
it's because it
Like,
doesn't make any
the
sense.
numbers are just so off.
There's no numbers to Wish. It's just Wish. It's just you get a.
Well, no, I'm saying the numbers at that level are just so off as well. But Pathfinder 2e, most beautifully tuned maths I've ever seen in TPL. TPL
Yes.
holds up all the way to 20.
It's just funny.
All the way to 20 holds up.
That's funny.
People complain spellcasters are underpowered. Crazy.
In Pathfinder.
Shit you've never heard before. Other problems I have with 5e, which I actually don't think is a problem in Baldur's Gate 3, but is a problem in the main game. There are quite a few level 1 spells which just scale infinitely, and I think it's quite a problem. Shield is one of them, and probably, I think it's actually the strongest spell in the game, and Absorb Elements is another one.
Shield's you're talking about, wait, you're talking about Pathfinder?
No, in 5.
Yeah.
Those 2 spells might be the most problematic spells in the game, almost. Some of the most.
Shield's a pretty cool spell. I don't know though.
It's not cool. It's not cool. It's busted. No reason for that shit to exist in the manner it does.
Look, man, you're trying to have a complicated, balanced discussion, but it is D&D ultimately, and I'm gonna go back.
Yeah, but that's such a cop out. Why should we not strive to have it be as balanced as possible?
No, we should.
That's what we should be doing.
We should, or I mean, to whatever extent that doesn't dampen fun. I will say there's a. This is such an internet conversation. No, hold on. I need to reality check you because this is such an internet conversation. I cannot stress enough. If you said what you just said at my in real life table that I used to play with, I don't play with them anymore, partially for these reasons.
Yeah.
If you said that, they would like disown you and never want to play with you ever again. Like there is a very large portion of people that play D&D these days, and you have to come to terms with this, or you are missing the large player base here. That play the game and they just want to have fun. They don't actually. They'd probably prefer that the player is always inherently kind of crazy, cracked, and that there's like broken combinations. Like they see it as we're just trying to have fun. You know, this is the fun.
Yeah. But why? Like, I think you'll agree with me on this, right? If we just like cater to like
not we.
The popular opinion.
It's not you or me. We're talking about Wizards now, and they're just trying to make money.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Wizards just trying to make money. Wizards like dog shit company, Hasbro, whatever. Right. What I'm saying is,
okay.
It is.
Okay.
Come on.
These are your opinions, not solicited by this stream, just in case anybody in the future.
Yes. Talk to me when Wizards does like decent sensitivity.
I'm just trying to play all sides. I'm just trying to play all sides. I'm sorry. Anyways, go on.
Don't talk to me when Wizards like doesn't accidentally release some fucking racist Garbanzo shit out of nowhere, and maybe I'll talk about Wizards in a better light. Yeah, but okay, yeah. Anyway, besides the point, in my opinion, I actually don't. It doesn't matter to me, right, what the layman thinks is good or not necessarily, because if I release a balanced product,
you should care.
They are not going to know. They are not going to know the difference. They are not, because they don't care enough.
They do care if the.
They don't care.
No. This is. I don't like this argument at all. You're not giving the average person enough credit, and you're not considering what draws people to these games to begin with. They will care. They just won't be able to voice it in as articulate a way as you will. But they will know if when they're trying to put a character together, and every time they go to join a campaign, they can't seem to get their session past level 1, or they keep dying every. They'll start sharing that story.
But it's not because if it's well balanced, they aren't dying every session. They're not. The things.
Well, now you're using the cop outs. Now you're the one saying well balanced.
I'm not.
Yeah, well balanced is a cop out. Well balanced means nothing. Well balanced is
well balanced does mean something.
No, it doesn't.
Balance does mean something.
Balance means something.
Yes,
saying well balanced means nothing. Well balanced is your opinion.
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
No. Well balanced between classes. They are performing right.
All at a what?
An average situation.
You want it to. Right? The best case.
No, I don't want it to be
your best argument is still trash. If what you're trying to say,
how is it trash?
I'll explain. If you're trying to say all classes should perform at an even level at an optimal level when played optimally, I should see an even distribution of players picking classes all across the board.
No, that's not what I said.
What is your ideal version of balance then? I'll tell you how it's trash.
Okay. Right.
Yes.
Okay. So there is going to be a general kind of like range of how strong things are, right? The goal is to not have extreme outliers within that range that ridiculously over or underperform, right?
Yeah.
That is, in my opinion,
the goal with balancing
or good balance.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be equal, right? It doesn't have to be perfectly equal because things are going to perform. It's a TTRPG. Things are going to situationally perform better or worse, depending on the campaign, depending on the environment, etc., and that's wonderful. But there shouldn't be extreme, ridiculous outliers.
Sure,
right?
I would agree with you.
You have shit like Twilight Cleric, right? That exists. That shit is fucking stupid.
The go-to example. I don't actually know too much about Twilight. The go-to examples are always Moon Druid and Hexblade. One passive.
Yeah, so those
Sentinel.
Those were the pre.
No. There's Pamlock. There's Sentinel.
Those are the pre-power.
What's the one?
Those
What's the one where 10 feet and if you're 10 feet near me, I get an AO and I can stop that.
Yeah, that's Sentinel.
Sentinel Polearm Master. That's right. Yeah, you're saying that's dog shit.
That's old. That's old OP. By today's standards, why?
That's not even good. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Old meta.
Twilight Cleric gives like everyone within a 30-foot AoE, right? From level 1, by the way, everyone in a 30-foot AoE, this is your town divinity, they get some shit like 8 THP and it refreshes every single round.
I know this one. Yeah, that's pretty broken. Yeah. Is
Pretty
that
funny, huh?
is that concentration?
No. You just pop it.
Jesus. Yeah, that's pretty fucking. Wait, when was that released?
Yeah. I think Tasha's.
Tasha's power creep. See, and I will say D&D has a huge problem with power creep. I don't know how they release a base core book where, and they still have 2 of their classes had to get like eroded, and they're still shit, right? Ranger and fucking.
I think Ranger can be okay-ish now, but it's not obviously it's not like Echo Knight Fighter or some shit. Like
and then
that.
Monk,
or it's not like any wizard.
Yeah,
Any wizard.
yeah.
Wizard is like S tier, like for most of the wizard subclasses. Like
just-
insanely good, right?
I still like you're feeding into my bias, so I forgot again. But I still want to emphasize that these are just our opinions. Like, yes, I've watched Treant Monk videos, I've watched D4 videos. I have my complicated whatever balance opinion that's nerdy, and I'm never gonna get a girlfriend in real life because I think about these things at night. But the important thing to note is that it is just my opinion, and this is just your opinion. What you're saying, right? It's just your opinion.
But that's such like a.
It's not a cop
Yeah,
out.
but what I'm saying is that's such a. Well, okay, but here's the thing. It's just our opinion, but then it's just anyone's opinion who is designing the game, right? So at the end of the day, someone's opinion has to matter because that's how the decision making happens, right?
Yeah, but
and
if this was a
competitive,
competitive game, it would be so much easier for me to say, okay, well, because it's played at a competitive level and people try to take it super seriously, we should maybe balance from the top and then go from a top-down perspective like other competitive games I play. But because this isn't that, I can't take that approach. So then it does come back to that central question, Ashton. How would you like to see the game balanced with respect to trying? I know, but not even just many on this stream. You said it, and it made a lot of sense. Try to keep some semblance of normalcy. That's or not normalcy, but understand that there's not going to be a perfect normal. But when things get too crazy out of whack, we try to keep those things within the realm of balance. So like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be able to roll up with charisma as your main damage stat, or I don't know what the other things you were trying to put lock gates on. It's fair, but there's probably like, how would you even solve the current balancing issues of D&D?
As I said, I would look at the extremes. I would
no,
look at the
no, being
outliers.
specific. I'm talking about being specific. So now you told me that the current.
Okay, so like we have to say, okay, so raise a specific problem.
Well, you were talking to me about them.
I'll give you a solution.
You were talking to me about them. I can't remember the combos because I haven't played with them because
like Twilight Cleric.
Yeah, you
right?
said Twilight. Yeah, let's start there. You said Twilight Cleric's broken.
Use that as an example, right?
Yep, how would you nerf it?
Yeah, sure. So there's a couple options. We can adjust the numbers, right? How much THP you get. We can adjust the frequency, how often you can use it, right? We can adjust the range, right? So maybe you have to be closer to your allies, right? We can make it so it doesn't follow you around in combat, potentially. We could make it so that you can only be affected by it, once per combat or something like that. There's plenty of different solutions that you could play around and test with and play test, right? Those are just examples, okay? And then obviously, if you don't think a specific ability is broken and it's just like the entire kit as a collective is broken, you tweak one of the things. You let the character have some of the strengths, like the strengths that they have, you let them play to their strengths, right? But you take a little bit of like the extra fluff off, right?
Do you see the inherent issue with this that I'm about to bring up?
No, I don't.
When you're playtesting these things, here it is. Whose opinion are you like trying to gather for? Because when you're playtesting competitive games, game balance changes, you can do things like looking at win rates and statistics. But when we're playtesting things for the what's it even called? There's a playtest realm that they have, errata versus is it Xanathars? There's a no. It starts with a U. There's a version of D&D that is the
Unearthed Arcana?
Unearthed Arcana, yes, the unofficial like playtest.
Yeah, they're just playtest.
Where they playtest shit, yeah. When they're doing that,
yeah, I playtest shit all the time.
when they're playtesting, how are they gathering data? Like
Survey. They do a survey.
they do a survey. So they just kind of ask the people that are connected enough with changing balance about the game how they should change the balance about the game. Or you see an inherent issue with that, right? You're never going to be gathering opinions from the casual player.
Yes and no.
The main issue is going to be that you're never going to be gathering the opinion of a casual player with that method.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
You're never going to get the opinion of a casual player. Is a casual player going to understand balance? or going to be able to test the balance in the same way, right?
Yeah.
Or understand why things are balanced and why things are weak.
Yeah.
Or why things are
Exactly
strong.
that.
No,
Yeah.
because realistically, in a casual player's game, they're probably not even running rules as written, right? That's just how it works. People are just running nat 20s on skill checks. People are just doing X and Y, right? Like, and sure, if you don't like the way Ranger is balanced, poorly, Lukewarm, use the UA version. The UA version should just be the official version, and if it's better balanced, it's just better. And like, for example, if you don't want the game to be broken at level 17, don't let the players hit level 17. How about just the game isn't broken at level 17? I don't. It's
Let me
like just have the game work.
Yeah.
Have the game be functional.
let me ask you about the fuck. Because
It being broken should be the option rather than it being functional, right? If you want it to be an optional thing, it should baseline be functional, and you should be able to add it being broken.
Important to note, the game is perfectly playable and functional at level 17 with exception of player balance. What my good friend Undying is talking about here, what my good friend asked, just for clarity for VOD, for people that don't play, I just want to be super clear. You can play D&D all the way up to level 20. What he's mostly referring to is just that your character gets pretty fucking, well, depending on what class, because you can play Monk and you're not really too crazy broken. But yeah, if you're playing like any spellcasting class, or if you're playing a lot of the martial classes in the game that, like Barb, for instance, you kind of become immortal or be able to do crazy broken things like do infinite damage or like on a turn. Actually, you can do a lot of that stuff. A lot of that tech for that exists prior to level 20.
It's also just extremely swingy to the point where it's like the save or sucks, for example. If you give enemy save or sucks, not fun for the players.
Yes.
If you give players save or sucks, the combat's untracked.
Yeah.
Oh, my wizard cast banish. Great.
I can agree with you there.
You get to interact with that enemy.
For the first time I played a bard that was completely focused on controlling, and I remember thinking to myself, every combat encounter, every time I banished, it either hit or didn't hit. The result was the same. I wasn't really feeling any amount of dopamine. Right? You hit the banish, and it's like the monster goes away, and okay, cool. We don't really interact with anything. We just move on to the next thing. You miss it, and it does nothing, and then you're like, I wasted a turn. It does suck. I agree with you. Saver sucks need to be more interactive than that. I don't. But to be fair, I don't think Pathfinder does anything about that. So
it does. Does
actually?
it? And I'll explain what it is.
I know what it is. Critical successes and critical failures, right?
No, but I think those are good. But what I was more going to say is that the save or sucks tend to be more debuffs. The monster is still there, and it can still function generally, right? It's not just completely locked out of combat, and other players can interact with it. Generally, the debuffs aren't doing all the damage themselves either. They're allowing players to interact with the monster differently and things like that, right? I think that's better.
I mean, what you really brought up was an example that would need to be verified, but yeah. If what you're saying is true,
yeah, I mean, you can check it up. You can look it up all the spells and stuff like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think it's even a perfectly balanced game, right? Of course I don't, because stupid. No such thing, right? I think it's got plenty of issues. What I'm saying is that if you're going at it from like I enjoy combat, and I think the combat minigame is an important part of it. One, Pathfinder 2e gives you more options as to how you express yourself in combat outside of the kind of, DM/player fiat, right? The actual rules allow you to express yourself within the mechanics, right? In combat. And two, they're just a lot better and tighter maths-wise in that they are also balanced. And I don't mean that from a sense of like, if you build optimally, you will be able to function against the current monsters. In Pathfinder 2e, because of how the math works, even if you build slightly suboptimally, you're still going to do decently. Just because of how a lot of it is just based off your base stats, right? It's just how it works, and it's good. It's nice. The difference between a super optimized player and a slightly unoptimized player is, it's there, but it's not so extreme.
It's funny you say that, because I was under the impression that it's the exact opposite. In Pathfinder, I was under the impression that the amount of player freedom of expression and character creation can lead to some very broken characters if you gear them and, more importantly, like spec them out correctly.
It's much more of a teamwork game than any other TTRPG I've played. It's much more of a teamwork and team cohesion game. It's a lot more tactics. You have to work together.
Interesting.
If you don't work together in Pathfinder 2e, you lose.
This is interesting to hear you say this.
Yeah. That's what I found as a DM and a player. Like,
Oh, you've
I've
DM'd
DM'd
as
quite
well.
a bunch of it now.
Pathfinder.
Yeah. And I think most of my experience in 5e is DMing. I've done a lot of playing as well. But at the moment, I'm DMing a Pathfinder 2 game. I'm playing in a Pathfinder 2 game, and recently I finished up playing in a 5e game too. And I've played other systems too. Played plenty of other systems.
So
So I mean, I have the actual experience, and I've played in a lot of different groups. This isn't just one group that I've played with. Like, I've played with loads and loads of different groups. I've got loads and loads of different opinions. If you want a good example of a game which like supports narrative play a lot better, take a look at Blades in the Dark. In my opinion, probably one of the most like expressive in combat systems that I've ever played.
it's a TTRPG.
Yeah, it's TTRPG.
So-
Pretty short, pretty like simple rules as well. It's a lot more loosey-goosey though. If you're into the more kind of crunchy combat, I'd recommend looking at something like Pathfinder 2e. Because it supports that, for sure. It supports that for sure. And it addresses a lot of problems that people have. I played DC-20? I have not played DC-20, no. I want to play more. Oh, I guess other games I've played like Call of Cthulhu and stuff like that too.
Oh, I've only ever heard of Call of Cthulhu.
It's great. It's a really good narrative. If you
No,
have like
wait. Maybe I have played it. That's is that the detective game where you are a detective?
You're like an investigator.
Investigator. I have
kind
played
of
this
like-
game actually. Hold up. What's the actual game though? Call of Cthulhu is the. This is just the.
No, that's the system. That's the system.
That is the system.
Yeah.
You're an
I think
investigator.
it's on like 7th edition right now or something.
This one's interesting.
Yeah.
I played.
And that's a game where combat is basically something you always want to avoid.
It's really it's really weird, but I know that it's not something your characters would prefer to get.
Yeah, no, it's actually interesting that you came to this topic today because it was something I was discussing with a friend recently about kind of like the granularity of out of combat play and how it can be difficult striking that balance between my friend was talking about Blades in the Dark, and Blades in the Dark is great, but the problem is when you get into the out of combat section, it's very much like, oh, okay, how does your character like deal with this stress? How does your character deal with this vice? How does your character spend? You basically have like
Darkest
a
Dungeon.
set of rules for downtime of things you can do,
I
right?
say. Yeah, it's like Darkest
And
Dungeon.
or
more like.
you go through them in kind of like a sequential order. The problem with that is, and this is from like played experience. The problem with it is that you end up having to go through the players one by one, right? Which means that the other players generally are kind of just they're there, right, and they're listening and they're engaged. That works really well if you're running like a podcast or a show where the job is to kind of like, highlight each of the characters one by one. The problem is at a table, it's much better to be able to engage more players at a time. There is times where you do want to engage each player one at a time, but if it's at the end of every kind of like encounter or day, that it always ends with downtime. That slog, right? It's quite frustrating.
I always say assigning player downtime is fun when it feels like it's all connected and can be done quickly. It's really boring when the DM has to like, all right, guys, now I need to get your downtime activities, and then he either has to end the session right there because he needs to individually engage all of us, and then it's super sloggy because then sometimes like my downtime activity has to be connected to like Lana's, and so I have to have a conversation. Like I remember I was playing this one campaign where they'd literally sometimes during downtime activity, like one of the other players, maybe you would say that this is charming, but I didn't really like it. Like one of the other players was like sending me fucking notes or some shit, and so during the don't laugh at it either way, during the downtime activity it was basally just like,
I'm not laughing at it. I'm laughing
no, I
at
know.
similar to
I'm
something
just
else
fucking with
that's
you.
been-
During the downtime activity, I'm just sitting there like all I want to do is maybe go study the main quest of the library, and because the other player was engaging in a protracted text messaging medieval version note passing conversation with me. The DM was basically acting as the middleman for a conversation between our characters, and I remember thinking like, this doesn't feel like we're really role playing too much. Like it's just kind of cringe. I'm taken out of the element. It feels like.
So I think anything that breaks the flow of the game like that is negative.
Yeah.
And I think.
Yeah.
So combat
That's a
can
good way of
break
putting
the
it.
flow.
Actually.
Ideally, it doesn't break the flow. But for example, I'll give you an example. So you said the downtime activity where you go study in the library.
Yeah.
In my game, for example, how that would work is, you'd go to the library and, you'd get like a description library, you see the NPC, you'd be like asked like what you do. It would be like a non-combat encounter, but not like with turns or anything. And then like, you kind of explore in that way. And that's how you engage with the downtime, right? It's like a mini thing. And probably like the way that parties work is people kind of just glue themselves together, right? So you'd be taking the lead and probably let the party comes along, etc. Yada yada yada, right? That's what I mean by more. That's how I run downtime in my games. It's more of an actual played experience.
Just
be a check. Or I say I spend money and I do this. Obviously, it's hard to describe, right? Like these things are very abstract. It's frustrating to give an example and be like, you had to be there,
I think I do see what you're saying.
Yeah. Have either of you played DOS Divinity? Yeah, I've almost 100%ed it, I think. Like DOS 2. Not played DOS 1.
I have not played DOS 1.
DOS 2 is great, but realistically, it's very much like that Wire Guitars Combat Simulator, which is fine. I really enjoyed it, but I played it.
Wait, what do you mean Wire Guitars Combat Simulator? What are you talking about?
You just like you like the combat and numbers part of TTRPGs probably a bit more than I do. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't mind them. I think they're good.
Divinity...
And when I say means to an end, by the way, that's me being a bit facetious. I don't think it's a means to an end. I do enjoy it. I do think it's interesting. I do think it's good. I do think it can be cool, and I do think it can create good roleplay opportunities. I just weight it a lot less.
Divinity 2 maybe didn't do so much of the creating interesting combat scenarios with, interesting storytelling scenarios with its combat scenarios. I do remember at the end of the Act 1 in Fort Joy being kind of like caught off guard by how cool and cinematic the fight was, and like getting surprised by the worm coming out of the ground, and that was when I started to get more invested in the like void aspect of the story, like, oh shit, things like this are going to be coming out of the ground now, like and then Act 2 kind of focuses more on that, so like that was kind of interesting. But I will say Baldur's Gate 3 did a really good job of making me feel like every combat is its own story, especially when played on harder difficulties.
Agreed.
I'm going to give you a great example.
I think Baldur's Gate 3 is written very well.
Well, I would actually even just say that leaning into the D&D mechanics did a really good job for telling stories in combat. So like Eldritch Blast, getting repelling blast and then yeeting a dwarf off a tower or some shit and watching them die. I guess you lose their loot. Or like, yeah, Act 2 in the Shadowlands, not trying to spoil too much about Baldur's Gate 3, but I think Hall of Souls is gone anyway, so it doesn't really matter. In Act 2, there's that series when you're in the or I guess at the start of Act 1 / part of Act 2, it is part of Act 2, where you're in the Underdark and the dwarves, the Duergar, are trying to fuck with you, and you're on the boat, and you can fight them on the boat, and you can use agonizing you can use any kind of movement to push them off of the boat into the pond. I remember having a lot of fun with that, like just moments like.
But obviously we use agonizing blast because it's the broken one, and there's no save for it, and it's
no repelling blast. But yeah, I should have said repelling blast, but yeah, it is broken. I
did feel, especially in Act 2, that
that's a good point, by the way. There should be
I didn't
in base
want to
fight,
do it, but it was so cheesable, just pushing everything into a chasm.
Yeah, you can do a lot of it. Yeah,
like, it felt way too easy to do that, and the opportunity presented itself way too much. And that
you miss out on the
loot.
loot.
I honestly feel a little bit I felt a little bit disappointed by how frequent it was. It was an option in combat.
You miss out on the loot though. That is a genuine trade-off that BG3 makes you consider. Because in combat, the only thing you're getting loot-wise usually is connected to the corpse of the enemy that you're killing. So like if you're pushing Minthara or some shit, like
agreed.
Important people.
The one thing I hate about how you can easily get pushed into chasms as well. Yeah, but I don't think that's positive. I don't think that's positive.
I don't know. It creates those interesting scenarios in combat.
Some interesting soft locks in combat as well.
Wait, when?
In the harder difficulties, there are some fights where like it's just very frustrating. Like
getting pushed off.
You get to poor roll initiative and you get pushed off. There's one where you fight this like necromancer mage on these floating islands or some shit.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but you can keep going.
Yeah. On the higher difficulties, like it's very frustrating. Some of those combats, like you don't really have much agency, even if you position like very well.
I'm doing my honor mode playthrough right now, and so far the main thing that's been catching me off guard has actually been the legendary.
The Night Song fight. Yes.
No, the legendary actions. The existence of them.
The legendary actions.
They did a good job so far, I'd say, making sure that the legendary actions on the combat encounters I've faced are not too crazy broken while also providing an interesting spin on combat.
Yeah.
So far,
One thing
anyways.
about Divinity Original Sin 2, by the way, just on and it persisted in Baldur's Gate 3, and it's something that I really hated about the games. I don't know if you abuse this, Wyatt, but obviously pickpocketing, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I try not
It's
to.
it's
Yeah.
it.
Even when I
It's
play
silly,
thief,
though.
even when I play thief characters, like I try to
It's
link.
silly though, isn't
It is. Even just actually, I was gonna say in Baldur's Gate 3, even if you're not pickpocketing, the amount of enemies that you can convince to do stupid things with a high enough deception or charisma roll is kind of crazy. Like in Act 2, you can get all of the
I
Thorn
think
brothers to
that
kill
Act 2
themselves.
was themed around that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Act 2 was kind of like, okay, this is the thing, like, sure. And it does come from this kind of like obsession that 5e players sometimes have with like, oh,
I want to talk them
can
into
cheese
death.
the whole encounter.
Yeah.
I can cheese the whole encounter with deception, and it's so epic and funny.
And so you're saying they had to
Like,
include a section like that in the game, but they didn't spoil it because they kept Act 3 pure of it mostly. You can't do a whole lot of that in Act 3.
No, I think it's obvious. It's just it's a fan service thing that exists, right?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think it is like a bit of a haha, let epic bard convince the king to give you the crown, smiley face thing.
Well, I don't know about kings
Like,
giving crowns, but you can get all three of the Thorn brothers and the main Thorns.
Yeah, they literally
kill themselves. You can get main Kethri Thorn with enough convincing to end his first phase. You don't actually have to fight his first phase. But his second phase is much harder anyways.
Yeah. Well, it's just it's a whatever thing. But the pickpocketing and stealing in those games, those specific Larian games, is a bit obnoxious in my opinion. If you choose to engage in it, and you can choose not to, but like if you're playing on a high difficulty, like, and you're trying. I feel like on high difficulties, usually you're like, okay, I'm going to try and do everything to my advantage. Like anything that you don't choose to do is just self-imposed in a single-player game, right? Self-imposed disadvantage, right?
Maybe. I mean, if you're a new player and you don't know
it's
about
challenge. Yeah, sure. But I'm saying if you're playing on honor mode difficulty, it's likely that you don't understand the mechanics.
maybe,
right?
or maybe you're just epic like that. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're just epic.
But
But
gotta play every game on hardest difficulty, man.
of course.
Real gamers.
Yeah, but that's one thing that I didn't, or I've not enjoyed about the Larian games. Divinity Original Sin.
Wait,
2,
what was it again?
when
Say the thing just in its just one sentence. What's
right. How kind of like abusable pickpocketing.
how abusable? Okay,
is.
fair enough. Yeah, I agree. Larian,
And how much you immediately like break the economy
if you
with
just
it.
if you
So,
engage with it, yeah, you're right.
yeah,
100% agree.
It's just it doesn't feel good. And to be
I'll,
honest, I think
I'll
that-
ask you again though. How would they fix it? Because how would you fix it in a game like that?
So I think that pickpocketing should be a different thing. Like, I don't think you should just be able to yoink all
One
the
sec.
items. I think there should be a selection of items. Like, I don't think you should be able to access the whole inventory. And secondly, I think having trading and bartering be like, I don't know. I think the trading and bartering system would have to be improved. If that makes sense, right? Like, it doesn't ever feel good trading in those games. It's just like, okay, I sacrifice a bunch of shit to raise the what's it called? Like the reputation, and then I do my trade. It never feels good. I'm not saying that I can offer a better solution. I can just tell you that it doesn't feel good, right? And I think that's valid. I'm not going to have the answers to everything. I'm not a game designer, right?
Yeah.
I can give you, I can tell you things based on my experience. Like with D&D, for example, I've run and played such an absurd amount of D&D. I know the system like the back of my hand, to the point where I feel like I can have fairly like good nuanced opinions and takes about how things work in the game. Of course, they are going to be through my lens again.
Yes,
but
that's why it's
when
kind of interesting
when
because you're saying you're not a game designer, but you are very quick to give complete like your perspective on all of this.
Yeah,
and
yeah. Okay, but then here's the thing.
this is
what makes someone a game designer?
What you're doing. Everything you've done this stream, and
then hear me
I
out.
know you've done this previously. This is not the first time you've thought about this. So you've clearly given a lot of thought towards game design. So it's funny when I ask you for
I'm
a
not
solution.
game designer in all facets.
Yeah, but you've thought about these problems, so I'm wondering if you thought about those solutions.
Yeah, I have thought about the solutions in many cases. In the ones where I feel like I'm informed enough on that kind of aspect, right?
Okay.
I'm not very informed on kind of like developing, and it's something that I have not even tackled. I've not tackled it in 5 years. Well, like the whole like economy thing, right? I don't think
I'd say mostly the pickpocketing thing is what I was wondering about. Because I truly agree. I agree with you 100%. Pickpocketing in layering games doesn't make sense if you were trying to preserve its balance. But I also don't know what they could do to fix its current system other than just straight up removing it. And like you said, I guess just not make.
I think it could be more limited. Just make it more limited.
Like how much more though? You're saying take away all of the items that show and only show select ones?
No, I think like maybe you can take like consumables and.
Well, there's some broken consumables. Though. Hey, wait! All the resurrection scrolls, even that would be quite powerful.
No, the res scrolls also felt like fucking dog shit in
BG3.
Felt like in DOS 2.
Oh, I thought you were talking BG.
I think the res yeah, in BG3 I think they were okay. I mean,
I'm just saying if you could steal even just the res scrolls from, you're saying
the res scrolls are always what you should steal. Like in those games. Let's be
I know,
clear.
but well, you should steal everything you can because in the game there's really nothing. That's what you're talking about. In the game, there's nothing preventing you from stealing everything if you want to save scum or even just be a little patient
Well, I
with
think
it.
the problem is there's no downside.
Yes, there's no downside. There's no opportunity.
I think that's the problem. Like I think BG3 and tabletop RPGs, I think choices should have choices generally should have some level of trade-off, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
if you choose to do something, you have to accept that there could be consequences. But realistically, there isn't actually any consequence to pickpocketing if you're doing it properly, right?
Have you done honors mode though on BG3?
On BG3?
Yeah.
No, I've only done it on DOS. What
On
did they change
tactician, on honor mode, I think the more strict autosave system, which makes it so you can't readily reload a save, you have to go straight to death, makes it so that it's kind of actually solved it in the most.
But there's guaranteed ways.
In the most
with
inconvenient
spells.
way. Well, I don't know about these, but in the most inconvenient way possible, they kind of did fix the issue that you're talking about and some of the issues that I've talked about, where cheesing on honor mode is really inconvenient if you fuck up the cheese, and oftentimes, like if you're doing,
It's not worth it to do it.
it's very time consuming. I'll put it that way. If you're trying to line up a pickpocket on somebody and you fail, you then have to wait until your entire party wipes to try it again. They won't let you reload the save. So you have to like intentionally kill yourself, and that can take a while in a turn-based combat, as you know. The enemy movements are super slow. So and that
I agree. I think
that's why I love honor mode. Kind of agree.
It's a very roundabout fix. I don't think it solves the problem.
It doesn't solve it. It just makes it really tedious to do the problem, to engage with the broken.
Like when we're talking about the game, right? Yeah. Like
it should be balanced.
I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's healthy to talk about it in that way, because then it's like, oh, okay, everyone should just play honor mode. Like,
well,
I think the goal should be to make sure that all the difficulties, don't
function
have issues if possible, right? And that they all function well. So I mean, I get what you're saying. Like they've figured out kind of something there, but it's not an actual solution to the problem. It's it works for one difficulty.
It doesn't even, honestly, it doesn't even really work. I would say your best criticism against this argument that I was trying to make is that what I'm suggesting isn't even really a solution, where what they did to make it so that honor mode doesn't have as much of an issue with people cheesing it by breaking the game's economy, by getting super rich, by pickpocketing, is they just made it so that every time you pickpocket and fail, you have to go through the very tedious process of intentionally wiping your entire party as quickly as you can, which in a turn-based game can still take a while, especially if you're doing, you're in a part of town with no enemies nearby, guards readily available. Then you have to sit there and pass turns or run towards them intentionally. It's just real fucking, annoying. And it's one of those things where most players won't do it, not because it's any less powerful, but because it's so much more tedious. And it really just boils down to a simple question: is that a good or a healthy state for the game to be in? Where you could argue it's technically balanced, but only because people aren't doing the broken thing because it's tedious. And I would say no. And then Dorcas brings up a very good point that I want to keep bringing us back to. I've said it before. Dorcas says it. Are we really complaining about save scumming in a non-competitive?
No, we're not complaining about save scumming at all.
Kind of. Like you kind of are. I guess I kind of am bandwagoning on your points.
How am I complaining about save scumming?
Because we're not save scumming as much as balance. We're talking about balance in a single player game.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about what makes it fun. I think.
Well, to us.
Okay, fine, sure, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I like to play Elden Ring with 500 mods, and it's a single player game. One shot every single boss.
You saw those IGN. Sure. There are people like that. There are people that play.
Am I complaining about single player game, dude? Am I complaining? No, and that's how it should be, by the way. We should just one shot every boss. No. What?
Well, I'm here. Genuine question though. I know that you're seeing that as hyperbole, but people do genuinely feel that way. What's wrong with that?
And that's
What's
fine.
wrong with it? Oh, it
shouldn't
is fine.
be the default. It shouldn't be the default.
Why shouldn't it be the default?
Right? Why shouldn't it be the default?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. In my opinion, as I said, my opinion, games by default in an ideal world have like the designer's level of balance in mind, right? And people by themselves can decide whether a game's good or not. Games which are difficult are loved by people who enjoy the difficult. Games which are well balanced, right? Games which feel fair
Until next time.
are enjoyed by people who enjoy fair games, right? There is all the options in the world for someone to remove the fairness. It is much harder to introduce fairness than it is to remove fairness. Making something
I'm not
fine-tuned
sure.
and balanced
I'm not
is
sure if that's
very
true.
making
true?
something fine-tuned and balanced is actually very difficult.
That is hard, yeah.
Making something broken is a lot less difficult.
Yeah. Well, so it's interesting because
So why should the fix be the really, really hard thing?
well, that's what's funny.
rather than-
That's what's interesting is the fix could actually be based off your argument. It's kind of weird because I could see somebody arguing that actually game devs should just release tools and then let us figure out the balance because clearly they have such a big issue homogenizing it. And actually that has actually been an industry standard problem for a long time that'll probably never get solved because
And this is how we come back to my point about TTRPGs.
Well, maybe about TTRPGs, but actually your point is a greater one if I start to try to apply it to video games. Like all games, instead of Dark Souls, we should just have like the Souls assets. Like Dark Souls should just release a Dark Souls, and FromSoft should release Dark Souls engine, and then we just only make our own Dark Souls. And then there's no actual like official Dark Souls. Everything is open source, just like Linux versions. We're gonna have Linux distro video games where the game studios are just creating engines. They're not actually creating games. And then everybody can make their own hard or easy. Now that sounds horrible.
I don't know. Like, I think that should be like I don't think
that could be something we strive for. I've been saying
making games too.
Yeah. Yes.
Like I think
yeah,
like
that's a good
that
way.
should
That's a
exist
good way of putting it.
alongside, for example, the game.
That's a good way of putting it. More games should have tools released for them, but then devs should still continue to develop games.
Yeah. The tool should just be released alongside.
Yeah. That needs to happen more, is what we're really saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree with-
100%.
I agree with
Like,
that.
you should be able to create what you want with the game's engine or whatever.
Yes.
I agree. Or like with the more than the engine, like the developed engine that the game actually, functions with.
Yes.
Like, 100%.
100%. Couldn't agree more. I tried.
I mean, yeah, that's just I think that's the way that modding needs to go and should go. And a lot of developers are good with that, but
A lot of them aren't.
it's definitely tough. Definitely tough. Like you have do you have the I think there's GM mode in Larian games, but I don't actually know how good it is. I've never used it.
Say GM mode? Is that what you said?
Yeah, you could like make your own campaigns with like maps and assets and things like that, if I'm correct.
In what game?
Actually. It's definitely in DOS 2. You can make your own campaigns.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it's in Baldur's Gate 3.
That'd actually be sick if it was.
Yeah, I've got no idea if it is, but yeah, it's not the same as the as I said, and this is the point which I originally raised, which you argue with. It's not the same as the D&D experience, and I think the thing is about the D&D experience, right? What makes it. I'm not going to use the word D&D here. I can, but just the general in-person or even online TTRPG experience, it is that flexibility that no video game can possibly even attempt to offer. It is that entire idea of complete freedom and flexibility. You can not recreate that, unfortunately. It is physically impossible. And I think, Larian does a cool job, and they make, a bunch of interesting stuff interactable, but realistically you are pigeonholed into interacting with what's in front of you. And that's fine. I don't think it's a bad thing. I just don't think it's the D&D experience, in terms of what I feel like the D&D experience is, and that's that. And I don't think it needs to be. I don't think it needs to be. I don't
To
think
be fair, with your clarification, because I'm glad you brought us back to that central point of the conversation, the original thing that we disagreed on. with all your clarification, it sounds like not only do you not think that Baldur's Gate 3 provides the classic D&D experience, but that you also wouldn't say that it provides a Pathfinder experience or really any kind of TTRPG experience. Oh shit, am I okay.
No. I don't think it does. I think it is Divinity.
It's not even
Original
trying
Sin 2
exactly.
with
Yeah.
D&D.
It's not you by your estimation. It sounds like you wouldn't even say it's trying to be that. It's trying to do Divinity Original Sin 3. What it sounds like you're saying.
Yeah, with a D&D.
With a
spin.
D&D spin. Okay.
Yeah, it's just got a D&D skin cosmetic pack.
Well, yeah. I mean, Divinity Original Sin 2 has a fair number of roleplay elements in it, unless you wouldn't call those. Like, this calls into question then, are you saying Divinity Original Sin 2 wasn't a roleplay game?
Well, it depends, like, how tight are we going to put, like...
Roleplay as defined in, you go through a campaign.
So,
no,
like,
you didn't even let me... How are we
I'm not
Wired, how are we going to define...
I'm
Okay. I'm going to continue my explanation of how I would define Divinity Original 10 and Baldur's Gate as a role-playing game. You play on a campaign that is absolutely anything but on rails. There are differing choices that wildly change the story. You could say change the story dramatically if you want to say a different way. That are made. You pick a character. You can, of course, create your own through a list of customizers. In creating your own character, you come up with a character that has unique stats and a chassis, we'll say, a unique chassis that's going to personalize their playthrough compared to any other character. That's how I would say it's a role-playing game.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And I think the freedom and the flexibility in terms of how much you can augment that is what defines the TTRPG experience and delineates it from the video game CRPG experience. Give an example.
Yeah.
When you cast a spell in Baldur's Gate 3, right?
Yep.
It looks the way that the game tells you it looks. Fireball looks it looks a specific way that Larian has chosen Fireball to look.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in your head, if you're playing Theatre of the Mind in a tabletop RPG, Fireball is whatever you want it to look like. You cannot, or what you know, it's how the DM describes it. It's how you kind of what's the word for it? How you interpret that description. Same with pretty much every single conceivable thing. When an NPC exists, it's in your head. You have the complete creative freedom to augment that. And I think that's one large part of it, right? Your ability to actually role play and to express yourself, it's just incomparable. Like, and it's never going to be comparable. So it's not a criticism.
Yeah, right? That's what I'm picking up. But this is weird though, because I'm gonna call you out a little bit. In the context of how you were saying it earlier, way back when you first said it, it sounded like a criticism.
Yeah.
The way I was saying it, I said Baldur's Gate 3 is absolutely a... In fact, I'll put it this way. I'll say it even more harshly. Baldur's Gate 3 is the closest that you can currently get, in my opinion, to emulating what's it called? D&D 5e. If you are looking for a virtual version of D&D 5e system, I would say look no further than BG3. That's my opinion. But obviously you disagree with that heavily.
No, I don't disagree with that. I think obviously...
But you think it does not emulate... Okay.
Okay. So first of all, we're talking about... First of all, a large part of what you said was closeness in terms of what exists, right?
Sure.
I don't think it's the closest it could possibly be.
I think it's damn close to even that. I'll even go that step further. Except for the role playing aspects, except for like the deep, like obviously I can't role play. Well, actually, no wait. You can. I can say to you, Aston, we're gonna role play our characters. We're gonna use Baldur's Gate 3 as our backdrop, and that's what we're gonna do. And we could just have a grand old time doing that. You could that would actually be a good time. If I was into the role play.
But you could do that. You could do
that in WoW.
Minecraft. You could
do that in Minecraft. But you get a way better experience. My argument is you get a way better, or sorry, not better, closer to D&D 5e experience doing it in BG3 than any other game.
Yeah, 100%.
By far.
Yeah, because of course the game is
emulating D&D.
Grounded in that system. It's grounded in that system.
I would say emulating. You would not say emulating. You disagreed with the word emulating earlier when I said it.
Yeah,
Do you
at that
change?
point
Would you change your
I think
opinion?
it's a little
You're
bit
allowed to change your mind.
semantics there, right?
You're not still not changing your mind.
Well, no, because like emulating is what are we saying?
I'm saying that it's trying its absolute best to use D&D 5e as a backdrop to.
Of course it is. Of course it's trying its best.
And it's emulating.
Of course it is.
Or
Sure, if that's just a semantics thing.
actually,
me,
wait,
like,
is it a
feel like-
semantics thing? Match or surpass a person or achievement, typically by imitation. Yeah, I'd say it's literally doing that. I'd say it's using.
I don't think it passes. I don't think it passes.
Well, you don't even.
I don't think it
Well,
matches
to be
or
fair, to be
passes.
fair,
I've said in length
to be
how
fair
it's
to
a match
you,
or pass.
actually, I'll be fair to you here and say you don't think very highly of D&D 5e in general. So when you say you don't think,
No. Hold on. What I'm saying, yeah, but that's separate to me saying, can it emulate the experience?
and can it
But
pass?
I'm not.
Right.
Yeah, because something can pass a bad thing.
Well,
right?
yeah,
Like,
but you're saying it's not even doing that, which is surprising.
no, I'm saying it comes almost as close to it could for its medium, right?
Where does it miss the mark in your opinion?
Where does it miss the mark?
Where does BG3? Oh, well, but again, I don't like now. It feels so cop-outy when you say that, right? Because like you're saying.
No, it's not cop-outy.
In fact, wait, hold on. It's not even fair because you even admitted you and I can both load in and have that real world role playing.
But what I'm
we
saying
can do
is
that.
Yes. Okay. Right. Listen to me.
I am listening to you. I promise.
Okay, it is still grounded within the confines of the game. We're still restricted in that sense, right? The mechanics of the game do not lend themselves to that. I can't actually make a dice roll, Wyatt. I can't just make a dice roll on a whim in this game.
True. Yeah.
I can't do that, and I can't be told with DC.
You don't actually have an official. I guess you have the dungeon master that is the game, but that's definitely.
Yes,
it's not
the beauty. The beauty of the beauty of the game is I can in a D&D game ask the DM, can I do this? I can never do that in Baldur's Gate.
I actually kind of say that's some of the disgustingness though too. You say the beauty. The beauty is the ability for a DM to interpret your.
Sorry, not can I do this? Not can I do this? My character does this, DM. How do we resolve that?
There you go. I'll give you that. You do have
right. That's the correct way.
You have, and that's the best way to phrase it for your argument. You do in real life D&D. You have the total freedom of imagination and thought that Baldur's Gate 3, until we get like to supercomputer levels, computing processing power that's stronger than even the rig I just built a few days ago for $2,500. Check out the YouTube videos, by the way. Thank you very much. Subscribe. I mean, until we get to supercomputer levels, I will agree with you that Baldur's Gate 3 and no other game, not just Baldur's Gate 3, but no game can replicate the immense, the infinite vastness of human interpersonal roleplay. That's fair.
And to me, that is what
D&D is all about.
5e or TTRPGs is.
Okay.
That is what it's all about.
Sure.
And so that's why I say it does not emulate.
Sure.
Because that aspect, which is quintessentially the beauty of TTRPGs, cannot be replicated.
Sure. I mean, that's fair. You're correct.
Yeah, I really like Baldur's Gate 3. I really like it.
It's a really good game, man.
I think it's an amazing game. What I'm saying is we shouldn't be trying to say that it is some sort of emulation of the experience.
You really don't think it is?
No, and I don't think it needs to be. I think it's a wonderful kind of like gateway into.
Even though, again, I just want to stress, even though we can't have, we can't do that. Well, actually, even to that extent, you kind of can't. Like, I can hit you, I can throw things at you. Can I kiss you on a whim in BG3? Can you just kiss someone randomly? I don't know if there's a kissing emote.
No,
and you can't like express like complicated emotions. Like you can.
If you and I copied our character sheets from Baldur's Gate 3 and we got a set of dice out while we were playing and we like decided we wanted to roleplay those things, we could do that. But that's not in Baldur's Gate 3. And that's not a thing you can do in the game. That's us homebrewing and adding on our own shit. And basically making it into a different game. Which is fine. We could do that. But we can't lend that to Baldur's Gate 3. That is not something that Baldur's Gate 3 does. It's something that we're doing.
Sure. I mean,
and like I said, I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 needs to do that. I don't think it can do that, and that's okay. I don't. that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that too often I see the argument that it's, you know, it does emulate the experience, and I think that it's facetious to say that it doesn't, and it doesn't need to. I think that's okay. I think these games can do.
I'm curious though. Have you tried to describe this game to complete like random strangers that have never played D&D before, like gamers that are casually gamers, and you're like,
who have never played Divinity either?
Because you know what my next question is, right?
I don't think I've had to describe it. No.
Okay, my next question would. It's convenient that you say you haven't had to describe this to anybody that has not played TTRPG, because I was gonna just ask, like, or actually, yeah, sure.
A lot of my friends, unfortunately, just have played TTRPGs.
That's fair. Actually, even to the friends that have played TTRPGs, perhaps you were. I bet at least one of your friends, you got the game Baldur's Gate 3 before they did, and you had to describe the game to them and potentially recommending it. I'm just curious, how did you describe the game when you found yourself in that situation?
Oh, okay. I said it's a game like that runs on the same system as 5e. It's a single-player game, or
so maybe it doesn't emulate it.
It does run. No, but it does run
in the way that you'd like to say emulate. If you take issue or umbrage with that word, to me it seems like you use a word that's very similar, which is it runs the same system, or I guess you use a phrase that's very similar. So if you're saying Wired, you're saying Wired, it absolutely does not emulate D&D 5e, and then I'm like, okay, it doesn't emulate it, but then how would you describe it to a random stranger? Well, it runs the same system. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it does.
Well, so you understand what I'm pointing out?
Yes. Okay. What I'm saying is, and this is the point that I pointed out, D&D 5e, okay, is not the role-playing part of the game. As I said, the role-playing part of the game, saying to the DM, like, say the thing that I described that is the essence of TTRPGs, right? My character does this, how do we resolve it? That actual kind of like decision-making, creativity part of thing, that in itself is pretty system agnostic, right? So regardless of whether it runs on the 5e system, it's not emulating the experience. I would argue it's not the 5e quote-unquote experience. It's TTRPG experience.
In that vein, then, how would you ever describe a game that is similar to D&D, but, I mean, I guess, since it doesn't use the ultimate, doesn't use the layer of human imagination, so it's not technically D&D. How would you ever describe it, then? I'll give you an example. So if you're playing another tabletop RPG, it's quite simple for you to describe them that way, because you just be like, oh, it's a game like D&D. But if you're playing a game like Pathfinder, how would you describe? And sorry, I'm talking about Pathfinder Kingmaker. If you're playing, were you talking to me? Were you in the chat when we were talking about Pathfinder King?
I know about that game.
Kingmaker.
Yeah. I've looked at the actual TTRPG Kingmaker like campaign.
The Kingmaker, you were the one talking about that, yeah. How would you describe those games to someone?
How would I describe those
like
games?
If you were just to give them like a similar game, because that's usually where you start, right? Like, oh, it's like this game. Oh, it's like that game. How would you describe those games?
So I'd say like the game is kind of split into two parts. Sorry, I just unplugged my headphones. 1 second. The game is split into two parts. I would say one part of the game is a like turn-based strategy game, right? And the other part of the game is kind of a like your usual RPG. Like you get the same kind of thing you get in your JRPGs and
really
things like that. Or
you would describe Pathfinder Kingmaker as kind of like a JRPG to somebody who hasn't played it before?
Yeah, probably.
Really?
I think
you wouldn't bring up D&D or Pathfinder, the tabletop RPG games?
Well, no, but I thought the assumption was that they don't know what those things are.
Well, no. Sorry. That the assumption is that they do know what those are, because I was trying to get.
Oh, they do know what they are. So this is to someone who's played TTRPG.
Yeah, I'm looking.
But let's say they've played D&D but not Pathfinder, right?
To be clear, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find games that are like Baldur's Gate 3 that are not Baldur's Gate 3 to see how you would describe those games to other friends and see, would you call them like D&D 5e, or would you say that they're also not like D&D 5e, And
Yeah, okay, so we have to make it clear. Like, am I talking to my friends? Because obviously, like, my friends know what D&D or Pathfinder are, right? Like, I need to know who I'm talking to.
just
I
anybody.
think that's important.
I get okay.
Anybody.
Sure. Your friend. We can assume all scenarios. So assume your friend first. You can.
So I think
What I'm saying is you can explain. You can explain the situation with your friends if you're talking about your. Yeah. Just I'm curious how you would describe
okay,
these.
so
games.
I would say like, okay, cool. It shares like it shares the same turn-based combat as shares the same turn-based combat as like the tabletop like games that you're familiar with. It's very similar. It like shares or has like extremely similar like mechanics, and that's one part of the game. And the other part of the game is very much like a story mode RPG game where you kind of uncover a story and make some choices along the way, and build your team and get gear and things like that.
This is describing the game to
similar
a
to,
random
like-
stranger, like somebody who's not familiar with games.
Yeah, similar to like Pokemon or like any like RPG style game where you make your character stronger by exploring the world, and that helps you out in like the turn-based. Like
You would describe
strategy.
Kingmaker closer to Pokemon as compared to D&D.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't you just use,
100%.
why wouldn't you use D&D as a comparison for Kingmaker?
I use D&D. I said that D&D was how like the combat mechanics and things like that work. I said that's how they work.
Oh, okay.
But I said
I
like the
didn't
whole
miss that part,
exploring around the map kind of thing. That's not D&D.
Well,
Exploring around a
Okay.
map, like a closed map, like in Baldur's Gate 3, that's more like Pokemon than any D&D game I've played.
that's like D&D too. I mean, you've never played with a DM that has a closed map?
Come
on, bro.
It's definitely not.
You're
like
trolling me so
D&D.
hard. You're telling me that you don't play. You only ever use theater of mind. You've never gone on Roll20 and used like a character board. Really? Bro,
Yeah, no, of
you're
course
missing
I
it. Okay, so then yeah. So
Okay,
you
Final Fantasy. Sure, Final Fantasy maybe Final Fantasy.
no, just D&D. If you're telling me that D&D is not a game where you often have people playing on a grid board that somebody drew
Okay,
up
but,
in an
Wyatt,
evening.
let me explain.
Yeah.
In D&D, you have to make commitments about where you want to go. You never have to do that in these games. You can backtrack as much as you like you can walk back and forth
Wait,
across the map
what do you
like
mean?
you can in
What do
Pokemon.
you-
It's way more similar.
I'm you're saying in D&D you have to make commitments. What do you mean with that? Like, respect to
What I'm saying is like generally the way it works is like in a lot of D&D games, and I'm talking like specifically like campaigns and things like that, right? You have like a little bit of the game that happens in like an area, and you never come back to that area again, right?
Okay.
That's not the case in this game so much. It's way more akin to kind of like the video gamey Pokemon style of things, where you can just walk back and forth. You don't have. There's no consequences to doing that. In tabletop RPGs, there are consequences to doing that a lot of the time.
Well done, assassin. Another satisfied customer.
It's a very small point, right? Like, but what I'm saying is, in terms of a visual perspective, I'm trying to describe it to someone, right?
Yes.
You're physically moving around a map, a character, right?
Yes.
You don't do that like in D&D. You know, it's not like a smooth kind of like I'm walking around the map, like on a visual screen situation. Like very often, like it's transitions when you're traveling, you random encounter on the road, stuff like that. It's that sort of deal.
It's
right?
weird because I want to say wrong. I want to say the opposite of what you're saying. I want to say that I've played campaigns where you are making commitments to counter what you were saying, or to actually agree with what you were saying before. You were saying, which is ironically disagreeing with what you're saying now, because it sounded like before you were saying D&D is a game where movement is very deliberate and concerted. You are making commitments.
Not always. Not
Exactly.
always.
That's what I would
Like-
say. It's not always. I would say D&D is the definition of a not always game. In the exact same way that you're
Yeah,
describing.
okay, sure.
I would say I've played campaigns where we've done combat scenarios completely theater of mind, where it would like not think.
Same here.
Even things like the distance between me and an enemy is fuzzy at any given moment in time, and it's like it's weird because it's like I guess we can't even really technically play by the rules here, but it's just chill. The combat just works. It just flows.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
As
Yeah,
opposed to-
I've really enjoyed those games before. Yeah.
Yeah, and not even to speak anything like highly or negative. I'm just speaking to the fluidity of the game as my emphasis. And then I was trying to compare it and more so contrast it to the other games that you brought up. Whereas like I would say D&D very much different from even like BG3. Well, especially games like BG3 or Pathfinder in the sense that it is it's a game that's primarily played tabletop, so there's no you don't have like a computer keeping your damage numbers set at a certain number. If you got crit, then you got crit. There's no DM's ability to final say and rewrite a decision. You either win or lose.
Yes, the problem with 4E. The problem with 4E.
What do you mean?
I don't know if you know this. Interesting tidbit. So when 4E, 4th edition, came out, or when 4th edition was being worked on, they had actually planned the beginnings of a computerized system to be a companion for it. So you know how like on Roll20 you have like your rolling system, and you can have like character sheets and things like that that all kind of like do all the maths for you. That was actually planned originally to be released alongside 4E, and unfortunately that part of the game didn't come to light, but a lot of the mechanics that relied on it or were supported by it stayed in the game, which is why a lot of people say that 4E is a lot more tedious in terms of its combat and its kind of like crunch and things like that, because it was designed to be used with a computerized system alongside it. It just didn't get that. It's quite unfortunate.
That is,
but now with the
unfortunate.
advent of things like Roll20 being popular, you know, systems like 4E, they're actually really good. Like, they're actually really nice, but they didn't work for the tabletop. But for the digital tabletop, they work excellently. The problem is it got that negative stigma, and now people think, 4E bad. But in, you know, in modern cases where we have good technology now, 4E good. Like it didn't decent.
It didn't last very long either. I don't think 4E was replaced.
No, it had a pretty bad reception, and I think it was also because of how big 3.5E was as well, and 3 people really loved that. That part, and then people jumped to Pathfinder 1. A lot of people jumped to Pathfinder 1, which kind of spun
hurt their
off
bottom
3.5E.
line.
And so they kind of had to rush out 4th edition, which they were working on, which I think is part of the reason why they didn't get to develop that digital component to it properly, because they kind of had to rush it out as a response to Pathfinder and to stop the bleeding until 5th edition came out. So yeah, bit of an interesting one, but
that D&D past.
Sorry, yeah, a bit of a sidetrack there. And some,
It's all good.
Some trivia. But yeah, now, and I found this quite unfortunate. I don't know if you've been following, like, I don't know what you want to call it, like 1 D&D or 5.5 edition.
I was following that for a bit.
I'm quite frustrated by it, because when they first started working on it, I think, you know, they promised a lot of really positive change.
And then it turned into Wizards $$.
Well, yeah. I think what hurts it most is the fact that they want to make it backwards compatible with 5th edition. Realistically,
Wait, what do you mean?
They want to make it backwards compatible with.
No, I heard what you said. What do you mean? Like, you're saying they want to effectively remove 5th edition's ability to be played, or like, how would they do that? If I don't actually, no, I actually do need you to explain. What do you actually mean?
Okay. Right, so 1 D&D, right, is coming out, yes, in 2024 something.
And that's basically going to be the new edition for 5e, right?
Well, here's the thing. It's turned out. So basically, originally, it was going to have quite a lot of interesting sweeping changes, right? It was going to be quite creative and innovative, right?
Yeah.
But they've decided that it would probably hurt their bottom line to have people choosing between the existing 5e system and their new stuff. So they've dialed back pretty much every change they've made and made it more of like 5.5e, like a couple of tweaks here and there.
Yes.
And, you know, there's two camps of people. There is, as you mentioned, there's the casual player base, which is very much like, oh, cool, I'll just be able to continue playing my game that I'm playing in, and, you know, won't have to really change much, right?
Yes.
And then there's the player base, which is like, oh, it would actually have been quite nice and interesting to have something fresh and new, right? So you have those two camps of people, but they've decided now that they want to go fully into that kind of backwards compatible section of things. So everything that you have right now currently in 5e will now be backwards compatible whatever comes out, right?
See.
It's that whole idea of you can use whatever you want. You could use the old version, you can use the new version, whatever. like it will translate across. And I'll give examples of some interesting ideas that they came up with. One thing you'll probably notice in 5e is that feats are all at the same level. Like their requirements to get them, you just have to be level 4, right, and take feat.
Are you so in love with death?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I almost...
Sorry, no, you're playing the game.
Yeah, what happened is I almost fucking died, and I'm playing on hardcore, and I literally saw my health drop down to, like, below 100.
You lose your character.
Yeah, I would lose my character, but I did not lose my character. I survived, because I'm a fucking god gamer, so... But no, go on. The boss is dead. I apologize. What's up?
Yeah. So, okay, sure. In 5th edition, all feats are level 4, right?
Yeah. All feats are level 4.
Yeah, you can take any feat you want at level 4.
Mhm.
This is
You can actually do it at level 1 if you're variant human.
yeah, variant human, smiley face, epic balance. But
It's true.
besides the point, one would assume then that when you're designing these feats, you design them. Okay, so yeah, one variant human broken because the feats ideally should be designed so that they're
See ya.
something that makes sense as to kind of their strength when you get them at level 4, right?
Mhm.
They match up with the kind of stuff you should be able to do at level 4, right?
Hopefully. I mean, if you pick the right combination, you're gonna end up broken anyway. Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay, so that's the problem. But when they one of the first things they trialed in 1D&D, which I was really happy about, was they experimented with different prerequisites for different feats. So everyone gets a feat at level 1, but they're level 1 feats. There's a set of feats that you can take at level 1, and there's a set of feats that you can take when you're at level 4, and set of feats that you can take at level 8. And this is great because it opens up the design space, right? Because you can make stronger feats now or weaker feats, and you can just put them at the appropriate level. And I thought that was great because it now means that you don't have to have fucking actor feat next to sharpshooter, right?
Yes.
It means that you can have, feats be strong. Yeah, like how invocations have level requirements. Arisiac, and that's how it works in Pathfinder as well. Feats have levels. I listen.
I love hearing other people pronounce his name. Sorry, go on.
Arisic.
I've been feeling
Anyway,
Airzake recently, but yeah, go on.
Arisic.
Airzake.
Airzake. Also, you pronounce chassis differently to
Chassis, chases. I think isn't it spelled chases? Or chases is his own word.
in the UK we say chassis.
Chassis. Tomato,
Like
tomato.
chassis.
Look,
Yeah,
I'm from
so I
fucking
think it's just an
Midwest,
American
man.
thing. Anyway, besides
You're
the point,
from,
what I was
like,
trying to say is I really liked that, but they dialed back on it, and I was quite sad about that. They made like a lot of changes to how the leveling works. So it's not just all. We talked about multi-classing, right? A big problem that they noticed and they pointed out at first is that multi-classing isn't balanced. They admitted this.
Yep.
However,
wasn't
they
a
also,
surprise.
and a large part of the problem with multi-classing balance is like front weighting of power in classes, right? A lot of the shit you can just get at level 1, 2, or 3.
Yes.
Just by dipping into them.
The old 1 point.
And
yeah.
yeah, so originally they kind of like tweaked things to make it so that it was like a bit more spread out. So a lot of the power you would get a bit later on, you have less dead levels as well, if that makes sense. There's a lot of dead levels on some classes, and
It makes complete sense, actually, yeah. That was actually my biggest issue with
Yeah.
multi-classing in 5e, is it feels like some of the power should just come later. It should just be more delayed.
Yeah. So they did that at first, but then
Hexblade
because they
should be
wanted
like
to
a
make it backwards
2.2.
compatible. Because they wanted to make it backwards compatible, they had to keep the levels at which you get thing consistent. So does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It's cringe, though.
Yeah. So another thing that like unfortunately got kind of gooped. They did some balance tweaks to a lot of spells, which I really appreciated. They tuned some up and they tuned some down. And a lot of I remember reading the Reddit threads and people being like, "No, not my like X spell. I really love that spell. That's my favorite spell that was really powerful on my wizard." It's like, well, yeah, I know, but you know, maybe it's time for some change in the new edition. You know, maybe this spell shouldn't just be ubiquitously giga good. And if you really want to in your game, just use the broken version. I don't care. Like, cheat. For fucking your own game. I don't care. Yeah. I mean, so the problem was there's a lot of backtracking, and I think what is going to happen now, because they've said it's backwards compatible, a lot of people are going to want to pick and choose what they like from each edition, which they have every right to do, right? But it's that power creep thing, right?
Right.
Obviously, it's up to the DM at the end of the day, right? But you're going to end up getting some nonsense. Speaking of multiclassing, I'd be interested to know what you have to say about Pathfinder's multiclassing. I found it quite interesting. The way it works is you don't take levels in another class. You get feats at every level in Pathfinder, by the way.
Yes.
They're just different.
You get general feats and then class-specific feats. There's like all kinds of feats.
Yeah, and skill feats. Yeah, so you can actually choose to take like a dedication in one of the other classes. And this is basically just a set of abilities which is representative of what the class gets. So you're not actually taking levels in that class, but you're getting features which are representative.
Yeah. So you're kind of taking on the
and
identity.
you can pick and choose. Yeah. Which I thought was really cool. Like it makes it so that you can do multi-classing for the role-playing aspect, but you're not just doing this weird, cheesy picking and choosing, disgusting combo. Like that's the whole point of doing it. You know what I mean? And it can still be strong. You can still get some like good like combinations out of it, but it's not just like I'm gonna do a one-level dip in
Warlock and then suddenly become the strongest paladin that's ever been known to mankind.
Yeah, exactly. So it helps
Smooth out.
it helps with that.
Yeah.
It helps with that a little bit. But I've never liked multi-classing in 5e. It's always felt so jank. Because, you know, you either pick a broken combo or you're griefing yourself because you're missing out on you're like levels behind on spell slots, which feels shit. Or you're levels behind on features, which feels dog shit.
True.
That never feels good. Like the trade-off just feels so horrible. Like the difference between a level 3 and level 5 spell is disgusting.
It's night and day, man.
Yeah. So I mean, that's why multi-classing never felt good in another sense as well. And I think I have to be clear, like as much as I shit on 5e, I do play it. Like I have my adjustments like that I make in my home game.
Fucking casual.
I do play it.
Yeah.
I do play it like occasionally from time to time. Reason being, it's just because it's a game that like a lot of people I know how to play, right? Because that's just it's just brand name, right? Like it's like people play League of Legends, right?
Yeah, it's
People play League of Legends because it's a big game. Like they just played it because it was big at a certain point in time, right? Doesn't necessarily mean it's like the best game of its genre or anything, but people just happen to play it. And they say it's like, the simplest and easiest one to get into of the genre and stuff like that. And that's kind of just, what's the word for it?
poppycock.
Even though it's not true, just because it's the thing that they first kind of got introduced to and because it's so big, it just gets echoed a lot and becomes the sentiment.
They call that the first mover's advantage. What that is?
Is that an actual thing?
Yeah, it's a thing in marketing, actually, or should I say economics, where the business that comes along and does the thing first. So in this case, I guess, League of Legends didn't write the fucking Bible on MOBAs, but they definitely popularized it.
They did it big.
Yeah, they popularized the shit out of it. That's fair. And because of that, they will always confer a significant advantage over other MOBA games. It's kind of that's the principle, anyways. As long as they don't fuck anything up royally, they'll kind of always have that.
Even if your product is like inferior.
No, better. Even if your product's better, theoretically, even a better version of League can come along.
As the first starter.
Yeah.
As the first starter, even if your product's worse.
Yes.
You still get that inherent advantage
Because you're familiar.
Because you get the opportunity. Yeah, because then I guess you get
You set the
things
sta-
like Critical Role, like
They call that a
Master
flavor
Right.
setter. It's where you come around and you're the person, you're the company that you do it first or whatever. You get to set the flavor. You get to set the like.
Really?
Yeah, you kind of like oh yeah, the other people are gonna look to you or whatever. You know, like these guys did it first.
Yeah, I think that's one of the unfortunate things in the
human condition.
RPG space.
No, that's a human condition.
well,
That's
yeah,
absolutely
yeah,
a human.
yeah,
Let's be clear. That is a marketing term. That is not a TTRPG term. That is it.
No. I'm just saying it's very prevalent.
Yeah, very prevalent
RPG,
everywhere.
Like
Oh,
I think it's yeah. No, I'm just saying it's
Especially
like, for example, if we're talking about the shoes and trainers market, you have like Adidas and Nike, right?
yeah.
Like and then you have like Puma and Reebok and all these like smaller ones, right? Or whatever. What I'm saying is with tabletop RPGs, it is like market share. It's probably, I don't know what it is, but it feels like it's huge on D&D specifically. Like the ratio of people who know what D&D is to what Pathfinder is.
It's massively in favor of Wizards is I dare say a mainstream
absolutely
company.
crazy.
Wizards is
Absolutely
yeah.
crazy.
Wizards is a household name, and the company that made Pathfinder is lucky if the most nerdy of nerds that plays D&D knows it.
Yeah, I think, the only reason why Pathfinder has even managed to get some space is because it's just by nature quite like a nerd genre of product. Like, people are like semi kind of like actually, they actually care about like the shit being interesting or good. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Is Pathfinder the leading rival though for D&D? Aren't they, or is that Call of Cthulhu? Like,
Yeah.
what as far as TTRPGs?
No, it is.
Okay, Pathfinder's.
Call of Cthulhu is big in Japan. It's about
That's interesting.
yeah, it's huge in Japan. I think it's bigger than D&D.
But Pathfinder is, when it comes to TTRPGs, it goes D&D and Pathfinder, and then Pathfinder. You're saying,
Yeah,
but it's not a
yeah.
close second, right? Or is
No,
it?
it's not a close second
I
at
didn't
all
think
in
so.
terms of sales or anything like that. It's nowhere near close.
And this is even after.
Nowhere
This
near.
is even considering the one D&D big debacle where they basically shit on all their goodwill from their consumer base.
Oh, you mean like the OGL stuff?
the OGL stuff? Yeah.
The licensing thing?
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean,
Which
like,
you said you were lukewarm. No, not even lukewarm. You just straight up dislike it. All the copyright shit. Bad decision.
oh, the copyright stuff?
All the attempt,
I
the
mean,
Creative Commons.
well, like-
you know what they're doing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, because yeah.
They're trying to
so
get
I'm
their slice of the
I mean,
pie.
so we spoke about this in terms of video games about like releasing tools, right?
Yes.
Same shit.
Wait, hold up. Is it though? Is it same shit? They're
same-
they're doing
no,
the
no,
opposite.
same-
You know that, right? They're trying to get their slice of the pie on your
No,
releases.
that's what I'm saying. No, but I'm saying my feelings on it are same shit.
Oh, well, but there's nothing to analogous. Like, what do you mean?
Well, okay. What I'm saying is like tools that players create. Okay, yeah. I guess this is players create.
This is
I think the tools
basically
and things that players create.
As I
should-
understand it, players would create tools, and then Wizards would have the ability to come in and then start licensing that for royalties.
Yes,
And
exactly.
players were
Which
pissed about
I-
that. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so it's a tough one.
Is it? Is that tough?
Let me think. No. Let me actually think about it though. I mean, it's tough to think about. I need to like formulate my
Really?
properly. Yeah, I do. Do you want me to not do my due diligence?
No, you should. I feel like
Yeah.
it's a pretty open close. Wizards they're kind of just like they're shooting themselves in the foot. They're shitting on all of their goodwill. Like any and all
Yes,
of the
yes.
like the nerd that has the D&D is a great company, or sorry, D&D is a cool game made by a great
Okay,
company.
yeah,
That went away immediately. Now everybody looks at Wizards of the Coast as a greedy, money hungry company, and they will never.
Okay, here's how I say.
They'll
it.
never
Like,
live this down.
I'll try and give like a example which makes sense to me. So let's say like a game like Elden Ring, right? Someone makes a mod. This would be like From Software like claiming royalties on the mod, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Is that kind of similar?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Actually, that works. FromSoft,
I
but
think
again,
that's-
I mean, the big difference is FromSoft would never do that. But then I say that, and then they'd probably do it tomorrow.
Yeah,
I don't trust companies anymore. But yeah.
Yeah. But I'm saying like that's kind of like similar to like what the situation is like.
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, then obviously I think it's not good for them as kind of like a company. You're right. Yeah, it's really bad in terms of shitting on their goodwill. But I don't know how much goodwill they necessarily had anyway.
Uh,
They've been fucking up a lot
Why are you still
from what
standing
I've
up?
What else have they done besides that?
Hey, did you see that Spelljammer like race they released? The flying monkey one?
Oh,
That shit was epic.
I don't think they're getting. Are they the ones in hot water for the race thing?
Yeah, they are.
let me-
They
oh, look
wrote
at this.
they
Spelljammer race 5e.
I think it's called Hadozi. The description for that got printed is crazy as shit ever, dude.
Adozi? The
Z.
deck apes?
No, with an E, with an E. That's some random wiki.
Head dozy?
Yeah, I mean, that is what it is, but that's not it's spelled like it is there in your that's the correct spelling.
Okay. These
Yeah,
these things?
That's it. Yeah.
Well,
these
what's
things.
wrong with? Wait, what's wrong with this?
Yeah, okay. It's how they were presented.
They're monkeys.
you can probably
Actually,
read
I don't
somebody
even know what
else's.
the fuck this is. Is this like a monkey kangaroo hybrid? What is this
I
is
think
part of
it's
its
meant to be a monkey.
Can it fly?
A monkey.
This is part of its skin,
with-
right?
I think it can glide. Or
Yeah.
something. Yeah. It's
Removes
I
controversial
probably-
backstory. Okay, let's
the backstory is basically like some parallel to like transatlantic slave trade, and you put it on the fucking monkey
I'm reading this.
Yes.
But
That doesn't have the text in it. I'll find the text.
yeah, I was
for
gonna
you.
say they're not gonna. But this seems obscure. When you're saying they've been in hot water, this seems like one of those things that like 3 people on Twitter maybe complained about. Like,
People talked about it a lot when it happened.
Okay.
And obviously,
And
it's
you're
one of those
saying it
things like
died
when
down.
people stop talking about.
I say,
It's like, yeah, come on, like fucking people aren't talking about fucking
Okay.
Russia and Ukraine like in the news very much, but
Okay,
like
okay.
that's obviously dog shit. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things.
Okay,
Like
okay.
they're big companies, it'll blow over. Like
Okay.
what I'm saying is that lost like the goodwill of a lot of people, and they've had a lot of issues with sensitivity checking and stuff like that.
Yeah, I wanted to address that because my understanding of it was that their sensitivity checking was usually them acquiescing to their players, saying, you know what, you guys are actually right, and we want to make our space, our game, a more creative space. Like I'm not under.
Yeah, and then they fuck up with things
And they
like
fuck
that.
up with that. Well, okay.
You know, it's
Sure.
it's like a
Okay.
oh, we're so like inclusive and aware, and like, you know, we're really heads on with. By the way, that Hadozi thing that released after they made a big announcement about hiring new sensitivity checkers, which is funny as fuck.
This is kind of funny. I don't know.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is like they come across as this kind of like, guys, look, we're super like left leaning. We like we love.
I wouldn't even say left lane. I would just say inclusive.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
I'm obviously shit posting a little bit.
Okay,
but,
yeah.
like, yeah, they're like, oh, we're super inclusive, and like we understand like topical like issues that people face, and like we you know, we want to make sure that people aren't excluded from our spaces or feel kind of like unsafe with our content. And
then they
just have fuck up after fuck up.
gaff
over
like
and
this
over
and
again.
that. Are they a
Yeah.
British company? That's my next main question.
Wizards, I think the US. No, they make Magic the Gathering.
Yeah,
too.
they make Magic. You're right. I just
There's,
didn't
like
know.
Gary Gygax started that shit off,
Okay.
and then they. I don't actually even know if Gary Gygax.
I do
started
not.
it. I don't that.
Was
I
that
don't
the
know
guy for
that far
Valve?
D&D history. No,
Who's-
Gabe Newell.
Who's the not Gabe? Who was the guy that worked on Magic and then he went and worked on fucking
Nah,
Artifact?
That's some different guy.
And then
that's no. So
you-
Wizards bought Dungeons and Dragons basically.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it was
Okay.
owned by something called like TSR.
I think I know about this. Yeah, it was joint owned by like a third world country company. I think. I don't know. I remember it was not the companies that owned D&D before
Whoa,
Wizards.
third world country.
No.
Tetchy terminology. We're supposed to say developing nation.
What I'm really maybe I never actually know that. What I should say is the companies that owned this game D&D before Wizards owned it, as I understand it,
D&D,
they could have made an extreme fortune if they had, I guess, kept it. They didn't know what they were sitting on. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but same with like fucking.
You could say that about a lot
like,
of things for sure.
Like loads of shit, like I don't know, Google Maps or whatever was probably like some tiny thing or something. Google bought it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I might be.
Snapchat or whatever.
Was D&D bought?
People make shitty deals. At the time, they probably sold it for what they felt was a reasonable amount of money, right? There's no way they could have known it would have been as big as it was.
So Hasbro got it for 146 million. That was 2 years.
That was very recent.
That was 2
though.
years
That
ago.
was
Yes,
very
yes, yes.
recent, yeah.
And that
I think it's post-COVID,
that-
right? Just after.
that was
COVID.
after COVID. That as a price tag for D&D makes sense to me, knowing all of the D&D Beyond stuff, all of the third-party tools for D&D show that this is truly a game that like it exists in the heart of its players. So to lose their goodwill,
Yes.
as quickly as Wizards lost all their goodwill for their player base, was, in my opinion, a huge blow. I don't see them.
It's really tough, and I don't use D&D Beyond.
It's
I
great.
don't support Wizards of the Coast as a company.
It is.
Financially. Make of that what you will.
Yeah.
Make of that what you will.
Yeah. Pirates' books.
I have my.
He obtains his goods legally.
I have access to plenty of resources, which make D&D 5e extremely playable without giving money to Wizards of the Coast.
It's lovely.
And
You're admitting
Hasbro.
all this on stream too. I love it.
Who's gonna lock me up? No one,
Yeah,
dude.
no, it's a nobody stream. It's okay. Advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck
Well, it
my
doesn't
channel.
matter.
Yeah,
Like I would say it in a fucking 10
I
million
know.
views.
I'm joking with you.
But yeah. So anyway, besides the point, they recently have announced that when you buy things on D&D Beyond, so previously, I'm sure you're aware of this, you could incrementally buy certain parts of books.
For D&D,
Like if you
yeah.
wanted to just access the I don't know, X sub race or whatever,
Yes.
right?
Is there...
You can't. You're not going to be able to do that in the future. You have to buy the whole book.
I feel like they used to. Well, you could say cringe, but I feel like they used to always overcharge for the section. Like they would charge like $5 for a certain section. It's just like at this point, just buy the book. Book's 40. Book's $20 on eBay.
Well,
Honestly-
I mean, ideally, you just buy the physical book, like whatever.
Ideally, I just look that shit up online, dude. All of D&D's rules are accessible online for free, and the resources for them are pretty strong.
You want to Google Drive link?
Well, yeah, and you got a Google Drive link. What I'm saying is, people. It's like you said, like people that pay for. I mean, they keep the game alive, so it's good to support the company and whatnot. But you're now of the opinion where
I think they're big enough that that's not the case. I think with like Paizo and Pathfinder or like small RPGs, if I'm spending money on TTRPGs, I'd probably rather support things like those. Also, I don't necessarily agree with things that Hasbro does as a company and like their stances on certain things and where they send their money,
sure.
then I don't necessarily want to send them money. I know that the Wizards of the Coast, like, people are on a salary. It's, for example, you know when people like boycott video games, right? Like they're like, I'm not going to buy the video game. People don't realize that, like, some people make the argument, oh, but we need to support the devs, right? The devs have already been paid. They generally don't get paid based on the
Sales
sales.
of the
That's
game.
just the publisher.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're only hurting the publisher when you don't buy the game. You're not actually hurting the devs.
Yeah.
Oh,
But I mean,
okay,
most.
you could argue that you're hurting the devs by like, oh, it goes on their portfolio that they worked on a dog shit game that no one liked.
I think most people are trying to hurt the publisher, though. Anyways, like most people when they boycott.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is valid.
Yeah.
I think that's good. Like the devs are generally just told make this in
Yes.
this way.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it's totally valid. What I'm saying is some people are misguided and they make the argument, oh, I only want to buy the game because I'm supporting the devs. Well, it's not supporting the devs, unfortunately. And if you want to support the devs, maybe
Wait,
donate to them or something.
It's kind of weird because for a long time I actually felt like that's not entirely true. A game dev that works on a game that ends up doing extremely well does get some kind of backwards recognition. Now, is that direct? Is that like, oh, the Arcane Studios Prey did exceedingly well, but the studio still shut down? I mean, it's not always the case, and sometimes game studios can shut down for stupid, dubious reasons. And then also sometimes game studios do not get the credit that they deserve in the eyes of the public. But to the extent to which a game doing well means good things for the studios, I'd say that's generally true. You know?
Yeah,
God of War
it's
does
definitely
God of War
It's definitely a trade-off.
trade-off. You
Like,
think it's only
I
a
don't
trade-off?
I don't think it's as cut and dry as it's situational, right? Of course, like, and I think it's an unfortunate kind of like
System of affairs.
it's an unfortunate system. Like,
Affairs.
you're right. exactly, yeah. Unfortunately, it's not fair.
You think it's unfortunate because game developers do not always get the recognition they deserve? Is that what you're about to say?
Well, they're also kind of like beholden to, and they kind of suffer because of the publishers. Like, I think a lot of the time, the game devs want to do the right thing, but they're beholden to tight deadlines set by the publishers. They're like forced to make decisions about how the game works that the publishers want to happen, but you know, the devs might not want to happen. If publisher or like parent org says, you know, we need this style of microtransactions in the games, even if the devs are totally against that, they're getting paid. They have to do it a lot of the time.
No, yeah, true. But then the argument could become a very simple one of just find a new job if you don't like it, right?
Yeah, but like,
or go indie
at that point.
Because some of what you're saying is about the artistic creation of making a video game.
Yeah, artistic integrity.
You're saying that it's kind of unfortunate that sometimes a game developer might have to give up some of their dignity and integrity and make a shitty thing like a microtransaction in a game that they didn't want to make. And I guess the easy argument somebody who might have who disagrees with that statement, who says the state of affairs is totally fine as is, what are you talking about? If that game developer really doesn't like it, they could just quit that studio and go indie. Go make your own game with no microtransactions.
Yeah, but I think that's very like reductionist and short-sighted. Like, I don't think you can necessarily like the climate of making video games, right?
Yeah.
A large part of it is you have to secure funding to begin with to make the game you want to make.
Not true.
Right?
Not true at all. Godot is completely free. I would know. I downloaded it myself and fucked around with it.
What is this game?
Godot. It's a game engine. So is Unity. Unity is free if you, and I looked into all of this. You might maybe you heard of.
Okay, but what I'm saying is it's a time cost as well. Like you might have to hire staff, right?
Like with anything, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is like a lot of people don't have that initial capital to invest in those costs, right?
Of what?
And so
Wait,
you
of
have to
what?
get it from
Of
investors.
learning?
Or like staff costs. Not everyone wants to just work for free on the
I'm sorry,
like premise
I'm
that
missing
their
your
game
point.
will do
Are you
well.
saying that not everyone who wants to get into game development has the time to learn about game development? Is that what you're saying?
You have to pay rent as well, right? Like, where are you getting that money from?
Yeah. Well, but anybody would tell you that game development is something, it's an artistic pursuit, right? Firstly and foremostly. You should get into it if you're passionate about it, firstly and foremostly. You should not get into game development as a primary means of supporting yourself. I don't think anybody would tell you.
Yeah.
Everybody would tell you.
Sure. Yeah. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, like, if there is an option within the way that game development works, which, you know, we've established there is, where you can make money from it by this publisher method, right? And do that as a full-time job, I can understand why people do that. Like, I can totally understand why people go for that option.
Yeah.
So it's just it's a really tough one. I don't know, like, you're right. They have put themselves in that situation, but realistically, like, I think that's them potentially being a little bit opportunistic, and maybe, I don't know, some people are a little bit desperate sometimes.
I don't know. Really, in the real world, it still comes back to this central theme of you can do what you want. So if you're working for a game development studio and you like developing that game, you can stick with them. If you don't like it, you can go your own direction. You could either go try to get hired somewhere else, or you could go indie. If you don't have time for any of that, then it's like, well, why are you trying to get into game development? I don't think everybody and their mom needs to or should be a game developer.
Yeah, of course.
Although that being said, that's kind of the direction. The direction the world is going in is actually in that direction. I've said this for a while, but the direction the world is going in is with the ease of access of tools to make video games, but also just to program in general. It is not too far-fetched to imagine a reality, say 20, maybe 30 years from now, where everybody is able to make very simply their own like equivalent of a Game Boy Advance game, literally with all the depth of it. Because of
more than that.
I'm talking about grandmas.
Like Roblox.
You're saying more than that, but I just want to be contextual here and say I'm talking about computers will be so accessible and still be so much more efficient than they are now that the simple ask of programming will actually be a simple task of asking a computer to do something.
Yes.
Your grandma will say something like, make me a video game, and she'll be able to ask that to a computer, and a computer will do it. So what I'm saying is, games are becoming more accessible. Game development is becoming more accessible over time as tools become easier and computers become more approachable. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Ashton, when you say things like game developers have to choose between their integrity sometimes or their paycheck. It's like, no, motherfucker, just go indie. Retain all of your dignity and go make your own game.
Yes, because getting your product seen and not having an immediate platform to have your shit advertised on is
which is why
definitely
I'm so
out.
dude, I'm so glad I took 4 months and learned indie game dev because I can respond to all of these arguments. I'm very familiar with them.
Yeah, go on.
Here it is.
Go on.
Every indie game developer will tell you this. This is the cheat code to becoming an indie game dev these days, okay? I'm about to give it to you. You should pay me, actually. People on stream should pay me for this too. If you want to become an indie game dev,
I'm
here's
not
how you do
planning on
it.
becoming an indie game dev.
Here's how you
but
do
if
it.
Any of the other viewers.
Very simple. You start a YouTube channel. The best reason to start a YouTube channel is to build an audience, and as an indie game developer, you will be able to do that very simply by doing things like development streams. Those are very popular, and if you all you need to know is how to program and I guess run computer editing software. There's a good chance that if you are a game developer or even an aspiring game developer, you already know how to do this. So turning on your stream and just recording your development process is something that is naturally appealing to a lot of people. It is something that you can use to build an audience, build a side income off of as well. Very minimal output with respect to the effort required, right? You're just streaming. That's it. I should know how easy streaming is. I've done it for 10 years. You just turn on your video editing recording software. Video editing recording software. Why am I saying so many things redundantly? You turn on your video editing camera on the screen that's looking at you and recording and editing and recording in it. Like how many times? Okay, anyways, streaming is really easy. If you're trying to get into game development, you should stream your game development process. You should also make YouTube videos about it. The time trade-off to potential gain ratio is there, and it's absolutely 100% worth it. Also, in addition to this, if you're trying to get into game development, don't develop video games. There's better things to do with your time, I promise you, unless you really want to do it. If you really want to do it, then you're going to do it regardless of me telling you not to do it. So you should do it. But if you kind of want to do it, but you don't know if you really want to do it, then trust me, you don't really want to.
I'm hoping public perception of what video games are started to shift.
No, it's already been shifting.
Well.
Video games are cool, and if you develop games, you're cool. The problem with game development is not the perception anymore. It is the actual task of doing it. Game development is...
No. Hear me out.
Okay.
Let me finish.
Oh, you're right. I'll let you cook. I'm sorry.
So I think the perspective shift that I would like to see more of is video games as a thing to be played versus the fact that video games actually hold massive potential for things like storytelling, things like for example, you watch a movie, right?
Yeah.
And you have that storytelling and that emotional engagement that the movie invokes as a piece of art, right? Film, if you want to.
Sorry. When you say right, you say it a lot. Do you want me to actually say right back, or is it just a speech thing with you?
That's me asking as a question.
You are actually asking me a question every 2 seconds when you say right.
Very quickly, do you agree with that point, or do we need to?
Well, but you say are you sure is it an affirmation thing or is it a tick? Because is it really an affirmation?
It's me opening up the opportunity for you to say no. That's me where I'm saying
fair.
I wouldn't be upset.
Fair, but
I wouldn't be upset if you interrupt me.
Okay. I understand now. Sorry.
Does that make sense?
It does. I'm autistic. I do understand.
But until I've done that, I'm still continuing my point to a point where I don't want to be stopped yet.
Fair enough.
Unless it's very pertinent. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
For example, I said, does that make sense there? That's it. It holds the same for me. That's when I say it. Okay. So what I would like to see is more kind of acceptance of that. I've recently I started dating someone recently, and they kind of they're younger than me, and they don't have the they didn't understand the fact that video games can exist as a storytelling medium. It's wild, but like a lot of people think it's like, okay, you know, you're playing like fucking new Super Mario Bros. You're just side scrolling through levels and stuff like that. You know, a lot of people don't actually engage with video games.
Dude, that's crazy to me because that same person probably watches a lot of movies, right? Or at least
like movies or television and stuff like that,
or music. Like they have other pieces. Yeah, exactly. They have other pieces of.
Yeah, 100%.
So
but I think I explained it to them and they were like, oh, that's actually interesting. Like, because they just didn't know. Yeah.
Because a video game is arguably, I want to stress the word arguably. You could argue differently. But arguably, a video game is the most interactive of all of those mediums. It's the medium that you could arguably have the most amount of, like, artist to artist interpreter interaction is by making a video game and having a world that I create where a player can come in and have some degree of input that ranges from, you know, skill to like there's just a variety of things that somebody can do, and I can account for all of that. Craft a world around all of those different experiences. I find video games to arguably be the most artistic with respect to one's ability to express themselves, with respect to, again, just the overall amount of creative expression available, interactivity, social cohesion. It just seems to be the case that video games have like they're leaps and bounds more than just more. I would say literally leaps and bounds more, period. And then
so I think
and other things.
Yeah, go on. Okay, yeah, so I agree with most of that. I think the only thing I think is different about other art forms is that with, for example, a painting or a piece of music or a movie, it's a static experience. People are going to understand different things, but the actual thing is the same. Does that make sense? Like the way the artist has put that piece out is the way that it will be received.
Yes.
Like if a painting is hung in a museum,
not always true.
Yeah, okay, sure. Like, you know what I mean, though. Like, it's more true for those things.
I wonder. I really wonder how history would remember like this. I wonder how many times an artist has put out a piece. Any artist, me. How many times have I made a video where, like, dude, how many times have I made a video?
I'm not talking about your intention. I'm talking about your intention with the piece.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, the way it lands, right?
Yes. The way it lands.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like that Reddit does not understand Brood video. I published that thinking, you know, I kind of went off on this video. I bet it gets a good chunk of views. I did not expect that video to blow up and get like 30K views in the first night. And then Wagamama shared it and shit. I was confused. So like, yeah, sometimes, okay, videos aren't art. Okay, whatever. What I'm trying, I would say yes, they are. But either way, so, I mean, just as someone who, and that's just video content, like I've done other things too. I'm just saying, like, sometimes my expectations do not meet the reality with the result or with how a piece is received. You've probably experienced this as well. I mean, you're into botany, right? Don't you like planting and gardening and shit? Am I off completely?
Not like that kind of stuff, but I think it's cool. I think it's like a nice hobby that people do. I didn't do it myself necessarily.
Well, if you don't do it, then don't acquiesce to me. I'm curious then, what is this Arabidopsis?
Arabidopsis?
Yeah, Arabidopsis. You study... No, you can't lie to me. What is your field of study again? What did you get your degree in?
So what I'm actively doing, or like what I have previously?
What do you study?
What do I study right now? I study photosynthesis. I study.
Yeah, like bro, you're studying the way that plants eat, and you're not willing to give me you're into plants when I ask you if you're into plants. You're studying photosynthesis, and you're not into plants.
Okay, so like.
All right, wait. Do you just like disagreeing with me? Is that what this is?
No. The
wire can't be correct.
It's the nuance to it. Like I don't like.
Bro, you're studying photosynthesis, and I don't like gardening.
I don't like gardening. You brought up gardening. I don't like planting shit.
Okay.
I like the science
That's fair.
of how photosynthesis works. I like the idea of optimizing things so that we can make more food.
You see something different. Yeah, you're right. Actually, your point makes more sense.
Yeah,
this has more nuance. I didn't give it the credit it deserved.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Right.
It's no problem. But
I'm trying to remember where I was going with that, but I blanked. So
we were talking about arts.
We were talking about arts, and yeah, you've probably had instances where but you don't garden, so it's hard for me to bring this up. But roll with this.
No, it's fine.
Roll with this, okay? Just assume you did.
Yeah.
Assume you're a gardener.
Yeah.
You are now a gardener,
Yeah.
and I bet in throughout your experience being a gardener, you'll have yields. I think they're called harvests, where things won't go as planned. Where you'll be like, oh, I thought I gave it a good amount of water and it still died. Like, I'm just saying, and you know, people say, well, gardening can be an artistic expression. I'm just saying that the artist does not always know the outcome of the art that they will produce. All you can really do is just produce it and put it out there. Right? You don't know how it's going to be interpreted.
Yeah, that's.
You can have your expectations.
I think you could have just used the example of science, to be honest, on that one. Like, in an ideal world, we don't.
Yeah, but science isn't trying to be artistic. Science is trying to record truth, right?
Kind of. It's trying to answer.
Wait. Hold up. Is that is yes or no? Is science trying to be artistic, or not? I guess you can't give a yes or no.
No. But I think the way you answer questions, like doing it in creative manner, like figuring out different ways to get to the.
That speaks nothing to science, though. Well, you can be creative about a scientific explanation. That doesn't actually make it scientific, though. That just means
it's the methodology. It's the methodology.
But even that methodology, we don't want methodology being creative. We want it to be standardized. We want a consistent.
No, I agree.
We want a consistent gold standard set of rules. It is.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is because we haven't figured out what
a nice consistent set of rules are. I mean,
what a good consistent.
That's fair.
Is. I'm not saying it is artistic. By the way,
I was gonna say I wouldn't even call that creative.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, and I agree with you. I don't think it is artistic.
Yeah. In the way that we think about it, I'm trying to emphasize the layman. Like, I don't think even no scientist that's doing science would probably even themselves consider their pursuit artistic. I think they would want to be seen more as like, no, I'm just trying to record truth and purvey it. I'm not trying to be creative. Like, I don't want to be creative. I want to be only interpreting the truth, and I'm trying to specifically control for that. Like, it would be antithetical to the cause of science for it to try to take that creative approach. I would feel. But I don't know. Maybe
yeah, I think the closest thing you can get to creativity is trying to approach ideas and questions in an abstract way. Like, you're asking a lot of why nots, and to come up with those why nots in the first place, you have to do a lot of this weird, like, pattern recognition stuff.
That's fair, actually. Like, yeah.
This works in this way.
In hypothesis forming, you're right. You do have to. Yeah. You have to think in a very creative way. You're right, actually. No, you're right. To be a scientist, you do have to be creative. It's a different kind. It's a different kind of creative. You're just not applying it in. You're definitely not applying it in like. Well.
I don't think it's expression. I don't think it's expression, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think you're necessarily. Yeah. Even you're not trying to invoke emotion or portray emotion.
Yeah, but insofar as expression is concerned, even if you weren't trying to express an emotion, you still have like a degree of control and like I think you were bringing up methodology, like in deciding how you are going to conduct the study. There is a degree of expression there. Now, and maybe I could even imagine a world where a scientist, or like say we'll be more specific, like a yeah, I'll just be general and say a scientist can feel very like accomplished. They could be getting creative, like dopaminergic stimuli from thinking about how they would conduct a study. Like oh man, I'm just hypothesizing how candid this research would be. I could imagine someone feeling the expression of elation or high that I get.
I get that I get that a lot. Like, because new technologies come out all the time, right? Mm-hmm. And so when I see a paper with a new technology come, I'll be like, oh, kind of interesting. Like, how would that work with my research and my field?
Yeah.
Like, could I apply that?
Yes.
Would that translate? This doesn't exist in plants yet. It exists in humans. But could it? That kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's real. Yeah. What you described.
Yeah. That feeling existing even in a pursuit that many might not even see as like having the potential for artistic creativity or expression. It's like even insofar as trying to study the world, be objective, record. I don't know. Even exactly. The way I'm talking about science is making me cringe because I hate it when people talk about science in this very like nebulous way that I'm doing it, where they kind of like act like it's like maybe you're familiar with like the Facebook groups I'm talking about, like science is fucking cool or whatever, where they talk about people that talk about science in the way that I'm talking about it. I'm trying to throw myself under the bus here too. Where I know what you're talking about. Yes, people that make it this larger than life thing, Not to say that science isn't
like sexy science.
Yeah, like science is sexy and it is big, but have you ever heard the expression, an idiot finds the beauty in complexity, a genius finds the beauty in simplicity? Or I think it's something like that. Let me look at that.
I've not heard that phrase before.
I think it's a fool is impressed by complexity. A genius is impressed by simplicity. Let me look this up. Terry David. Okay, maybe. All I'm trying to say is there can be a sense of nothingness to it, where because someone is so fascinated by what they perceive as like, it's like Dunning-Kruger. Really, is the quickest way I'll just explain it. Is that sense of Dunning-Kruger, where you just have somebody it seems like they're so amazed by everything, where they actually don't know anything. They don't know what they're talking about. The whole world's.
Well, I think.
What? Yeah. I've rambled.
I was going to say, I think like maybe this kind of analogy will make sense for you, but like when I didn't understand anything about programming, I used to see like 1,000 lines of code doing something and be like, oh my god, that's really long and complicated, heckin' poggers. Now I realize that like if someone has managed to do something like efficiently and make something work like properly, and you know, like it doesn't take like a ridiculous amount of bulk and fluff in the code, I'm like, oh shit, that's actually sick. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Exact. No, it does actually. That makes really good sense. Yeah. With programming, it's not always the most complex solutions that are the best. Oftentimes, in fact, it's a principle in programming. Don't repeat yourself. There's so many simplicity principles. There's dry. I just said it. Don't repeat yourself. There's kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. You know, don't like. Yeah. Don't really. Programming paradigms are mostly focused around reducing. Sorry, not expanding, which should be.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. That makes an awful lot of sense, to be honest. I'm watching with like absolutely no understanding this part of X-File. Like,
oh yeah. Well, don't worry. You will understand very quickly what's about to happen. I'm gonna die here soon, so I'm trying my absolute best to prevent that from happening.
I understand your build is laying down mines or something, and then
I put mines down, and they actually do an attack that my character normally has access to. So this is Power Siphon, which is an attack, and there's two kinds of like ways to do things in this game. There's attacks and spells, and then I guess like mines, which are technically is a spell, but it's not actually a spell, it's a skill, but it throws a mine. There's proxy is what they call it, proxy. So that's traps, mines, totems, and anything else. So sometimes like cast on crit. I'm probably getting a lot complicated, but just know that like I'm doing one of the proxy setups where I am using mines to do an attack instead of just casting the attack myself. And you might ask, why would you do that?
it's like when you do a Witch Doctor ward.
Yeah, except Witch Doctor Ward does not exist as a normal attack. Locust Mines is transforming a normal attack, Power Siphon, into a spell, kind of, which is a mine that I throw. And the way I kind of think of this, actually, if I wanted to use an analogy, would be like Wisp used to have a talent where he would send auto attacks out to the target if he's linked to them. You link to somebody and then they attack and then you attack or some shit.
Yeah. I know that talent.
It's kind of like that, where it's like you have Wisp did not have to dedicate, or Puck Dream Coil.
He still has.
He still has that shit. Puck probably still has that shit with his Dream Coil, where he uses Dream Coil and then Dream Coil starts sending out auto attacks. If you pop Blade Mail and Puck Dream Coils you, does the auto attacks that get applied to the
it does.
That does apply to Puck?
It does.
Interesting. That's actually kind of crazy.
I bought Blade Mail. I bought Blamo against
maybe.
him.
Yeah.
I bought Blade Mail against him.
If I play Dota again, I'm gonna keep that in mind. I fucking hate pucks. That sounds powerful. I'm just saying though that
the problem is it keeps going on after Puck dies. So
well, as long as that motherfucker's dead, that's all I care about. But
yeah, we both died.
yeah, exactly. Puck that late into the game is going to be having like, if he's committing to the right click, he's going to like be getting rapiers and shit. So just being able to reflect that damage sounds really powerful. I didn't know that was.
You can press phase shift.
He can do that and avoid a lot of the damage. But I'm just saying like, like pucks don't want to do that. They want to play the fight actively. You're
Yeah,
just making
you're
it more.
right. No, you're right.
What I'm actually trying to say though is that what's interesting is Dota takes a different approach. Where in Dota proxies like Witch Doctor, Witch Doctor,
Techie's minds and shit.
Techie's minds, I don't think they can be reflected. They definitely used to not be able to be
No,
reflected.
they can't. They can't.
And then Witch Doctor Ward used to not be reflected by Blade Mill. I don't know if they changed that. Maybe they did. Probably not.
I don't think they
No?
did. I'm pretty sure they
Okay,
did.
good. But you're saying the puck thing, it is the case. In this game,
The puck thing is.
in this game, it's very beneficial to use proxies like traps, mines, totems, or
Why?
because you cannot reflect anything related to proxies. So that's one of the big
Is
benefits.
reflecting a big deal? in
It
this
is a
game?
big deal in this game.
So-
I'll explain. There's map modifiers. Maps are something I'm going to get into in the end game. I'm getting kind of close to it. I'm halfway through the campaign, but I'm going to zoom through the rest of the half. Maps are these things. I don't have any of them in this current save.
It's like Ascension mode, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's like the end game.
In like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in the end game, basically, so once you get past the campaign, a big modifier that you always have to look out for is reflect elemental or reflect physical. Those are kind of the two, and then you can do chaos damage, and chaos damage can't be reflected. So another thing that people like to do is do chaos damage, so they don't have to worry about reflect. So chaos damage and proxies are the two big sources, or you just become immune to reflect because over the years PoE has done a good job of adding nodes like the or masteries like this. If you see 60% reduced reflected elemental damage taken, if you take that and then you take, I don't have access to pantheons yet, but there's a small pantheon that can also reduce the reflected damage you take by 60%. So there's ways to mitigate reflect, but a really good way to not deal with reflect is just to not deal with it. It's just to like literally use something that does not.
Yeah. You just avoid it.
There's also a huge reason why that's a reason to go mines. That's not the reason to go mines. The reason we go mines in this build is because Locust Mine, my support gem, has kind of a maybe special interaction, you would call it that, with this skill gem right here, Power Siphon, which is my main attack. This is the thing that's like zapping.
What is Power Siphon?
Power Siphon, I'll show you in a map here real quick. Some area I can't die. So Power Siphon is the actual attack I'm using, and I'm just going to show you just that skill when I use it. So I use it, and it sends out from my character the things that you've been seeing this entire time while I'm leveling, right? That comes out from me.
Okay, so it's like it's like a little bolt.
It's like a bolt, and there's some really like key things about Power Siphon that I like as a person. Like when I play PoE, I play this game for comfort and feel like I just want it to feel nice and things blow up in nice, comfortable ways. Power Siphon has a lot of that coziness for me, where it's auto-targeting. So you see my mouse is down here. If I push the button, it just targets all the enemies for me automatically. I don't have to aim. So that's really nice.
Oh, it hits everything on your screen.
And not everything. It shoots out to, I believe at max level, it shoots up to 6 targets. But I'm getting pierce. So it's shooting out, and then it's piercing through basically everything. It's going to focus on 6 things at once. But remember, that's one instance of this spell getting cast. But what I do with my build is I throw out 3 mines.
Wait, does it cost mana?
It does cost mana. And actually, there's another cool thing about Locust Mines. Locust Mines comes with a mana cost and reservation multiplier of 50%. So Power Siphon costs...
What does that mean?
Yeah, I'll tell you. So Power Siphon, you see that cost right up there, 9 mana. It's right up here. Costs 9 mana.
Yeah.
That can be modified by all of these support gems. So you see the support gem charge mines. Well,
So how does this work?
Here's how it
So
works.
your attack gem is like the attack.
The
right?
attack. This is what I do. So I equip this. I'll equip this to my character. I equip this to my character, and then I do the attack just by itself. Then, because attacks by themselves usually not too strong. You want to support them with gems.
When it has to go in your helmet or some shit.
My attack is going in my helmet. It doesn't have to go in my helmet. My attack can go anywhere in my gear. Some gear have, in fact, a lot of good gear has modifiers where it's like socketed gems in this item do this extra effect. So yes, the item can definitely benefit the like if I put this in a helmet that has an item like or an effect like that, like socketed gems have reservation multiplier, then that will benefit it. But right now,
But you could put it in the gloves.
I could theoretically put this in the gloves. It's a 4-link. It is a blue, 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 green instead of blue, blue, green, green. So I wouldn't be able to use my added cold damage, I'd have to... But yes, you are correct. There's no different... Right now, I don't have like a +1 gems, +1... there's no...
And how many attacks can you have? Just one?
You can have as many as you want. But you got to cast them. Keep that in mind. So one thing people like to do these days is they like to do something called Mana Forge setup, where they have... Mana Forge, if you're using a bow and arrow in this game, a bow has a six available sockets, and your chest piece...
6?
Yes. So they have a 6-link they could have. I have 3, right? Because I have a one-handed and a one-handed shield. Bow users, they have a bow, and then they have a quiver. The quiver gets 0 sockets, so they trade off two 3-links for 1 6-link. And what they'll do with one of their 2 6-links, because remember, they have a chest piece as well. So they have a chest piece that has a 6-link. They have a bow that has a 6-link, and what they'll do is they'll run like one of their 6-links will be it's something called a Mana Forge setup. I'm going to show you what this is. Mana Forge is Mana Forged arrows is something they added kind of recently, actually. 3.21, so yeah, like a couple leagues ago. They added this, and I think this was one of the reasons they added this was because they wanted bow users to have something that they could use their extra 6-link on that felt like productive, like they weren't just putting a bunch of auras into a enlightened setup. And that doesn't make sense to you, but we can explain that later. Mana Forge is any skill that this is any bow skill that this is linked to. So any, which means if I have this in a 6-link setup, I have this gem and then 5
attack skills.
Yeah,
or attack skills.
all attack skills are going to get triggered. So what they'll do is they put this gem and then 5 other attacks, or sometimes usually it's like 4 other attacks and then another support, and they just have 4 other attacks firing off automatically while they use from one button click of their main attack. So they have a main attack that's not even attached to all these trigger spells. They have their main attack on a 6-link, and then they have a bunch of trigger spells over here on another 6-link. And so they just have like fucking, spaghetti spells coming out just of all different directions, and it's crazy. And basically the bow users that do this, now keep in mind there's a bunch of opportunity costs here, right? You're giving up you're giving up your 1 6-link to dedicate it all to the Mana Forge setup. You also have to worry about all the mana, because check this out, causing them to trigger when you've cast enough mana, and it's a 200% reservation multiplier. So you have like 4 attacks that you're firing off, and there's a cooldown time of 0.5 seconds. Well, you're gonna get this with increased cooldown recovery rate, because you want those spells, those attacks casting as quickly as possible. So oftentimes it's kind of like a cast on crit build, except with bows. And I think people will do this with cast on crit too. I'm not sure. I don't know. But either way, the idea is you're firing off a bunch of spells or attacks simultaneously, and that cost a bunch of mana, so you have to deal with your mana too. Usually they just find leech as a way of doing it. And that's what makes PoE such a beautiful game, is there's like so many different ways you can configure your character. You can do that setup, Mana Forge setup, where you just have like a crap ton of attacks coming out. You could do a bow bleed setup. There's bow bleed characters, not too strong right now because Gladiator's kind of in the trash can, but then again, I've always said any character can be strong in this game, no matter how perceived weak it is, if you just have enough money or you know what you're doing. This is truly not a game where I think balance is that big of a deal. I say that, but I'm not the best PoE player in the world, so take that with a grain of salt.
I'm sure it matters for like, I want to finish this like thing as a speed run.
Yeah,
speed, like as quick
for the
as
racers,
like,
the tippy top, there's a reason most of them pay. Although it depends. Are you playing hardcore? Are you playing solo self-found? Are you playing softcore? If you're playing hardcore, you'll probably roll up a champion. Ben is, I guess he's seen as like the quintessential best PoE player in the world or whatever. This guy named Ben, and he is pretty good. He regularly wins like every league and for some side leagues, but every main league they'll do a race to the end game content on hardcore, and then the person who does it, they win like $1,000, $2,000, whatever. He regularly wins, usually more money than that, but he's always winning that. So he's kind of seen as the best player, and he'll regularly play like champions. I see. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of weird to say like the ascendancy that you play, because even though for a while, and if you look on like Poe Ninja, there's an overrepresentation right now for sure for Pathfinders, for Deadeyes. Actually, Pathfinder's kind of down here, but you got Deadeye, Hierophant because it's a mana stacking league, Trickster because of Splitting Steel mostly, but I guess my build, and then my build's not that popular. Inquisitor for the cast on crit shit. Detonate Dead, so Elementals is probably up here somewhere. Elementals is not. Most people are playing Inquisitor with the cast on crit shit. But builds in this game, I just want to I want to say this and then I'll shut up, I promise. Builds in this game are...
I know, I'm interested.
I really want to stress what I said earlier when I'm saying this. Anything can work, truly. You can make anything work in this game. There is no such thing as like a bad build. It's just like how much money have you put into it, and then also more importantly than that, how like deep are the interactions? Like how much do you understand what you're feeding into? This character that you see before you was once at a previous version of it, before I swapped over to mines, it was doing 1/3 of its damage. I'm not joking. It was doing like 7 million or 8 million or some shit at the top end. And then I literally just applied Locust Mines and adjusted to a slightly awkward playstyle. On a whim. It was just some dude in my YouTube comment section suggested that I put mines, and then I tried Locust Mines for a bit, and I realized it's the most cracked thing in the world. There's so many niche interactions in this game that I'm convinced we as PoE players are only scratching the surface. Nobody really knows what's going on, and this game is so much more deep than anybody gives it credit for. So that's why I'm dedicating my life to it. And then when PoE 2 comes out, I'm going to dedicate my life to that game as well. That's my
Fair enough.
That's my TED Talk. What's up, though? I've rambled for a long
No,
time.
I think it's dope. I think it's good that the game is nice and open. How often do they patch it? Do they let people like figure shit out? Because if it's so like open to people finding new stuff, I imagine it's probably healthy for them not to kind of like adjust too much, unless it's like some really insane outliers.
They kind of treat it like Dota a little bit. They'll patch it one big time every season, and then unlike Dota, they have seasons. Nowadays, it's like every 4 months. It used to be kind of every 3. Whereas Dota, you know, it's like once every year and a half. In addition to,
Whenever, to be honest, with Dota.
well, yeah, that's when they have their big patches. But in addition to that, when they have their big patch, they'll have a league, right? They have their big patch, and then the league will follow it, and then they follow that league for a little bit. I predicted in a video recently that I published, and you see on my YouTube, go subscribe, that it's probably the last big patch that we've seen was the one that we saw before this. Because what they'll do is they'll release the patch, release the league, and the league will usually be in a broken state, just kind of by default. I'm not saying this to shit on their balance or anything. I'm just saying, like, when they release the league, it is very unlikely that the league will be in the final state that it'll be in on league launch. It usually takes a few patches or so for them to get it into what they consider to be a healthy state. So they do release like side patches, but those rarely come with like buffs to ascendancies or player power. It's usually like the one big patch they do every league at the start of the league is the one big player balancing patch where they nerf popular ascendancies. They like to look at items is usually what it is, because what's kind of what I've noticed PoE or GGG really likes to balance is they just like the bullshit things. They just don't like the real bullshit things to exist. They're fine with like expensive builds being very powerful, and they're fine with there being a such thing as like a good league start character. I mean, I'm gonna be controversial here and say that like the scope of builds that are good at league start is actually way bigger than most players give it credit for. I'm playing this build. This is an evasion based character that I'm playing in a hardcore, and I'm leveling it up. After having not played hardcore for over like 5 years. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I haven't died yet, and this is like my 3rd time playing this character. I'm playing slower than most players would, but I think people are generally, when they play this game, they don't know, like, they're playing with a very specific idea of how to play PoE in mind, and they're unwilling to compromise on that. Like,
Sure.
I don't know, when you say sure, I don't know if you actually know what I mean when I say that, because I had a very specific thing in mind.
No, as in like people have like an idea, a preconceived idea of how things are supposed to work.
How they
don't
want it
kind
to
of open
work.
their horizons.
It's better to say how they want it to work. Or they're coming into
Okay.
Poe with this idea of, I should be able to face stomp everything and not really like have that much of a challenge. If you play Poe,
Yeah, you play it like Hades.
yeah. That's a good comparison. Hades 1 especially. You come in, and as long as you're like spamming the dash button in between attacks, you're rarely getting hit up until you get to like a challenging boss on Heat 50.
Yeah.
But in PoE, it's like
Yeah.
you do have to really plan out your build, and you gotta respect the game. That's for sure. Bleeds, freezes, bullshit spells like this shit, like Kamehamehas from the enemy. You really gotta like play the game. Like, it's a deep game. Unironically, I think that GGG has boss fights. They've developed boss fights with like a fine science. They've got boss fights on a FromSoft level. Like, I'm unironic. I'm being serious. Like, I think these are like FromSoft.
No, fair enough.
You say fair enough. Some people would laugh at that statement, but I think the mechanics for
Why though?
because people hate Exarch Balls and Maven Memory Game, but this game actually has some pretty deep, challenging mechanics and fights that give you, in my opinion, like kind of the best ARPG experience that you're getting going for. In my I'm trying to think of a game that does this better. I haven't played D4. I'm gonna be fair to that, but D3 bosses don't hold a candle. D3 as a game does not hold a candle to PoE in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I've only heard good things about PoE, so
Yeah, I feel like I'm
I've
wrong.
heard some bad things, but like,
Well, let's address the bad things real quick. What are the bad things that you've heard about Poe? Curious.
no, it's more just about like the time sink side of
Oh
things.
yeah, it will ruin your
The
life.
amount of learning you have to do
Yes.
to like actually understand or like start to understand the game is quite long, and I think it's the
That's
only
very
bad
fair.
thing. Like, it's,
They're right.
and I think that's a reasonable criticism.
That is a
but
reasonable.
At the same time, it's the kind of game it is. Like, you're not tricked. Like,
Yes.
you're not tricked into signing up for something that like You're not blindsided.
You
Like,
will
I
find
think
out
it's
very
fairly
early
open
on
about
if it's
that.
for you or not. You are very correct about
Exactly. Yeah, I just got to pee quickly, all right? But I
Oh,
do
yeah.
have a specific thing that I wanted to ask.
Oh yeah. That's not a bad helmet. It's got the int roll on it, so I can unspec this. I think the character's doing well so far, actually. I'm impressed. I didn't... Like, I'm not going all out on spell suppress, but we do have, you know, both wheels, and the inveterate wheel is always a nice one to get, because these... Look at these nodes. 8%, 8%, 8%. So it's giga value nodes. So we're, like, at 71 with Lucky, and I think we're actually just tanky as shit. I did not expect to feel this tanky at this point in the game just by taking up these wheels. I was like, oh, I'll just grab the suppress wheels because suppression is broken. And yeah, suppression is fucking broken. Even this early on.
Yo.
Yo, welcome back.
Okay, two things. One, are you a fan of From Software games?
Yes.
The only one I've really gotten into is Sekiro.
Okay. That's good. The next question I was gonna... I think Sekiro is the best From Software game.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. Secondly, have you played Lies of P?
No, I've seen gameplay of
Have
that
you
though.
looked at it?
It looks it looks like a game I wouldn't really be interested in. It looks like Dark Souls 3 again. And I played Dark Souls 3 and I just kept thinking it's not good. It's not Sekiro.
So, okay. I played it recently. I finished it. I think it captures so much of what makes... Okay, Sekiro is amazing because it's simple, right?
I don't know if I'd say that.
Lies of...
No, I disagree. I think Sekiro is kind of... I like its complex system, or its complex battle system, where you got the Makiri counters to worry about. You have... Occasionally you have to jump, and occasionally... And parrying is always good. I liked the... I mean, when you say simple, what do you mean?
Let me rephrase. Sekiro is great because it does not have a lot of bloat. Like, it's very intentional with every mechanic it has.
Yeah, maybe. I guess I have to know more about where you're coming from.
There's no ridiculously disgusting complex gear system.
Yeah, that's true.
Your weapon is always the same weapon. Sure, you can kind of use it differently, but at the end of the day, you're going to be deflecting and you're going to be right clicking a lot.
Yeah, that's fair.
That is like
That's
that's
the core of it,
right?
yeah.
Like it's
I'll give you that.
simple in that sense. Like
For sure.
that's what I mean when I say it's simple. I think that's why I like Sekiro, compared to other FromSoft games.
Yeah. In fact, I'll do you one better and say it's the kind of game you can just pop in and play.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of deliberate thought required. If you're joining an old save file, you don't have to like think about the build or anything like that. You're just like you're playing Sekiro. It's a
Yeah, you'll lose some muscle memory and stuff like that, but you'll get that back.
Exactly.
It's no problem.
It'll feel familiar
Lies
enough.
of P borrows my favorite mechanic from Sekiro, which is deflecting. The game can pretty much entirely be played off doing perfect deflects. It has some really cool, unique, interesting mechanics. It's thought outside the box compared to like FromSoft games. It has a health regain mechanic. I think I've never played Bloodborne, but I've heard Bloodborne has this. You can block in Lies of P, right? And you'll lose health, but you'll kind of have like this temporary HP bar of what you lost if you blocked. And by attacking the enemy, you can gain that back.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, Bloodborne does have something like that too.
Yeah, and another thing, your flasks, you have a limited amount of flasks, but your last flask, you can recharge it by doing damage.
Yeah, I heard about
So
this
you
as well.
always have one. So you always have one flask left.
I'm curious.
If you play well,
When I've heard,
you always have a way back into the game.
yes, I've heard people describe
In a boss fight.
when I'm the way you're describing what you like about this game. It kind of like maps onto the other descriptions. So I feel it necessary to point this out. When I hear people talk about what they like about Lies of P, it's this. It's like what it does differently about the Souls-like formula, just from a very what I see as like minute stylistic choice. I'm curious, is there any like standout crazy things Lies of P does? Like Like, what are the crazy, like, are you just riding dragons at some point, or do you just get a Kamehameha?
I
Like,
think-
does it do anything crazy different, or is it just another Souls-like game that just follows the formula in a way that is maybe slightly more comfortable to your particular taste? Or ask it, I'll ask it a different way and just ask it like this. Is it a game that somebody who doesn't normally like Souls-like games is going to just be like, oh, I like this one, though?
No,
No,
I think
okay.
you have to enjoy Souls games in general.
I see.
But
So it's not trying to do
Souls
anything
kind of
too
games in
crazy
general.
new.
No, but what I think is it's taking a lot of things
just doing it
that
better or doing
have
it
been
more
done
correctly.
across Souls. I don't know about doing it better, but it actually tries to, think outside the box a little bit more. It's a bit less formulaic,
I see.
and I think it mishmashes a lot of things together as well. It doesn't feel like it's too long. It doesn't feel like a slog. I think the boss fights are like FromSoft tier, if not better in some cases. The bosses don't feel like they're low quality. I think I think what is nice about it is a lot of games which like try to be like Dark Souls games are often a massive drop in quality from the actual games. Whereas Lies of P really feels like it could be a FromSoft game.
I see.
Like it has such good polish to it as well. Which is why I think if you like Souls games, it's worth playing. If you only really like Sekiro, then I would say like you can skip it because you know what you like.
It kind of just looks like a Dark Souls 3, but with better graphics and a slightly more anime-esque backdrop over tin.
No, I think it encourages you to play a bit more aggressively, like Sekiro does.
Oh well,
And I think the other thing that I
and yeah, when you're saying it's like Dark Souls because it encourages you to play more aggressively, that flies right over my head. It's like
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in Sekiro you're encouraged to play more aggressively.
okay,
And I'm saying that in this game you're also encouraged to play a bit more aggressively.
is it?
That's what I'm saying. Compared to like Dark Souls 3, where I think you can play a bit more slowly and passively in a lot of the cases. Also, another thing I found is that this game, it feels very good to use your consumables. That could just be my personal experience, but in all of the Souls kind of games that I've played,
It's kind of trash to use it.
it felt a bit trash to use them, but the consumables feel quite good to use from my experience.
That is new.
And that was a nice change, because I feel like I've never gotten that out of any of the Souls games.
Yeah,
prior.
I agree with you 100%. Except for Sekiro, I will say Sekiro had a decent assortment of consumables.
Which consumables did you find?
The
you used a
Mibu
lot in
balloons,
Sekiro?
both of them were really nice for farming, and then obviously the pellets is just another heal. That's pretty dope.
I don't think I farmed very much in Sekiro when I
Man,
played.
you're missing out. There's a lot of fun to be had farming around in Sekiro.
Oh, I mean, like when
Fucking
I
around.
played the
I'm
game,
joking with
I mean, it's really like satisfying. I
the
guess.
combat. Yeah,
The combat is just excellent.
I felt like I think I remember feeling like I had to for progression, which is why I was joking. Feeling the need to farm. You don't really need to farm in Sekiro, but the balloons are good for. Because I'm trying to remember what I was even doing it for.
The biggest roadblock I faced was a Demon of Hatred.
Yeah, that guy was annoying as shit.
I hated that boss. It's so frustrating.
Kind of different from a lot of the other
You learn
bosses.
it. Yeah, you have to play very differently for that boss. It's
He's
very-
like a Dark Souls boss
Um,
in Sekiro.
yeah.
That's what he reminded me.
Yeah.
It's hard to parry a lot of his attacks.
Yeah.
I got into his third form, but I never
How do you
killed him.
feel about the gimmick bosses in Souls games?
Well, and this is another like, what do you mean? Because some people would consider the Gray Ape in Sekiro. You said Souls games, but I guess I'm talking about Sekiro.
I thought that the Divine Dragon's the gimmick boss.
Hey, you could call that. You could definitely call that a gimmick boss. I just know that some people considered like any of the beast fights to be kind of weird. Just in here, the Divine
I
Dragon
found
was.
them fun. Like when you learn those.
Yeah,
ape
I like the
fights, you feel like
even the
you feel
clusterfuck
like
one.
so-
Even the one where you're fighting two at once. I thought that was a crazy fight.
that one pissed me off a little
Pissed me
bit.
off about-
but
yeah.
when you learn it, it's fine. Like I ended up being able to do it like almost perfectly.
Yeah,
by
just focus the little one, not that tanky.
figuring it out. Yeah, or you realize that like the AI kind of like they do take it in turns a little bit. They're not.
Yeah, they're
actually
not gonna gang up super hard on you.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
you realize that.
You said the Divine Dragon. I will say the Divine Dragon fight first form of it was kind of lame. The second form of it was
What, where you have to kill those little rats?
or whatever they are.
Yeah, I don't know what that shit was about. It was so tedious.
But the second form was like it was a spectacle for what it was. It was like it's still a good
Yeah,
visual
yeah.
feat. In
It's
fact,
like the
hearing you
played
talk
Elden
about
Ring.
it makes me.
Oh, yes.
I want to go back like max settings on this new rig and do it. I don't even know if I would be able to get anything more out of it because Sekiro came out in 2017. Old at this point. I don't know if there's got to be like mods or something that I could download. Facelift the game.
There's got to be. Yeah, there's no DLC for Sekiro, which means that.
Well, there was. They just went the free route. They went the boss rush. There's a boss rush. What do they give? There's cosmetics to it. They released that.
There's no like additional like
challenges.
You know, like Souls DLCs are quite big actually.
You're talking about the paid ones. When you say DLC, you just mean paid. Because the
expansion is what I should say.
well, that was an expansion. What Sekiro did was they dropped a boss rush mode. There's a whole new mode. They expanded the shit out of the game.
I've never played that. I don't know.
The boss rush mode?
No, I never played that.
You have played Sekiro though, right? You own the game?
Yeah, I finished it. Like the story, like the main game.
Shit, you're missing out. Boss rush. They have all the bosses. You can play them, and they have a reward for if you beat them. I still need to go back and do.
You just played them all in order or something?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I guess you could argue it's not that much. I'm trying to remember. They added some other things.
Like, it's not like new bosses and stuff like that.
No, right? But you do get something for beating them.
Okay.
But you're right. It's not... I mean, I considered it an expansion because it was new content. But
no,
it
I
wasn't
mean,
new
like, in the...
New 90 new.
In, like, the other Souls games, you get, like, whole new areas and stuff like that. Or, like, you'll have Shadow of the Erdtree coming up Elden Ring.
It's soon TM. My friend has been crying for the release on that for a long time now. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Modern Elden Ring is so good. Like, there's a couple of amazing mods for Elden Ring that are just ridiculous. Like the vanilla game quality, good.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
one of my favorite ones. That's the Sekiro deflect actually.
For the is deflecting in Elden Ring?
No, but it is with mods and it's great.
That's funny.
Feels so good. Playing the Millennia fight like a Sekiro fight is so fun.
I could see that. Well, I didn't actually get that far. I will say Elden Ring is a game that I have very much struggled to get into. I don't know why. I think Tears of the Kingdom for me is what Elden Ring was for a lot of people. I have not been able to get into Elden Ring, but I've been able to get into Tears of the Kingdom. But I guess a lot of people are able to get into Tears of the Kingdom, so that's not even really a fair comparison. People like both games.
It's
I only like one of them.
I mean, it's a really long game, and you know.
It's not even that, dude. What do I hate about Elden Ring? I feel like I actually just hate FromSoft combat if it's not Sekiro. I think that's it. I just hate their combat normally. It's so weighty.
Well, that's fair enough.
Is it fair enough?
Well, I mean, no. If you don't like it, you don't like it. I think that's fair. No.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I'm a little bitch about that, because a lot of people say it's realistic. But
what do you mean realistic?
Well, because like you can't. Can you even animation cancel in a game like Elden Ring? I don't even know if you're starting an attack swing. Are you in Sekiro? If you start a swing,
no, you have to follow through.
Yeah, you have to commit. In Sekiro, you can cancel your attack as long as like midway through into it. And that was one of the quirks about Sekiro that just makes its combat click for me. Is that ability to, I guess, bail out of a perceived mistake or some shit. When I'm playing Dark Souls, I always feel so like I don't control my character, and it kills the combat for me.
Liza P has it more similar to Sekiro in that regard.
Where you feel like you're in control of your character more often. You can like do things like animation cancel.
I mean, the animation cancel thing.
Yeah. Okay. From the FromSoft games I've played, Sekiro is my least favorite. Still a great game, but I like others more. Yeah, and I can see that. Sekiro, it does feel the most distant from the Souls games to me. So I could see if somebody disliked it, I could definitely see them disliking it for a very particular reason. What's your experience with it?
I think stylistically, Sekiro was sick too. Like the story felt nice. Like.
Yeah, but what's your opinion on the gameplay compared to other Souls like?
On the gameplay, most fluid combat I've ever played in a video game, Sekiro.
Even more than like other Souls likes and Lies of P, you're saying?
Yeah. I think Sekiro felt like one of the most polished games I've ever played in my life, almost. Like,
really? Even more polished than like Dota on 8 ping? No, serious question. Because you're saying you felt
well,
you
okay.
feel like you have so much
I think-
control over your character in Sekiro, and I gotta say, competitive games played at really low ping, those games feel really smooth.
Yeah. So I think the thing is with a single player game like Sekiro, I can feel very immersed.
Oh yeah. Sekiro does
Whereas
immersion
because I
pretty
have to communicate in a competitive game, like I have to engage with that meta aspect
Yeah.
of the game as well.
That's fair.
But with Sekiro, I can totally just zone in.
Not
So the control is different.
Yeah, exactly.
we do this for freedom.
That's yeah, and you just feel like you have a lot of what's the word for it? It's not agency, but it's like very
Expression.
yeah. I don't know. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. It just felt very very good. Like the control you have over your character just feels very. I don't know. And also it felt very. I never felt scammed in Sekiro. Like I never
I
felt
feel
like
scammed.
anything happened to me that was unfair. Like occasionally there was things that were annoying, like like the enemies which have like guns. Like if you get hit by one off screen, it's like okay, it's annoying, but like
Hello.
With a high
that's probably the only thing that I could probably like complain about.
Compared to other Souls-like games, or
No, just within the game itself.
I say.
Like within the game, that's the only frustrating experience I'd ever have, being hit by some shit from far away off screen.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Realistically,
if I can speak to
know
that, I'm going to
it's,
speak to that for a second. There is it's not even a specific area. It's like a stretch of the game where you're in an area, I think it's called Sunken Valley, where it's basically just all shooters. And damn, it's not
dude, the mini boss ones fucked me up.
yeah,
quite a
dude,
lot.
those guys are
I
like,
died a shit ton to those.
they-
Snake Eye, some shit.
yeah, those
Eye-
guys are fucking
Snake Eye
fierce.
Joe or whatever his
They
name
are
is.
fierce warriors, but the worst one to me is the mini boss known as the double blade edge monk straw hat version or whatever. I don't actually know the name. You know what I'm talking about?
Corrupted Monk.
No, it's not the corrupted monk. It's the straw hat monks that have the staff with two blade ends on them that you fight in.
Oh, I know those.
fight
There's
them
like four of them in one area.
There's
right?
like only a few of them in the entire game. There's like two of them back to back in an area though before you get the sacred blade the first time, I think. And fuck those enemies. I always stealth killed them. I could not fight them fairly. I mean, I did fight one of them fairly.
They are quite. They were purple, maybe. Is it those ones or?
Let me find a picture of them so we be on the same
They're
page
quite
here.
annoying. They are quite annoying. So I think I know the ones you're talking about.
Sekiro.
One of the other enemies that annoyed me a lot was
Not the corrupted monk.
the
These guys. Actually, these
No,
guys
it's
are
not
not.
corrupted
These
monk.
guys. Do I have them on? I don't know, screen?
there's an enemy. There's like when there's like the ninjas in the It's gonna sound so generic.
Yeah.
In the part of the
You
game where,
know
like,
this
the
area
palace gets
where
taken
these two dudes are
over.
back to back.
Yeah, these guys are.
These guys are back
assholes.
to back. You can stealth kill one of them because you can actually sneak up right up to one of their backs, but the other one will always find
Yeah,
them.
those guys are assholes. I hate them.
What were you talking about?
It's like the ninjas. There's a mini boss ninja.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And he has like his friend hiding in the corner.
Oh wait, no, I don't know what you're
As
talking
well.
about. Maybe
Hold on.
first ninja you fight, I think, is very early on in the
He
flashback.
uses poison attacks. And
I know what you're
kicks,
talking
think.
about. Yeah,
Yeah. So he
fighting
has
those
a
guys is
friend in the
usually pretty
corner.
fun for what it's worth.
Yeah. He has a friend in the corner. I got really mad at that fight, and I ended up taking that
Oh, that's in the tower.
ability.
I know what
where
you're talking
when
about.
When you backstab, it turns them into your ally.
Yes, that's a cool ability
You
too.
should
but,
have had them beat the shit out of each other at the start of the fight. I think it's Lone Shadow Vile Hand.
Yeah.
Or some shit.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. One of the fights I really enjoyed. You know the like spirit, the purple spirit people.
The corrupted soul.
No, Shishimenoria.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
they disappear and stuff. And
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it shoots
yeah.
terror stuff at you. Yeah, those guys are sick. I also always enjoyed the long arm centipede fights.
Yeah, those ones are like Perry City. Because they get into a
that
rhythm.
always felt very satisfying to get right. The headless though are the biggest. I hate them.
Sekiro, I mean, FromSoft games are kind of known for doing this, but Sekiro was actually the game for me where I really kind of started to appreciate FromSoft lore. because they had so many like, in my opinion, cool things, cool like lore things going on with
Yeah.
the monks, their corrupted angle, and then the way that they were still kind of like, I don't know, protecting something there. That was kind of cool. I thought the demon, what was it called? The end fight demon from hell.
Which end fight demon?
The one that you said, that the demon of hatred. I thought his design was pretty cool. He's like an orangutan type. He's actually the sculptor.
Oh, I guess
kind of.
well, he's the Buddha carver.
Yeah, he's the sculptor.
Yeah.
So you're, but just the design of him in general is kind of cool. Like he's an orangutan or he's like a monkey type.
Oh yeah. Like I said, everything about this game is fucking sick. Like it just feels so polished. Like it just feels like they poured so much into it, and like they didn't. It feels like they weren't limited in any way. Does that make sense? Like
It does.
Like I can't see a thing where it feels like they were rushed along or anything like that.
I think I see what you're saying. You're saying they had a vision, they stuck to it, and they were able to really realize it. They could see it all the way.
Yeah, and I don't think it feels like they really didn't cut corners. Everything feels right.
Yeah, the Fountainhead entire area, which is technically optional because you could end the game with the Shura path before you even get there. But the entire fountain section, Fountain of Dreams or whatever, that was pretty cool. It's like a really expansive and cool area.
Yeah, I really felt like they didn't cut any corners, which I really can appreciate. Nowadays, I watch a bunch of people who speedrun Sekiro, and it's quite fun to watch them too.
Yeah, dude, there's so many skips. That's what I'm depressed about. Skip like the bullfight.
Figure out.
Well, that's the nature of speedrun. It's what ruins it for me personally. Speedruns that seek to skip a significant section of the game. And that's the nature of speedruns, and they'll always like speedruns will always be geared towards trying to cut out as much of the time-consuming parts as they can. But
well, there's different categories of speedruns.
There's no major skips.
One of the
I know that.
well, it's actually the speedrunners that I watch right now. They play a game called Speedrun Bingo, and so they basically get a bingo grid, right, with a bunch of different objectives on it.
Yeah.
And they have to make a line, or like a column, right? A column or a row. And there's two types of the bingo speedrun. There's one where they share the grid in the sense that like both of them can achieve the same objective, and there's the other kind where you can block people off it. Now Sekiro is quite linear. It works better for games like Elden Ring, right?
Yeah.
But I find those kinds of speedrunning really fun because they're having to engage with kind of like objectives and parts of the game that you just wouldn't usually engage with on a speedrun, where you're just trying to get to the end of the game as quick as possible.
Yeah. In a game like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, you kind of get to see that.
Yeah,
full
exactly.
throttle.
It would work really well for that too.
Where you don't actually need, you don't have to like do any of the bosses. In the game is originally designed around that premise, where you actually can.
Yeah, like one of the squares would be like clear 3 shrines or something like that.
Well, I was speaking to the idea that you could. The game is designed with the idea in mind that the player shouldn't need any equipment, special equipment, to be able to beat the game. So
Right.
all of the shrines are designed around that premise. You shouldn't technically even need the paraglider to beat any of the shrines, because the game can't assume that you have that. Otherwise, you could potentially be soft locking yourself.
I don't know what you start with. Do you start with the magnetic hand thing?
No, you don't even start with Ultra Hand. No, you could skip those shrines too.
Okay.
Let me think. I think if you skip those shrines, though, I don't know if you can get off the island, because the problem is the island is normally when you jump off the island at the very beginning. I tested this when I started a new playthrough of Tears of the Kingdom, and when you jump off of the introductory island, if you will, you get a game over screen. Yeah, the tutorial island. There's clouds in the way originally, and I think you get a game over screen no matter what, unless you do the tutorial, unlock the 3 shrines, and I guess you have to unlock the powers. Yeah. So I think you do have to get the powers to progress through the game, and that checks out too, because I think the shrines themselves, the ones that are like in the main game, if you will, I don't think those can really be completed without the powers. Like, I'm pretty sure you can do them without the paraglider. I don't think there's a single one that needs the paraglider, but there are some of them that need like the Ultra Hand or the ability to ascend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fair enough.
For the most part, though, it's a sequence breaky game, and in a similar vein to I guess Metroidvanias, if you've played those.
You're quite well informed on like the games industry, I assume. Like,
Maybe.
quite, like,
I guess I just spent my entire life playing video games. And I just.
well, I mean, but you have like some like understanding of like ongoings that are happening, right?
What do you mean?
I'll give you an example. I just want an interesting one. Have you seen all the drama around the new Assassin's Creed game?
Mirage?
No. There's a new Assassin's Creed game coming out, and it's set in Japan.
Wait, already? This is the main. This is the real drama with Assassin's Creed. Then is they pump those games too quickly. Let me look this up. What's it called?
Yeah.
Samurai?
I don't know.
Assassin's
I
Creed
think it's
Samurai.
Shadows. But there's two playable characters. One is I think it's a Japanese woman who's a ninja, and the other one is a samurai who's also Japanese, but it's a black guy. I think his name's like Yasuke, and he's based on a historical character, right?
I can barely see it, but yeah, I see that he's black from this.
Yeah. So apparently, like historians are like, okay, you know, like he's a like genuine person who's a samurai. Like he was like underneath some person, like Nobunaga or something like that, right? But he was still like a legitimate person, like who.
Wait, can you explain what is a Nobunaga? I don't actually know what that is.
That's the name of a person, like a famous person in Japan.
Oh, okay.
It's a name.
I
it's a
see.
name.
I see.
It's not like a role. Yeah, and anyway, the point is like realistically, I don't think the legitimacy of it should be called into question. But there's a lot of people up in arms being like, doesn't make any sense. Like, why is the main character of the one set in Japan a black guy?
Yeah, way all that.
99% of people.
You're making me. This makes me wonder about like your thoughts on the fucking 007. Can he be a black guy?
Can 007?
Yeah, because I know you've had this discussion with other people. You're a Britbonger. You're from. I think you're from the UK. If you're not, that's fine. I know you're from that general vicinity.
I am from the UK,
Yeah.
but we don't actually talk about James Bond very much.
That's cap, dude. I know that in the UK for the longest time that was a huge.
young people,
People are like,
dude.
can he be black? I don't think James Block.
Yeah,
I don't think
I'm
he can be
aware
a
of that
black
thing.
bloke.
It's the same with Doctor Who.
He can't,
It's the same with
can't be a
Doctor
black
Who.
bloke.
Same with Doctor Who.
James Bond was meant to be white. He was British. He was never a black bloke.
So,
like,
Are you asking for what my opinion is?
Yeah. I want to know your thoughts.
The fictional fucking.
That's what I'm
character,
saying, dude.
man.
Thermian
like,
arguments.
Like, who gives a fuck?
But
Like,
all of them do,
Assassin's
dude.
Creed
So
look
many people gave a
realistic.
fuck. I could show you videos. I could literally link you a video right now of some dude. To be
But
fair,
what are they actually angry about? Like, what are they actually?
he's a
angry
55-year-old guy who thinks the integrity of the character is being diminished because a black bloke, as he called it. They're always racist loaded. Like, I interpret it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like
It's just
the real
racist.
reason is just racist.
It's just
right. Like,
yeah, it's old
like-
British people that it's what you're saying.
yeah. Like what I'm saying is they never have. But it's the same with this fucking samurai shit. Like it's a fucking. Well, first of all, it's a fictional game.
It's a fictional
right?
game, guys.
Who gives a fuck?
cares?
Two, historical reality wasn't like the first games about some fucking Leonardo da Vinci finding some mystical fucking apple of Eden or something that opens up like. some
Dude, we're talking about Assassin's Creed. This is the same franchise where I think there's literally been like 4 characters that have at different points in the game have been stabbed through the heart and lived. Like, are we seriously going to try to pretend about realism now?
Exactly, like historical accuracy and stuff like that. And like
This shit's
this fucking Yasuke guy, he's a legitimate person who existed.
Oh, this is actually based on a real character?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
He's
Like an actual black guy?
He's used in a lot of like Japanese.
Hold up.
Yeah, he's used as like a mini boss in like a lot of Japanese games. He's usually like a villain.
So they
right?
actually just have no argument. Are you being serious right now? Hold up. This seems a little bit far-fetched. What's the guy's name?
Yeah, Google
Yasuke.
it. Like a lot of people are like, oh, he was just a retainer. Doesn't make sense for him. But like retainer meant something very differently in those times to what it means now.
This is man of African origin, but I'm seeing so Oda Nobunaga was his
Yeah,
well,
he's like a
What do they call him?
Like leader.
Shogun? Or
No, Shogun I think is like
that's
big
the
boss.
actual big boss. But that's not the emperor.
Yeah, you can
right?
just use like what's it called? Like let's say he's a knight and a squire. It's kind of like that situation.
The Shogun is not a samurai, but he is the leader of the samurai, but he's not the emperor, but he's basically the emperor because he's more powerful than the emperor. And then the samurai,
Sure.
right? Or am I wrong? I don't know actually.
Yeah. No. I think that's something that's correct.
It's somebody
that
correct
sounds
me.
about
I feel like
right.
I'm fucking butchering this shit.
It sounds. Well, what I'm saying is it's not important for like.
Yeah, the story.
Yeah.
Literally the premise of the Shogun show that just came out, except instead of a black guy, Shogun, they had a white guy. That's what Dorkamus says.
No idea.
I don't know. I interpret
This is
this all
the
as just
premise of the
racism.
show.
Whenever people were bitching about the Black James Bond thing, which was what I was, I guess I was more familiar with that shit because that was like around Gamergate.
It just really isn't that deep, is it?
No, it
Like,
never is. But they try to make it out to be as though it is. Of Shogun.
Look up Shogun 2024. It's a Netflix show, right? I think it's a Netflix show.
Sure.
Shogun 2024. It might not be like funded by Netflix, to be fair. I know it was on Netflix though. Shogun 2024. Yada yada yada. Based on some novel. Blah blah blah. Premise.
Die here. I really hope I don't.
So it's some pilot finds himself crew captive to some powerful lord. I'm guessing he's like the main character or some shit.
But it was a daimyo during the time the Shogun took suit.
I don't know enough about Japanese history.
I don't either. I've always wanted to go to
So I'm not
Japan.
gonna pretend like I do.
Maybe.
One of the great lords. I just came back from. Yeah, I just came back from a trip, and it's just made me like very eager to like travel.
To Japan? Or where'd you go?
No, not to Japan. I just mean in general. Like I want to travel to more places if possible.
Feel that. Except, not really. I actually usually hate travel. Japan's the one place I would get.
Apparently, only 20% of Americans own a passport. That's crazy to me.
Well, wait. Are passports something you have to renew? Because I did own one when I was a kid, but I don't know if I own one now.
But yeah, you have to renew them. To travel internationally, you require a passport.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised if I don't have a passport, even though I did have one, because if they're a renewal process, then that's some shit you have to stay on top of. I'm just saying, if you're amazed by the fact that 20% of Americans, only 20% of Americans go and travel, and the 80% of us just stay here in what is absolutely, definitively the greatest country on planet Earth.
So
Much so that we left your guys' dumb fuck asses to come over here to the land of the free. You guys,
and then you became the new UK.
the better UK 2.0.
No.
The original
Okay,
UK
yes,
got burned
better
to
at
the
doing what we
ground.
did. Yes, fair enough, fair enough. Building global empire, better
Rose
than us.
from the
Yes, yes,
ashes.
yes.
Us, the criminals,
A little bit of
the criminal
imperialism, yes,
underdogs,
yes, yes,
the
yes.
criminal underdogs turned masterminds. We
True, it's
similar to
true.
our brothers from Australia, but our destiny was greater, so we rose above them.
It's true. We can do imperialism, but better and more insidious.
No, wait, what? No, you can't.
No, US does.
Yeah, U.S. does imperialism
Yes,
the
that's what I'm
best.
saying.
We take over the world the best.
It's
Except,
true.
I don't even know if that's true anymore.
I was in China last week.
That's funny you think about China too. China's got
I was there last week.
I know, they need to fix up their soft power game, and then they would really be a contender. You were there last week. What were you doing?
Visiting a friend.
What is it like? What is it like in China? Talk to me about your experience.
Yeah. So what do you want to know about? I had a very pleasant.
First of
time.
all, how often do you
It was
travel?
very good.
How often do you go to China? It's like a regular occurrence.
To China, first time ever. I've been to China.
Okay. And
First time ever.
you were just visiting your friend, right?
Yeah, she's doing her elective, which is like a medical placement. She's a doctor, and as part of their degree program, they need to do medical experience. And a lot of people do this like outside of their home country.
Yes, they have to study abroad.
It's like the first break they get from studying for like 6 years on end. So a lot of people are like, okay, I'm gonna go do this shit somewhere else instead of like being in this place I've been in for 6 years. Fair enough, I guess.
Remind me, are
It's-
you a doctor yourself?
I will be, hopefully, but in less than a year's time, I'll have my doctorate.
You
ideally.
clarify something for me. I was actually somebody I used to play this game with. I think he still plays, but I don't think he plays with me anymore. We never actually used to play together, but anyways, he told me, because he's actually also, ironically, from the UK and a doctor. I think he's more a physician, like physical doctor,
That's like a medical
doctor, and yeah,
Okay.
he's been keen to mention that one thing he envies about the United States when we talk about countries One thing he envies, I guess, about my country is that here in the United States, doctors, average salary is quite well compensated. Whereas he says compared to the UK, doctors more like a 40 or 50K a year salary. Can you confirm or deny?
Private or NHS doctor?
Yeah, okay. So NHS doctors are the ones that are not compensated that exceptionally?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, but at the same time, it's also very it's considered like a very
Prestigious profession?
It's a very noble thing to
Yeah,
do,
that's what I
to
figured.
be a public health doctor, and it's very if you really do want to do your part to really benefit society, it's considered okay, that's kind of epic.
Yeah, but that doesn't pay the bills. You understand?
Oh, it's fine, but we also have free healthcare and stuff like that here, and things like that.
But you'd have that
So
if you
it's
were
easier.
or weren't a doctor, right? That being a doctor plays no bearing on whether or not you'd have that, correct?
No, but what I'm saying is we don't have those bills in some regards to pay.
True.
If we get really sick, we're not going to be massively in debt and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
So
living here fucking
there's
sucks
ups
for that for sure. No doubt about that.
Yeah. So there's ups and downs to it. I know what you mean. Though.
Well, no, wait, hold on. No, wait, because
that's why I'm saying it's noble, because it's a sacrifice to choose to do it that way.
I'm trying to understand.
You're giving up a big salary.
Yeah, to do it, to practice it there, you're saying, as compared to if you were to move to the United States?
To do it to do it non-privately and for the NHS versus doing it privately and earn a lot more money.
I see. So even being a private practice doctor in the UK, you can make a quite healthy salary, you'd say?
Yeah.
The reason most people don't do it is because...
100K.
Yeah. It's literally just stigma is why people don't normally do it, and maybe extra work or something?
Yes, I think you can get more work, and I think
They can get more work?
To be honest, what was in private practices, often you have to have experience to get into them first, so you have to be an NHS doctor for some time anyway, and build up your portfolio and stuff like that, which is good for the NHS because it means that it doesn't mean that they don't have any doctors, right? Yeah, and to be honest, from the people who I've spoken to, and this obviously makes me quite happy, a lot of people do medicine because they actually care about it. I think that's nice. That's a nice thing to know. There's obviously a lot of people who just do it for money, but
I've had a colored opinion on doctors.
when I know someone is an NHS doctor, I know they're not in it for the cash. Or if I know someone is an academic here, I know they're not in it for the cash because academics here make fuck all money. So they're doing it because they actually enjoy what they do. I think that's good.
I think having healthcare that is not profit motive or profit incentivized is good. But
yeah, I think that access to healthcare for free should be a right that people
for
should have.
sure, it's fucking barbaric that I live in a country that does not believe that. But I will say this, or I shouldn't say but. This is not a separate point. This is very much married into the point. If your doctors are not well compensated, or if they feel like they're not well compensated, then that could lead to its own adverse outcomes for the NHS system.
Yeah,
I'm going to bring up the
be
example.
spending less money on. We need to spend less money on defense and more money on.
Let me bring up the example of teachers. I feel as though United States teachers could be way better at their job, and I feel like they would be way better at their job. And I'm speaking very generally here. Not all teachers are bad, right?
Sure.
I'm speaking super generally. That's unfair.
No, of course.
But there are a lot of teachers here that are just trash, and I can't help but wonder if the job was a bit more restrictive but paid way better, if there would be nearly as many trash teachers, if you catch my drift.
Well, it's because the people who have the skills to be good teachers realize that they can
make more money doing something else,
do better doing other things.
Exactly,
and that's really the issue.
So why would they teach? But somebody in the UK who's like, I could do great things. Why would I waste my time making $50,000 a year, or however? What's the average salary for a doctor, public doctor, NHS?
Starting off, it's going to be 30.
Jesus Christ, you're making poverty wages basically as a doctor.
It's not
35,
well,
isn't
no,
that 35,000 pounds?
Minimum wage here is a lot lower than that.
Well, yeah, that's not exactly a great argument. I mean, minimum wage in the UK is not a great wage either, right?
Well, it depends. Like, cost of living is a bit different here than it is in America too. You've got to bear that in mind. Like,
I just remember looking up the price of the euro recently and thinking, oh shit, you guys, this is basically zeroed out to the dollar. Like there was a time when
we don't use euros. We don't use euros.
True. Wait, what do you guys go back to?
Pounds.
You guys
How
went
many
back.
doctors you met in your life that charge a consultation fee when they only look at you, talk to you 50 minutes? Well, we don't have consultation fees here, so 0. But
Wait, did you guys have to go back to pounds? Was that a transitionary period?
what do you mean back to pounds?
You guys were in the
We never use the euro though. We never use the euro.
But you guys were in the
EU, yeah. So
Just need a moment to catch my
so we don't have to use the euro.
You don't have to use the euro, I guess.
No.
Fuck that.
No, we didn't
Fuck
have
that
to-
fucking euro.
We didn't have to use the euro.
Do what you guys want.
We never had to use the euro. We have our own currency.
Just play by your own rules. Fuck the euro. You guys want to say fuck the euro?
I
Just
think when the EU was formed, the United Kingdom was a huge, it's still a very, very powerful state. So they got a lot of leeway. Kind of like how when the United States is in the UN and they just have all these random rules that, like, yeah, we can just do this and this and this.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Well, dude, I really fucking hate the United States, but I will defend them a little bit. We were a charter nation. We weren't just some random people that joined the United Nations. We literally
No.
we
what I'm
literally
saying is
helped
they have a
formed
lot-
and fund the UN.
I know. Yes, I know, but that doesn't. Yeah,
And we
yeah,
pay
but
we
doesn't
pay
mean they
quite a
have all these
we
exceptions.
pay our
Yeah,
fair
yeah,
share.
but that shouldn't afford you exceptions. Like,
I'm just saying we were there first.
That's
We were
just-
literally there in the
yeah.
founding.
yeah.
No, actually,
I know,
no.
but
Tell me
it's-
the full story though. What are you saying? We run the UN? I don't know about run. China has a fair say in the
No.
UN now these days, anyway.
Yes. China and US have these very strange exceptions
Yes.
that exist specifically just for that.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think that's.
and be honest with yourself. Is it really strange? Like you know the reasons. They're not.
No,
it's
I
not
know
really
why it
strange.
exists.
Yeah.
I just
So when
don't
you use
think
that word
it's-
strange, it's not really strange at all. You know exactly why they're there. They're just unfair, is what you should say. Unfair and kind of
Sure,
fucked.
I mean, like, yes, we both know that I mean unfair when I say it.
Yeah. No, I mean I'm playing bullshit.
Sure,
I'm
a little
fucking with you.
bit.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but no. Sorry, I was going to say back to like the original point. You were asking about China a little bit.
Yes. How was it
You
to
were asking,
visit
like, what
China?
China's like. So yeah, China. People there are very friendly.
No. I'm talking about the customs. Especially like traveling in and out of the country, and then security.
Country,
Yeah.
no less intrusive than the United States of America.
Interesting. You've been to the United States of America, right?
Yeah, plenty of times.
Okay.
Plenty of times I've been to the United States of America. No less intrusive. I think the only difference is they have a lot of they just have a lot of surveillance.
A lot of what?
So, surveillance.
Yes.
Cameras.
That's funny. I was going to ask about that. Okay. But that's
They have
just,
a lot of surveillance.
I mean, really, that's no different than here back home, right? You're technically, you guys got
yeah,
CCTV.
England and like realistically, like in America, if they want,
Easily
if the
could.
government wants to be watching you, they can.
And they probably are. We just probably don't.
I'm not gonna kid myself. Be like, oh my
Yeah.
God, China's crazy. Like they can see everything.
Exactly.
Like
Difference here is we bitch about it. Well, that's one of the big ones.
Cost of living is disgustingly cheap. Ridiculous.
In China?
I think I pay. Oh yeah. If I want to have dinner, a nice dinner at a restaurant, like a Michelin star restaurant, yeah. How much do you think my meal costs?
It's a Michelin. That's like 2 to 3 stars. I'm gonna bet your meal, your full plate was like under 20.
Yeah.
Well,
Dollars,
yeah, I was gonna say dollars. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it?
I think it was about like 10, 12 pounds.
Okay. What'd you get? Just like an entree and a drink?
Full dinner.
Full dinner?
The fucking like giant bowl of crayfish, some like bullfrog skewers, and the dessert.
This is not a vegan option, that's for sure.
No, dude, you cannot.
Yeah,
in the UK. In the UK, I don't eat meat. I went to China and I was like, it's not going to be possible.
That's the main thing I'm scared about going to Japan for. I don't have any huge desire to go to China. I think going to Japan would be a difficulty because of...
Japan's a bit better. It's very hard to eat vegetarian. Like I came back to the UK and I was like, okay, I can eat like vegetarian again.
Yeah.
But I think if you go to China, it's just
Lose.
not possible. The main problem is even if they do sell you vegetarian food, they don't really give a shit. Like,
Yes,
about,
yes.
about it. Like they'll just put whatever shit they
Yeah.
make in it anyway. So I mean, fortunately, the person I was with like speaks like good Mandarin. So.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, is how are you communicating with anybody?
Yeah,
you-
so their English speaking is okay, and like you can really easily pick up basic stuff. Like if you can say like how much is this or like what is this, not too bad.
Just the average person in China, you're saying? Most of them have pretty good English?
Depends where you are. Like if you're in Shanghai or Beijing.
Well, I thought that was what... Were you talking about the average person when you were saying?
In which region though? Like in the cities?
I guess wherever you were.
Yes, but when I was in the south,
Oh, I see.
more like rurally, people don't speak English. No.
I see. That's fair. I mean, honestly, it's impressive that you can go to another country, right? You can go to a non-English speaking country, non-primarily English speaking country, and find an abundance of people that speak English. In some ways, you could say it kind of goes to show their education system very much prioritizes things like, well, I don't know. I've just heard a lot of good things about teaching kids 2 languages early on in their development and life. How it's basically like a superpower. It teaches them a whole new way of thinking, and I feel like most kids should probably learn another language pretty early on.
Yeah,
and we should look to Asian-speaking countries as a proof that that's probably just better for them.
Yeah, other things I noticed in China, their transport and infrastructure system is excellent, and it's very affordable as well. Most of the cars are a lot of the cars are electric there, and almost all the taxis are. In the US, how much does it cost if you want to get a 30-minute taxi somewhere? Uber.
30 minutes, you'd probably be paying like 30, 40 bucks. Easily.
£1.50, Mr.
Really?
Guitars.
Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Wait. Whoa, wait.
Maximum
For a taxi?
£3.50. Yeah, in Beijing.
For you're saying if I wanted to specifically fare a ride from one person, inconveniencing them, all that shit, that's $1.50. That's like $2.
Uh-huh.
Crazy.
Yep.
Wait, what
It's
about like
crazy,
gas
right?
and everything?
Electric
Tipping?
cars.
I don't.
No tips. No tips.
That's fucking crazy. I don't know if I.
I know, it's nuts, right? Yeah, and then public transport is equally cheap. High-speed rail.
Yes.
Like a high-speed rail was like it's like an hour and a bit, £2.50, I think it was, to get from like Yangshan, like in the south, to Beijing. Overnight train, £8. It's just nuts how cheap things are. Like if you come to Asia with Western money, you like live like a king. It's nuts.
It's crazy to hear. Actually.
My hotel for 2 nights, like a decent quality. I think like probably 4-star-ish, I guess, like compared to Western. £17. It says £17.
That's insane.
So
like
that's crazy.
Are you? Yeah, you must be shoved up against people though, or there must be like significant quality of living standards that you're.
I'll show you a picture of my. I'll show you a picture of my room.
I think about
It's
this.
nuts.
Because China does have like 4 times the population of the United States and like 10 times the population of the UK, or like 20. Like you guys are an incredibly small country comparatively.
Yeah, not cramped at all.
Not cramped at all.
No, not cramped at all. A separate room, ensuite.
You were gonna show me,
Yeah, I can show you.
or you don't have to. Either.
I'm gonna show you the room. I'll show you on the booking website. It's easier.
Really, I just find it hard to believe
Amazing
because
pictures I took on the phone. That's okay. I mean, you can even see the prices.
it's one of those things where it's like what you just said. Like, why wouldn't anybody just? Why isn't everybody moving to China?
What people do. Obviously, it's just a scare. My password is not memes123.
That would be a baller.
It used to be.
Baller ass pal.
That used to be my password that I would use. Is just like I can't bother to come up with the password, and I know I won't forget this bullshit.
Memes 1, 2, 3. Nobody's gonna guess it.
Memes123. Yeah. How do I see this? Okay, so this is one place I stayed at. I sent it in Discord, right?
I think so.
I'll send you a picture of this. I'm gonna have to screenshot like a million things otherwise, but this was the £17 room for 2 nights. One. Looks like that. Pretty nice, I think. No.
This was for 2 nights for what? You said 70 pounds?
17.
What? Wait, what?
Yes.
You got 2 nights in this room for
£70 total, by the way. £70 total. I was staying with one other person, so
You're trolling.
no, it's awesome, right?
$10 a night. You here in the United States, you would literally pay 10 times that. 10 for this
and
room.
This is
Maybe more.
This is the other place. This is the other place I stay at. This one was more expensive. Like,
Wired, your assumption of it being
spend more
cramped
money on
would
this.
hold true, except for the fact that it's much easier to build structures in China due to cheaper building in laxer. What?
This is the outside of one of the
arguably
places.
vegan.
I'll show you what the inside looks like. The view from inside is kind of nuts, actually, on this place.
Shojin Ryori cuisine if you go to Japan. Let's be clear, this would be a long time from now. This would be after I find $5,000 randomly. This is is this the
$5,000?
Well, it's gonna cost a lot of money to go visit Japan, I think.
Japan is expensive. Japan is way more expensive than China.
This is what is this that you just linked? This is the outside of your hotel.
Okay, this is no, that's not it. What the fuck did I just send you? That is the outside of the second hotel I stayed in. I stayed there for 4 nights.
This is this picture right here that you just linked.
Total of £70. That's
I don't see the.
That's just a picture.
I was gonna
of
say
where
yeah, because I don't even see.
comment.
Although this is beautiful. Are these mountains? These have
Yeah,
to
there's
be.
Yangshao. It's got loads of hills.
This is sick, bro. You're making me want to live
I'll see-
there. Oh no, I want to live other places now.
I'm trying to find the picture of the fucking outside of the place, but when I find it, I'll send it.
Working the saying. Did you see how small the GDP of countries are compared to the United States and China? Yes. Just eat the foods Buddhist monks eat in China, Japan, Thailand, and you should be fine. I don't know if they eat vegan though. But actually, it's probably. How many doctors? Yes. And that's a long time. Some doctors push you out at 5 minutes. Wait, what was the full context of what you were saying? You would think, but here in the States, even though there is a small, limited amount of residency slots, a bunch of garbage doctors still make the rounds. I know, right, dude? The number of doctors that don't have here in the United States that don't have a basic nutritional understanding is absurd. Like I don't want to bro, there are doctors that think vegan diets are like bad for you inherently. It's cringe. That like you can't plan a vegan diet to be healthy. It's like you're a doctor, you're a medical doctor. This is your medical doctor opinion, or is this just your faux like everybody it's part of the problem is us. Part of the problem is here in the States we expect everything we pay for to be. It has to be the best. If I pay money, I better be getting the best. So if I'm paying money for a doctor, you have to be the best doctor. Well, doctors and everybody in the entire states that sells you things, here in the United States, everybody that sells you something knows that because they're selling you something, they have to be good at selling you something. Which means everybody here in the United States becomes a good salesman. And what the fuck am I really saying? What I'm saying is people here in the United States lack integrity. They are not willing to say their product is bad when their product is bad. They're going to tell you it's good when they think it's bad. They're gonna just believe that shit's good.
I sent you some pictures. The one with obviously the window is the picture from outside the window.
These are dope pictures.
Of the hotel room. These are just from my phone. This is like actually what it's like.
Yeah. No, I get the photo. I get the feeling that these are stock photos.
That's the outside. That's the outside. But by the way, the terrace is included with the room.
The what is the tariff? Is that what
the terrace, like that whole area outside with the seating and stuff like that.
$17 a night. Yeah.
No, that's not the $17 a night one. That one's like 25.
Oh, sorry, $13 a night instead of 8. That's crazy.
It's crazy how cheap shit is though. There.
Wait, it seriously, like it's across the board. Like you're saying, you just bring your money there, and if you could find a way to make your money remotely, you would just be able to sustain a cost of living here, like no.
Yeah, so my friend lived in 3 years as an English teacher in China, and he was paid like 38K pounds there. It's not a lot of money,
I've
but
heard bad things
he
about
wasn't
that.
like insanely qualified or anything,
Yeah.
right?
Well, yeah. Teaching
Um,
English in a different country, I heard, is one of those like.
He wasn't insanely qualified, but on that amount of money, on like £3,000 a month, considering the prices that I've told you things are,
It stretches very far.
you live like a king.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
A lot of foreigners get very bored in China and they just start spending money on stupid shit. Like they just go to the club and spend money
It's
on
funny to hear about.
ridiculous amounts of money and like and girls and stuff and drinks. But yeah.
What if it's what you're saying is true, Dorkamus? What if it's like because China is so they're like giga industrial. It's the main manufacturing hub for I think literally 41%, if not more, of the world.
Yeah.
41% of
They're
all
expanding a lot
exports
too.
come from China. I'm pretty sure of every country, like averaged out. Sorry, what were you saying?
China's going through a massive expansion.
Yes.
That's one thing that a lot of people
Their
were talking
economy's
about when they
booming.
were there. It's priming itself for tourism as well.
Yeah.
It's China is so ripe for tourism right now. It is coming to like some insane point where like I think if Americans I think will always be like scared to go there. But if people aren't scared to go there, it's just nuts. Like your money stretches so far, and I don't know how long it'll be that cheap for.
Yeah.
But insane. If you can, the only expensive thing is the flight, right? I think my flight there, and I got a very good deal on my flight. My flight there was like £360 return.
You got a two-way for 360 pounds to China
Oh yeah, it was a really good deal.
from the UK, right?
Yeah,
So that
from
is
the UK.
across sea.
Really
Damn,
good.
yeah. Or no, not across sea.
Yeah, it
Sorry.
was like a
You're flying.
10 and a half hour flight.
Okay. Wait, where did you stay? Were you in like Beijing or?
I flew into Beijing, and then I went to the south, and then I went to Shanghai and flew out of Shanghai.
So you actually, you kind of, how altogether, how much was this trip? You saw a fair amount of China. So a fair amount of the big, like
I'll
Shanghai.
have to look in like my account and see how much everything was, but I don't know. Definitely less than like £700.
Actually sick.
Um,
Hold
yeah,
on,
I did
buddy.
Great Wall and stuff as well. Like, Great Wall's being renovated at the moment, and they don't want you to go on like the wild Great Wall, which is like the non-renovated parts, right?
Yeah.
But you can kind of just sneak around like the construction and the guards, and just go on that shit, which is really epic. I think walking along the Great Wall, we saw like 5 people total.
It's the entire walk.
Experience. Huh?
The entire-
Yeah, we walked for like 2 hours on like the. It's a bit like
Yeah.
you have to be like decent at hiking and walking to do that part, right?
Yeah.
But
I've heard it's a pretty.
like there's a couple bits where it's like a bit treacherous, but
Wait, what do you mean treasures?
it's amazing. Like the shit the wall just stops, right? And you just have to like figure out because the wall's broken and crumbled down and stuff there.
Kind of.
It goes down like a -69 like degree slant in some areas. So
Sick.
you have to basically climb your way down the wall.
How tall is the wall again? Is it like 5 feet?
It's taller than that. 5 feet. I'd say it's like 3 meters, 4 meters.
Oh, that's right.
4 meters maybe. It's varying. It's varying. It's quite tall though. But it's a really fun experience. It used to be in the area where we went that you would have to like bribe like $10 or not $10, 10 yuan. So bribe like $3 to like the local hotel to like pretend that you had a booking there to sneak around the back of the hotel to get to that part of the wall. That used to be how you would get to it, but you can just make your way around like a bit of a roundabout way. Yeah, but it's a lot of fun, honestly. Like, I think definitely underappreciated as a country to go. But as you said, vegetarian, extremely difficult.
No, I think it's actually more of what you said, which is Americans having a stigma. I bet China is actually an incredible place to visit, but then there's just like this stupid air right now, especially in my country, of like China bad and we're scared of China.
Don't get me wrong, China does have a lot of problems. Like,
Well, did you?
in terms of, like,
Main question
politics
is,
and
did
how
you experience any of that living there, or is that just like shit that you hear about and understand through the news? Because like living there, you didn't live under any authoritarianism, right? There was no. What was the like the most you said was a little bit.
But I'll tell you those. I'll tell you some funny things. In Beijing, they have guards, like military people, like stationed, and their job is to stand still, right, and just be there. And they actually have to set up a camera in front of them, pointing at them. So it's like the guards are there to intimidate people,
Yeah.
and the camera is there to intimidate the guards.
Yeah.
It's quite funny.
Yeah.
They just literally their job is just to stand there.
It kind
But yeah, did I feel at any point kind of like confined or restrained, or like I just couldn't exist and do what I wanted to do? No, not really.
Yeah. Like, why would you? That's just, that's one of those stereotypes that I think people just have is if I go to China, I'm submitting myself to
But I'm gonna
a
go
dictator.
missing. Like the CCP's gonna
Sure.
like, fucking,
Or even if it's not that bad, it's
aren't there guards near the palace in the UK that just stand?
That's what I-
Yeah, but this
dude,
was just like normal street.
what's
This was
funny,
just a normal street.
it's so funny that Dorkamus mentions that because that's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking, bro, you should be used to this. Like, you're from the UK. I thought that
No,
the
no,
guards
no,
that stand
that's, like,
near the
just-
castle, I thought
That's just
all they do.
like fucking Buckingham Palace in London, dude. Like,
Buckingham Palace
this
is where
this
the
like-
is that where the royalty is?
they're all around the place, but yeah, they're very often in Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, the guards that stand watch they're wearing the big fuzz hats, right? The big black fuzz hats that stretch like.
That's how. Yeah.
What are
yeah,
those called?
Yeah. It's called like bear something.
Yeah. And they stand there emotionless, and I remember
Best
my sister went to go visit. My parents actually went to go visit them, and they are not instructed to make a movement or like feel or whatever. So they're just these guards standing there. People are trying to fuck with
It's
them.
just a tradition
Yeah,
thing. Like
exactly.
they're not really actually guarding anything.
That's what I figured.
Like, it's not that deep. It's just for show. But in China they take it kind of semi-seriously, I think. Like the thing is also like it's difficult because like when I go there, I don't have anything to fear because I know that I'm not doing shit that the Chinese government's not going to be happy with, right? Like, but like I don't know. A lot of people complain like, oh, but you should have the freedom to do that shit. Like I do. There probably would be problems if I like went there and started protesting, right?
Well, you definitely wouldn't do
There are
that.
problems.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is, I would get problems right now if I go and protest in the UK or the US.
Would you though?
Like that shit gets shut down.
In the United
100%.
States, I don't know. I feel
Yeah,
like if you,
they
what would you be
can find-
protesting in the UK? Let's start there, because Boris Johnson's not even in office anymore, right? Well, let's say he was.
Okay, like here's a way to like a university divestment from like Israel or some shit, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. You get arrested for that.
Do you? In the UK?
Yeah, it's happened. Someone from Cambridge recently got their visa cancelled and they have to go back to their home country.
Really?
Yeah, they got their student visa revoked. It's so fucked up.
Fucked up. That's crazy, actually.
It's really bad. So like, yeah, there is like a lot of silencing in terms of like protest here. Like, right to protest is really important, and
Well, evidently not. The right to protest is getting.
I've been to NYC, Dorkamus Prime. NYC is probably my most visited place in the US, and I actually didn't see that very much. I spent most of my time downtown and in Queens, and I spent some time in Dumbo and a few other areas. I didn't see National Guards with huge rifles and big ass dogs, but yeah. But I did see a lot of police. I didn't see National Guard. Or at least maybe I just wasn't looking for it properly. You know what I mean? But Penn Station, Empire State Building around those areas. You see, I actually made a point of like I didn't really care going to like Empire State Building and stuff like that. Wasn't really big on my list of things to see. Like, I mean, it wasn't that deep, but yeah. To go to Tiananmen Square, kind of epic. Be kind of careful. Made some questionable jokes when I was there. Yeah. What is your experience with like National Guard and stuff? Why in like US? They show up quite a lot.
It's actually all through you guys. So Wolves
Hmm.
from the stream is a member of the military, and he works with the National Guard. And he tells me his experiences through that. But other than that, other than like hearing about military through you guys, I would say I don't know. I've never personally dealt with the National Guard. I guess I've seen them like through lame school demonstrations that I never really cared to pay too much attention to. I would see them like we would go to like a museum or something and witness I guess soldiers doing like patrols and shit. It was never super interesting to me. What I care about is I shouldn't say care about. What gets me interested about, I guess, the military is like Band of Brothers, or like dramatizations. Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of Band of Brothers, or I guess Saving Private Ryan, any of those military shows. That's such a bad description of it. Movies that attempt to give more of a, I guess, realistic depiction of war, shit like that.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, America's military presence is always a tough one, you know.
Is it? What's tough about it?
Well, it's a lot of it is their intervention in like international affairs. It's always kind of like that whole idea of like, you know, we're doing the right thing. Like,
We really
it's
like-
our job to step in and say what is right and what is wrong.
We like to tell ourselves that a lot. That's true.
Sorry, don't pre-chat if you don't want to hear gross non-vegan things for a bit. Right.
See here. 7. Respectable. Stands. It's a lot of points, though. Like,
What do you think are the most popular outside of South America and the Caribbean? What are the most popular places for North Americans to visit internationally outside of the United States?
purely going on.
Just anecdotally.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm
not
purely
asking
going
for
on my
some,
own.
like, statistical.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I was just about to
yeah,
clarify
just
that.
anecdotally.
I
Yeah, it's fine. I don't ask these questions with the like
intention of getting the most truth.
assumption that you're gonna like know like 100%. Like, yeah.
I know you're not looking for the
Yeah,
100%
just
truth.
anecdotally. I'm just asking casually. I don't need to come to some.
I think a lot of my friends, when I would communicate with people in real life more regularly, yeah, they were more interested in going into the EU, like Dorcas said. Mostly EU. I would say, so my best friend in real life, Kevin, he was very interested in going to Ireland. He did actually go to Ireland for a bit. He partied.
Oh, interesting.
And then I guess he just realized he wasn't about the travel forever and live abroad life, so he ended up moving back. But yeah, Ireland was his big place, and he was doing I think he was doing hostel, like living with someone who was just like letting him live with, like he moved there on a whim. It was a very interesting period in his life, and I'm not entirely sure if he like was fully aware of what he was doing when he moved there. So he did that sort of on a manic whim, and what I'll say is he was interested in going there then, But now when he travels, he's more interested in staying in U.S. territories. So I don't know if that, yeah, I think it's actually kind of like age based, where I've noticed the older Americans seem to get, in my experience dealing with them, dealing with my people, they tend to like staying in American or like Western Hemisphere, let's say, sides of things. So South America, Belize, Guatemala, Chile, or Central America. I guess I'm listing a lot of Central America. But early on, like 20s, like 20-year-old, especially 20-year-old white women, I've noticed they really like to go to any place in Europe. So Paris, or like all of the Nordic countries, Finland, Denmark, Sweden.
Interesting. Oh, okay. I mean, that's
just my experience.
all Americans get them. They want to go to warmer climates. Interesting. They go to Caribbean. Yeah, that checks out, to be honest.
Does it really?
I think, yeah, this is obviously anecdotal as well, but okay. So one thing I want to say as well, of course, traveling and having the money to travel and time to travel is obviously like a privilege. Like not everyone has that money or that
True.
time. So I say this with that in mind. Like I'm not like, oh, Americans should like broaden their horizon. Like no, like yeah, it would be nice, but like not everyone can afford it, right? So well, not everyone could, time and money wise. So it'd be nice to do, but I'd say that like yeah, from what I've heard from most American people I know, they are very content within staying within the US.
I know,
and I don't know if that contributes to that that very kind of like insular mindset. Because the only other place that I've actually heard about that being content with staying within your own country is actually China. When I spoke to people there, it's very rare for people to feel the need to travel internationally in China, and when they did, they just say like just pick some Scandinavian country or something like that.
I want to speak to this for a second if I can. The idea of a group of people being content living where they are. I don't know if that, I think it's a folly. I think it's actually, it's not, it's really hard to break people down in this way where we're saying like, yes, I've noticed Americans do not like to travel. I think it's more, this has to be more an individual thing, because like for me, for me,
sure.
I'm gonna speak for myself here for just for a second. I know that the reason I don't travel or really care to travel is my hobbies, right? I just love playing video games, and I can do that from anywhere, and I can do it for free if I do it from home. I can travel, and I'd probably still mostly be interested in playing video games if I traveled, and then I'd be spending a bunch of money doing the same thing. So for me, I don't really have an interest in traveling, but I don't feel like that's anything to do with me living in America. I feel like that has everything to do with just what I'm interested in doing. So
Yes.
even breaking it down to try to look for location-based explanations for why someone who travels might be a particular member, or like a particular demographic. Like, oh, we notice a lot of Chinese people like to travel. If that is the case, I have to wonder if it's just because
No, it's the opposite. Chinese people don't.
yes, and that is what you said. I just was trying to. I was using
okay,
I was using an
well, I'd say,
example
like,
that was actually opposite the truth, which was confusing. But I promise you, I didn't actually.
No, it's fair enough.
But you were right.
It's mostly anecdotal. It's like I said, it's completely anecdotal. I'm not trying to make some
Also
like,
true as
grand
well.
theory of anything here.
Because if we looked up, yeah,
Just from my experience, Europeans way more kind of receptive to it than American people I've met.
where do they travel?
Likewise, though, most American people I know, I've also met online. So there's probably some bias introduced there, right?
When Europeans, I guess when your European friends, when people that you notice or people that are in your circle that are European travel, do you ever?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you probe them for reasons as to why they make decisions like that, but that could be an interesting thing to ask them.
As in, like, why they want to travel?
Yeah, or especially where are they traveling? Because I've noticed a lot of Europeans do travel, but they travel to like other European countries, which is effectively just like hopping states over here. It's not a huge.
No, I agree.
Or I shouldn't say it's like that actually. Hold up, because do you guys probably still have, you guys actually probably have to go through quite a lot more customs than just going hopping states like it is here. Here in the States, I don't have to get my passport.
We didn't used to.
True. Maybe true. I guess I don't know, so I shouldn't just say true.
When we were in the EU, it was easy peasy. No visa required.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Still no visa required for a lot of places, but you know, it's
More restrictive.
a bit more annoying now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stand in a different queue at fucking customs. It's very annoying.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think what was I gonna say? Yeah. So you were asking about reasons why people say they travel. Mostly people say like, oh, you know, I want to kind of like see and explore the world, and generally the main restriction that kind of is about where people travel is finances. People have the money, they like to go to, you know, Asia, they like to go to Bali, Thailand, Australia, stuff like this. But financial thing. Video clip showing which countries have the highest outbound tourists. Okay. Here's something crazy. Is this like per capita though? Dorcamus.
Check this out.
Or is this just count?
Are you looking to travel to Switzerland this year? Instead of suffering in cramped economy seats for 10 plus hours, let me show you how to do it in business and first class instead.
Here's some
Which
spenders.
is what I would like to see. Yeah, Germany's kind of nuts. I'd say most of the tourists in China were German, by the way.
This is just that was back in the 90s. Trying to go to the present, but what the fuck is this latency? What the shit? Let's refresh the page. Why is this YouTube, by the way, like not? What is this link? This is not YouTube. This is like a different YouTube that you.
I'm on YouTube. That link.
The link that Dorcamus gave.
You're on fake YouTube or something.
On some
I
weird
thought you were
shit.
shooting that. Yeah, give me 1 second. I just need to grab something.
Trying to explore. What is going on? See, I'm streaming. I'm in a Discord call, playing Path of Exile, and I'm watching a YouTube video. So, I don't know what's going on your end, I'd say. I see. Okay. Talk to the homie.
Greetings. Still alive,
Chavron. Roy Ward. These are the links I need.
Farewell.
On a minion. What I find. I want to get this dread banner attached. We're gonna be feeling tanky. Get dread banner, even without it though. Getting grace feels good, man. We can start getting some damage now. If we could just path up here, going down here. Oh yeah, we're getting damage here. Hell yeah. Damage. Come up here. More damage. Come over here, get some more damage. I have charge mines. I should come down here and get some more damage. Damage. Get all the damage. It's insane just how many people from Germany travel. Yeah, actually. I will say that caught me off guard.
Germans are the big tourists. I see them everywhere. It's kind of nuts.
Can't stand there. I'm just kidding.
Well, I don't know. Germany's an interesting place. So,
It's a mana issue. Something.
I think it's very tough. One thing I've come to terms with recently is I think I always like wanted to move out of the UK, kind of like grass is greener on the other side feeling, but more and more recently I've started to realize that it's not really the case. Have you ever felt that way about the United States?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Life outside of the United States is probably not even much different for the better in other places is something I'm starting
Plus side grades, maybe.
maybe. I don't know. I hesitate to say that though because I do know that feeling like I can go to the doctor at any time. Like I kind of it's become a joke sort of in my family where my mom did something as innocuous as breaking her leg, but she did it in Italy. When she did it in Italy, it just so happened that she didn't have to pay a dime. She didn't not for the ambulance to come or anything like that. And so we kind of just been joking ever since.
Healthcare in China is very cheap, by the way, and quick.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that that is the case. Accessible, a good way. But I just know that living, if I were to live in another country, I would most certainly be looking at.
I think you'd want to go to an English-speaking place. It's just more comfortable.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Actually, I'd probably look at or Canada. I'd probably just like. I don't know. I really hate the cold though.
If by some miracle the UK gets better over the next decade, then it's probably actually a viable place.
Quite a bit of Americans do medical tourism. Yes, I've heard of this as well. Make a vacation out of it, actually, or like medical like dentistry.
Talking about turkey teeth, huh? Turkey teeth.
There's some risks that come from that too. Going and getting
What, turkey teeth?
well, anything. Going and getting veneers from a different country, hair transplant. You're rolling a risk on another country's.
Yeah, if you know the right guy.
Well, the right guy in a different. I don't know. There's a reason they say that American healthcare is
friend of a friend.
Here, I'm actually.
You let your friend get the veneers first, and then if they're good, you go.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Stunning.
Exactly.
In a gambling mood. Good luck.
I would also just never get veneers. So
Veneers, are they the gold teeth looking things? Is that what a veneer is?
I think no, there's like grills.
Yeah. What's the difference? What is a veneer?
I think veneers are like a realistic looking thing that goes on top.
Still,
When I say realistic, I mean like perfect white.
it's for the teeth. Veneer.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose my character.
Veneers.
Wood veneer.
You're not
Hair,
taking
teeth. Yeah, no, I'm tanky as shit. Dental veneers are wafer thin. Oh, this is just like to help keep your.
It's like a thing that goes over the front.
Is it though? It looks like it's supposed to like act as a mold for your teeth to make them straighter or more straight or something. I don't know. This looks weird.
They're shells. Yeah. They
Like
can seal
Invisalign,
cracks, chip
then,
stains.
right? I'm getting a.
No. Invisalign's actually supposed to correct the teeth.
I said. I'm gonna.
These are like, these are literal covers. They're like facades for your teeth.
Okay.
And they just stick them on. So that's how that works. Yeah. But yeah, people do tourism for that shit. Makes your teeth look straight and nice. Yeah. It doesn't actually correct the teeth that are underneath. Whereas there's Invisalign actually corrects your teeth.
Yes.
That is correct. When is the crown shaved down your teeth? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, crown's so expensive. When is the next? What is the timeline for the United States elections? I don't.
We're looking at,
understand
I think,
how it
November
works.
4th this year.
No. But there's different steps. Like it's not like it doesn't just happen all in one go, right?
Actually, not this time.
Okay.
This time around, the Republican Party's pretty dead set on Trump. The Democratic Party's pretty dead set on Biden. So I don't suspect the primary process will be anything contentious or serious. I think the only thing you, especially like from a different country, are going to be hearing about is the general, and that's going to be coming up in.
Is that just the main election? It's
Yeah.
just like general
We just call it the general election, but yeah, the election that will probably be taking place between Trump and Biden, which is going to be, I mean, it's going to happen November, I think 4th, but you'll hear about it. I bet there will.
Similar time.
Sorry.
You might have ours at a similar time.
Oh,
Ours is basically decided this time though. So.
Boris is out already, I thought, right?
Yeah, Boris has been out for a long.
So then,
time.
yeah, what are you? Or you say a long time? Wait, is it Cameron?
It's Rishi Sunak.
No, David Cameron was the guy before Boris. I'm fucking crazy. Richie Sunak. I don't actually know this.
Rishi Sunak.
Is he also Labor or sorry, conservative?
No, yeah, Tories have been in rule for 14 years.
Oh shit, you guys are. What's going on? Why the, or I don't know. What's going on? Help me understand the average.
So the Labour Party is pretty much guaranteed to win. By the way, this election.
Wait, why? I thought Jeremy Corbyn got blown the fuck out last time.
That happened a long time ago, my friend.
That was just back in 2016. Oh
Jeremy-
shit, that is a long time ago. Dude, I'm getting
Jeremy
old.
Corbyn was an inside job as well. So
Was he though, dude? What do you wait? What? What do you mean inside job?
yeah,
I thought he was a very effective politician. You're saying he was actually like controlled
he was
opposition?
sabotaged.
Oh, sabotaged. Okay.
He was sabotaged from the inside.
Should have won.
He was smeared by. Yeah, it would have been kind of epic. Not lie. He was
Bernie
he was
story.
our country's last chance at actual socialism, or like anything close to it. Now we just have two conservative bodies.
It feels like America. No, but tell me about it, dude. Like, what when you say you have two, you're saying two conservative parties, but you're saying Labor is guaranteed to win, but still serving conservative interests or Tory interests.
Yeah, basically. So the current Labour leader, Keir Starmer, he was the guy who spearheaded the smear campaign against Jeremy Corbyn from inside Labour. He basically, his view is that Labour needs to move more to the centre to appeal to
Moderates.
Yeah, and I mean, you know how that works. Basically, we don't have a left-leaning party which has any actual
Weight or whatever.
Exactly. Basically, they're both very, very similar. Like,
Yeah.
sure, the Tories are like slightly more right-leaning, but like the Labour Party, the name of the Labour Party implies that it's a party for the working class and the people. The laboring, it is not about that at all. Now,
You do not get the feeling that, and you said it's the next guy who runs is almost guaranteed to win. Who is his name?
Keir Starmer.
Keir Starmer.
Yeah. Keir Starmer's gig cringe.
Keir Starmer. British politician and barrister who has served as the leader of the opposition and leader of the Labour Party. Leader of the opposition. What a fucking title.
Yeah, head op.
Head op.
Yeah, and he is. You don't fuck with Keir Starmer.
Apparently not. Give me 1 sec. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Super crazy thing in chat.
Liz Truss. Yes, Liz Truss was around for like 10 days or some shit like that. It was quite embarrassing for her. And she now is I think she's now a really big proponent of right-wing US politics and like anti
Oh my
You're
goodness.
welcome back.
Thank you. I just knocked the mic down. I'm sorry if that made a loud explosion.
No, I didn't hear it.
Aston, also, I'm kicking you out.
Yeah?
Yeah, I gotta go, man.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Yeah.
It was good chatting.
It was good chatting with you too. Did you have anything else actually that you wanted to say lastly? Because I'm gonna be ending stream soon.
No, it's cool. I'm heading to bed soon. It was.
Oh, yeah.
It was good chatting. Yeah,
Wait,
for sure.
what time?
It's always good just to.
What time is it for you?
Like 2:45. It's not too bad,
Okay.
honestly.
Well, geez. So, shit. Sleep's important.
Yeah.
I understand.
I know. Yeah, I'll sleep fine tonight. No problem.
Okay, that's good. You don't have work tomorrow, do you?
No, I'm like working on my PhD, so like I'm not like beholden to any very strict schedules, but I try and like make sure I start before like 10:30, 11ish a.m. and get on my day. So yeah,
That's good.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I'll get my 7 hours, 8 hours of sleep. That'll be all right.
It's good. Sleep is really important.
Yeah, it's something I've noticed, to be honest. Like, I really didn't care about my sleep and my sleep hygiene like the last few years, and I've only started doing it properly the last, I would say, like 4 or 5 months, and it's made such a massive difference.
It's good. It's good taking care of yourself, man. That's important.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, no more like playing Dota until like 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Like
That's the main culprit too, isn't it? So
it's really horrible. It just kills you.
Yeah.
Like it really is. It just destroys you. I was able to do that when I was like 18, 19, but
yeah, and you wouldn't think twice of it too, you know? Stay up till like 4 or 5, wake up the next day at like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. You'd be a little tired, but that's it. But now if you pull something like that off, you're just inoperable.
I can still do it like a little bit, but I feel so horrible. Like I feel so irresponsible. It catches up to you for sure.
And I've noticed definitely what Dorcamus is saying at 30s, man. It's
like I'm like 26 right now, so like I'm at the upper limit of being able to pull that shit off, and
still got a few more years.
I feel like I'm gonna.
You got like a few more years of putting up with bullshit. Starts to.
Exactly. The risk-taking behavior is not going to be so easy, but that's all right.
All right, man. All right.
But yeah, it was good chatting to you.
You as
good
well.
Catching up.
You as well.
Good saying hi in general too. So I'll catch you around.
You as well, man. Hey,
have a good one, man.
You too.
Peace out.
Peace out. All right, I want to keep marching forward here for a little bit. I want to get the character to a point where it feels good to stop. So. I actually think taking this wheel would be nice, but that's quite a few points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points. Get like a few passives from, well, we're in Act 6, so we still have a few passives yet to get. Like we have one right here. We can just go Snagger from Tarkley. Tarkles. Can't tell if I hear the garage door. I feel like I do. The sky outside is really cool right now. I could show it to you. I guess technically I could go record it on my phone. Upload a YouTube video. That's an option. These are nice gloves, but I think they have technically less damage because the added fire on these is on my gloves is better, and then the int I'm using the int from my current gloves. That's like the main reason. The int for my gloves are saving a passive. But these gloves right here have way better life. I guess the accuracy is nice too. I'm not hit cap, even though I should be. And then this chest, I think I want to keep this chest, because if I can get my socket situation figured out, it's like a serviceable chest piece for the time being. Especially now, right now, since I don't have ghosts. I didn't hit accept. By the way, what are your thoughts on Last Epoch? Yes, now it is just you and I, Dorcamus. I think Last Epoch is a great game. That unfortunately has to compete with PoE. That being said, it's a really good game, especially if you're I mean, I'm gonna say, what am I gonna say that's different than what other people haven't already said? I think if you've ever struggled to get into PoE, I definitely recommend Last Epoch as like a middle ground. I think over time, Poe is proving to be more and more accessible, actually, as time goes on. I feel like, maybe this is just me. This is just like a personal thing that I'm developing as a player. I'm just getting better at the game of PoE. So I'm getting more. I'm becoming a better player at which confers with it the benefit of being more adaptable. So I feel more comfortable about my ability to make a build work in this game now than I did when I was first starting off. That being said, I know that starting off in this game can be very overwhelming. And even though the number one way to get better at anything is to just do it more, and that is true, I'm not saying that's not true, but if you play PoE and you don't have a great time playing it, and you're like, I want to learn this game, but like I keep dying and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and it's just so complicated. It's like maybe you've never played an ARPG before, or certainly you've never played an ARPG that kind of has demands that it makes from the player. Like, you play Diablo, okay, great. Diablo doesn't really have any demands that it makes from you, right? What does Diablo demand from your build? Does Diablo demand that you get resistances? Does Diablo demand that you get defenses? Does Diablo have certain damage, and I shouldn't say damage thresholds, but like, does Diablo demand that you put a well put together character that's like cohesive and makes sense? Has to compete with PoE and eventually PoE 2, true. Last Epoch is in a interesting situation as a game because of what you just mentioned. It is currently competing with a game that is pretty unequivocally seen as better than it in most ways now, right? What does Last Epoch have over PoE? I think some people will say Last Epoch's got a better crafting system, but does that really count when the vast majority of people that play these games are playing it for the fucking, can I beat up some monsters and have a satisfying gameplay experience just slaying shit? Last Epoch is probably more accessible. What I really like about Last Epoch is that every time I come back and play it, it feels like a different but pretty unequivocally better game. So I know it sounds kind of harsh, but I gotta say, by that definition, and I don't want to mince words, I'm just going to say it in different words. I'm going to say it in more direct words. The best thing about Last Epoch is the fact that it's going to become better. The best thing about Last Epoch is that you shouldn't be playing it right now. You should be playing PoE until Last Epoch starts to meaningfully compete with PoE. The most recent update that Last Epoch dropped was a huge step in that direction. Absolutely massive content drop with like just in every direction. They dropped like 3 new classes, or class ascendancies I should say, or subclasses, whatever you want to call it, that a shit ton of new items, a shit load more of an end game, which is huge. Would you play PoE 2? Say PoE 2 is a step in the wrong direction. The fact is, if you asked me this question 5 years ago, I would give you an answer. If you asked me this question 10 years ago, I would give you a very definitive answer. But I've matured way too much over the last just few years of especially playing video games to where I no longer value any opinions I have on a game if I haven't played it. So everything I've seen about PoE 2 has me feeling like on the one hand I'm kind of scared or nervous, if you will, about the game slowing down. The game looks to be slower. The gameplay feels like it's going to be slower. It objectively probably will be. Again, I haven't played the game, but you pretty much, it's written on the game's box that this is PoE 2, we're going to reset things. The damage values are going to be more normalized. You're not going to have characters when the game first drops hitting billions of DPS like they can in PoE 1. And you're going to have situations in PoE 2 where, similar to when PoE 1 released, you're going to come across a pack of white mobs in PoE 2, and you're probably going to slow down and be like, oh shit, this is hard content. Whereas now in PoE 1, right, because we've had this game for 10 plus years at this point, PoE 1 is a game where the super endgame versions of a build will have you flying through maps and deleting all things on screen with the push of a button and making shit tons of currency per hour. And when you're flying through those maps, by the way, you're flying through them at the speed of light, basically clearing an entire map in 30 seconds. Like, that's the PoE 1 experience, and most people, I think, are turned off by that if they've never played the game before, because it's kind of just like, it's too fast, it's too in your face, it's too what the fuck. But PoE 2, I think, is set to kind of reset that a little bit. Whether it will do that or not remains to be seen because I haven't played the game. And I can't judge something until I've seen it and played it for myself. I just know that about myself. But everything I've seen about PoE 2 shows promise. That's something I can say with confidence. Despite it going in a direction that seems to be slower, I'm darn confident. Darn rootin' tootin' confident that it's going to be an amazing game. I have several reasons for that, for thinking that I can divulge. I mean, it's natural that Poe 1 is more bloated and has more power creep than Poe 2. True. It is natural that this game has been out for, it's been actively developed for going on 11 or 12 years at this point. I started playing it back then. I started playing this game in, I think, Ambush League or some shit. Strong boxes were the content that was getting released when I first started playing it. Truly, it's an old game for me. And yeah, it's absolutely, it makes complete sense that a game this old is going to have more content than a freshly new game. That applies to its current competitors as well as what will become its new competitor, PoE 2, when it drops. Like, Last Epoch is going to have less content than Poe, but Last Epoch has several advantages over Poe 1 that they need to, like, lean into more. One is the game's code base. And it's kind of hard to explain this without getting into the nitty-gritty, but Last Epoch, being a game that I think started development in 2017 or 2018, it's got, like, and it's on the Unity engine. It's on a more modern game engine than the one that Chris Wilson and Jonathan Rogers built in their fucking parents' garage or whatever. I can't remember how PoE 1 started. I think it literally started in Chris Wilson's garage. But Chris Wilson built PoE 1's game engine from the ground up with Lua, which is very impressive as somebody who is very quick to brag about my 1-year programming experience. Building your own game engine is challenging, period, no matter what. But then doing it in Lua, I mean, cut my balls off and call me C. Cut my balls off and call me C sharp. Because I don't even want to think about what it would be like to fucking code your own game engine in Lua. I mean, it's natural. Yeah, you read that. But what was I trying to say? I was trying to say that Poe 1 actually has a disadvantage for that. So even though that's cool and all, Poe 1 is actually disadvantaged because of it. Poe, and they've talked about this, Poe 1 has some limitations. If we're even only just to focus on the numerical ones, there's a damage cap, there's a dot cap. There's only so much you can squeeze out of your build before you hit those caps. Those are just the numerical limitations to the game's engine. Speaks nothing to the other myriad engines that Poe 1 has that Poe 2 just doesn't seem like it'll have. It's the quickest way to summarize that statement. So I'm definitely excited for Poe 2's potential. Wouldn't it be fairer to compare Last Epoch versus Poe 2? I think the most fair comparison is Last Epoch to D4, unironically. Last Epoch has got quite a bit of development time on D4 in the public light, but I think D4 has been under development since probably 2018, 2019. So I just, it's a Blizzard game, so I don't think they've been as public with that kind of shit as Last Epoch. Last Epoch and Last Epoch and Blizzard, and D4 are both big ARPGs, but whereas one of them comes from very humble beginnings, 11th Hour Studios, which I don't even know if they were a company before Last Epoch. Let's check. 11th Hour Games. The one game they advertised on their page is Last Epoch, so I'm gonna go ahead and say, yeah, this is probably their one game. This website looks like a website I could have made. Actually, not. No, this is a pretty cool website. Well, I mean, I could have made this though. This isn't like when you get into web development, you start to see this for what it really is, right? You have a background that's a moving a GIF. You have some this little text right here is cool. It's like it blends in with the background. But like this is just an asset that they loaded in. So is this. It's actually clipping with my dark reader. I turn that off. And you could see the assets. Like you can see the fucking dimensions on this thing as ripped out of Photoshop. But yeah, what was I trying to demonstrate from Last Epoch? Oh yeah, that this is a game that, first of all, this is impressive. I'm just gonna say this too. This is something that Last Epoch is currently doing better than both DOE 1 and D4 with, and that is they're just like road mapping everything. But they have like the next 3 leagues planned out, I think. Yeah. Look at this shit. 1.1 to 1.4. Isn't D4 coming out with a huge update soon? I think it just dropped with one. Loot Reborn or whatever they title. So firstly, I just want to point this out because I think it's important to say things like this. D3 had an exact like replica expansion where it was called D3 Reaper of Souls. They charged $50 for it. I remember because I paid for that fucking expansion. And they touted it as like Loot 2.0, Loot Reborn. Hey guys, we're going to give you guys loot now. The game actually is going to produce loot. You're going to actually get items when you kill monsters. Yeah, I don't know. D4 is, it feels like D4 is a game that is very dead set on repeating all of the same mistakes D3 made and not learning from any, you know, I haven't played the game. I can't really judge partially, but I'm just saying, you know, D4 just dropped an expansion. They redid all the loot, just like they did in D. Last Epoch has dropped 4 teasers to content expansions that seem as massive as the one that they just dropped, I guess, a month or 2 ago. Last Epoch, last update. It was the Bazaar, I think it was called. It was probably actually a couple months ago at this. Was this it? Yep. Upcoming Bazaar sales cleanup. So this wasn't it, but this was like 0.04 second. Nope. Even listed. Oh, I wish they would title these Bazaar. It's cool that they have a page where you can check all. Well, anyways, sometime a few months ago, Last Epoch dropped a dope-ass expansion that dropped, like, I think I said it earlier, it's like 3 new classes, 2 new ways to farm the end game, and a bunch of quality of life and bug fixes. Then in addition to that, they gave us this roadmap, or I shouldn't say in addition to that, because I can't remember when they dropped this roadmap, but they're saying, oh, by the way, here's when the next 3 expansions are coming out. They're very, like, put together, I guess. Kind of feels like they know what the fuck they're doing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, is what I'm assuming Blitz diffs are thinking. Well, after they, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but our loot's been broken and we still refuse to fix it. That's how I interpret what you just said. There's a 1.0 update. Actually, you're right. You're right. I guess I just had to remember that. So let's look that up. When was it? I shouldn't AFK if I'm playing a hardcore character in a game that I've spent now probably, I guess it says 8 hours, but I think I've spent at least 5 playing this character. I'm AFKing as though I'm playing on softcore, making such stupid, risky decisions with this character that I've sunk so much time into. Last Epoch 1.0 patch notes. This dropped in 0.0. 2/21, so February. So yeah, 3 months ago. And now they're teasing their next expansion in 2 months. And they have an exact date that it'll drop. And then they're also teasing their next 2 expansions after that with exact dates. Which is impressive in my opinion. Especially if they don't experience delays, which, you know, is always possible. I think Last Epoch is, Actually, I think it is a game you have to compare to Poe, though. Even though we said it wasn't fair to compare it to Poe, I think you have to. Because the way that the way you're going to look at it when you're deciding what game you want to play is in exactly that way. You're not going to be thinking about it as like, oh, well, you know, it's a good game, and I'm not going to judge it that harshly because even though I'm never playing it, I should be playing it. Because it deserves me. Like, no, you're not going to look at it that way. What the fuck? Like, all you're going to be thinking about is the game good enough for me to play? And you're going to be thinking about your other options. And if you've never played PoE, you've never experienced the greatness that is playing your own build in PoE. Playing some character that you are invested into. PoE. Basically, if you're not hooked on the crack that is PoE, I could see you turning to Last Epoch. Because Last Epoch has its own version of crack that it drip feeds you with. There's a lot of dopaminergic sensations that I feel playing Last Epoch. But I keep coming back to Poe after it. For reasons that I think I can explain them quite easily. I feel like I've kind of already perhaps done that. But I'll just recap them right now in case I haven't been making a great of sense. No, I don't think I actually said these. Let me just talk about all the reasons why PoE is a better game than Last Epoch. PoE 1. Definitely has a more rich end game. That's pretty much indisputable. PoE 1 has an insanely rich end game that puts every other ARPG to shame. And even still is not big enough, Kappa. But in addition to that, PoE 1 has, I would dare say, more customization by a long shot. Which is kind of crazy to say, because Last Epoch has definitely a fair amount of customization. The amount of things you can do with your character with your build in Last Epoch is rather deep. For sure. Oh, sorry. I need a drink of water. Like, in Last Epoch's the kind of game where you have a skill called Fireball. Just taking a skill like Fireball as an example. If you want to turn your Fireball into Channeled Spell, you can. If you want to turn your Fireball into a multi-projectile shotgun blasting meteor, you can. If you want to turn your Fireball into just a normal Fireball, everyday Fireball, like you can do whatever you want with it. It's got that Poe effect where it's like, oh, do I want to throw GMP on it? Oh, do I want to throw a slower proj on it? Oh, do I want to do this? Oh, do I want to do that? You know, like, what do you want to do with your skill? You know? How do you want to kill the enemies? It's kind of like a creative question / decision that you have to make every time you create a character. How do I want to kill some mob? How am I trying to roll up a death dealer? Oh, I can't click this yet, can I? I'm being 100% honest, I just couldn't get into the classes in Diablo. I think the customization in Last Epoch is more approachable than PoE. I think I agree with that. I think Last Epoch in general is a more approachable game than PoE. Last Epoch has the huge, absolutely massive benefit over Poe of being, and I do not say this to offend. Okay, so I'm about to say something that's going to sound offensive, but it's not meant to be offensive. Just want to point that out. The Last Epoch has this huge benefit of being a much easier game. A game where what defines a functional build in Last Epoch is hitting like maybe like 50% of your character's damage effectiveness, or sorry, of like squeezing out the amount of damage that you could reasonably have at any given moment in time with your character. So if you're playing a character who, with super perfect min-maxed out gear and shit, could have anywhere of like 50 to 70% more damage, your character in Last Epoch. Last Epoch is one of those games where it's like, I don't really care. I don't really care how well you're playing your character. As long as you kind of got some like semblance of a build, you can kill most things in this game and have a good time. You definitely don't need to min-max as much. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Now, again, I do not say this to insult the game. I want to stress that heavily. Last Epoch is not a worse or better game because of how hard it is, if you want to call it hard. If you want to call the thing that we're talking about difficult. If you think a big portion of these kinds of games is creating a well-rounded beast of a character, that can handle all content or handle most content, and it doesn't cost a lot of money because you aren't guaranteed to have a lot of money at the start of the game, and can still do relatively well throughout the game without a lot of money, right? If you consider that to be like a good character, then what defines that character in Last Epoch is actually quite wide. In fact, I dare say you could probably make any build work in Last Epoch. The game is that easy. Poe builds, when they turn on and start ramping, is way more satisfying. I could not agree more. In PoE, the journey of putting your character together, in my opinion, is an experience that no other ARPG even comes close to providing. The sheer amount of customization, control, and freedom you have in, basically crafting a perfect demigod who's come to purge Rayclast of its demon problems. Like, it's unparalleled. I can't think of a game that gives you this much expression over how you wanna play it. You want to throw mines? Do you want to summon totems? Do you want to summon minions? Do you want to just go beat on a motherfucker? Do you want to shoot a motherfucker? Do you want to, what are you trying to do? Whatever you're trying to do when it comes to killing things. Like, if you're trying to kill something, you come to PoE. PoE will show you how to have a good time killing things. This game can't do everything yet, okay? It's not Turing complete. I can't make PoE with PoE. And I can't find a girlfriend playing PoE. But what PoE lets me do, the experience on offer here, it truly feels unrivaled. And then every once in a while you come across a mob type like this that makes you question your life choices. Okay, there we go. Okay, I feel like I'm screwing this up somehow. So, Brine King's Reef should be down and to the right. But I cannot seem to find it. It's up. And with the way ChatGPT is going, you could probably just get an AI girlfriend that knows everything about PoE. You could probably create an experience that's similar to that, even currently. You could probably currently do something like that. Oh, I see what the issue is. There we go. Okay. PoE is just, it's not that kind of game. I guess unfortunately, or fortunately, they did not focus too much on the dating sim aspect. Some people say they focused a lot on the fishing aspect, but I have yet to confirm or deny that. I think Poe is, through and through, it's a monster killing game, and I think insofar as that's concerned, it does that really well. Would a Poe dating sim game even do well? You know what's interesting is, I can't come up with an answer to that question. That's what's interesting. I can't clearly and definitively say no to you. I'm gonna tell you another story, okay? I'm just full of stories. There's a man that went by the name of Wreckful online. Perhaps you know who I'm talking about. He used to be a Twitch streamer. He has now unfortunately passed away. He's gone from this mortal coil. But when he was alive, he was making a game. And that game is called Everland. And without going too much into it, it sounded like the worst game idea I've ever heard of. He was trying to make this game Wreckful, which was, let me give you some... Maybe you know about it. Maybe you don't. Maybe it'll just help anybody who could be lurking get greater context for the story that they want to hear more about. So I'm going to tell you. He was working on this game. You know the lore. And you won't mind me repeating it. He was working on this game called Everland, which was supposed to be this like 2D MMO top-down, kind of like Terraria. Except it was without any real gameplay. This is actually a replacement chess piece for sure. If I just get a 4 link on this thing's crazy. If I could get a 5 link, that'd be genius. This is a dope ass chess piece. What was I saying? Reckful was making a game. Wasn't he was making a game, and it wasn't like, in my opinion, it was one of those games that's just like doomed to fail. Like it was supposed to be an MMO where you just go around and talk to people and do like everyday activities, but the everyday activities are just boring. It's like you eat food or make food, and like you do real life things, but in a video game, and the video game doesn't have you actually, like, there's no combat, or if there was combat to be slated for it, it never got released with it. Reminded me of Stardew Valley, but garbage. Yeah, it was like Stardew Valley in some ways, like an early prototype version of Stardew Valley, actually. Probably a great way to describe it, actually. Like, actually. An early version of Stardew Valley, except MMO. It was massive. It was built with the idea of having a shit ton of players playing with it. I'm gonna 20 quality this so I can hopefully hit a 4-6 fusings. Please, Jesus Christ Almighty. There we go. I could go for a 5 link, but that would be an a fool's errand. Fool's errand. Get our 4 link and just call it a day. So, do we have any resistance considerations to make? We did lose some cold reds, which doesn't matter. We gained a shit ton of evasion and even some ES. Gained a 4 link and 2 extra gem sockets. A little bit of mana even. Dope. Dot multi and useless shit. Crit chance makes no sense on. What was I saying about Reckful's game? Yeah, no disrespect to the like dead. You know, Reckful himself, probably a fantastic human being. I don't know. I never met the guy in person. But without ever having met him, I'm sure he was a great guy. I mean nothing bad about him. But the game I was trying to make was a game that did not seem to me like one that would do well. That's how I would put it. Funny thing is, he never got to release his game because unfortunately he passed away before it released. But when he was doing some testing, I guess play testing or whatever, it's kind of hard to describe what he was doing, because there was a few moments on stream where he would just like, throughout the lifespan of trying to develop this game. By the way, this game was a complete bitch to develop because he tried to develop it with members from his own community. So he had like no way to hold anybody accountable, and it's like, you know, all of about 30 to 40 Discord calls, I'm sure, a day, trying to manage everybody. I'm not sure, actually, because I didn't develop this game. But he was trying to do this through his audience, which added probably added a layer of complexity to it that I can't even imagine. And he eventually came up with a build of the game that was functional enough to be shown to the public, and so he did that. He played it on stream, and I remember watching it and thinking, man, if I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to make a game like this that even got this result, where I now have a bunch of people playing on my server technically, because he did get people to technically kind of beta test for him, and he had people playing his game, and that probably felt cool. Well, I don't think his game had a good idea, because I think his premise for his game to be popular was like, it was basically this. It was as follows. It was, I'm going to create an MMO, and it's going to become super popular because people can hang out and just do whatever the fuck they want and hang out with their friends in it. And it's like, bro, this is 2016 or 2017, whenever it was that he was thinking about this. Like, I'm sorry, but that's been done many times. It's just not, there's no formula for this to work anymore. Something like this can't work these days, I don't think. But he tried it. You know, he didn't listen to me. Not that I said that to him to begin with. I don't know, Rickful. And dude, mana is actually like a big problem. This is cringe. How is it? No, is it a problem? Wait, is it really? It's like only kind of. It costs like 6 mana. Not really a problem. Your chat is literally just a place you hang out with your friends. Yeah, that was I guess that was like what I was thinking. It was like, bro, doesn't hasn't AOL been like cornering the market on this space for years? Or like not even AOL, because honestly AOL probably didn't capitalize as well as they could have on it. I just felt like what he was trying to create was something that fundamentally, I shouldn't say fundamentally, that the internet fundamentally did better than he ever could have done it by himself or with his team of people from his stream. Like, I don't know how he didn't immediately recognize that from the onset of his project. How did he not just look at that and be like, wait, hold up, I'm just trying to make like worse WoW. How he didn't see that and how nobody in his community was able to just call him out and be like, this is probably a waste of time. Beyond me. Or maybe some people did. Maybe some people did call him out and he's just like, I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna make this anyway. Would have been a 10k player MMORPG? I mean, I feel like that's even being generous. If he was alive today and he was able to have seen that project come to fruition, being charitable, the game would have maybe half of his, maybe like a quarter of his audience playing it. If it had released like a few years ago. If it released tomorrow, it would have a fuck ton of people playing it because it's a streamer build their own fucking video game. 5k of those would be his viewers trolling him. That's what I'm saying. The vast majority of people playing the game would be his viewers. You can't release a game where your player base has nothing to do. There's nothing novel. There's nothing to bring people to your game outside of just, I guess, the sheer novelty of it is a game that was made by a streamer and his audience. So people would probably be interested enough to check it out if you made it free. But beyond that, so beyond that scope, beyond just appealing to people who are interested in the idea of a streamer making their own video game and having it turn out to be something that existed, you know, say what you will about the game, it did exist. He had a version of the game that was working, that was playable, and did exist. And that's at least worth something. That's definitely worth something, especially in the age of Twitch streamers making their own video games. That would draw people to the game. Like, yo, I want to go play the first ever streamer video game, and it's Wreckful's Everland. This shit's cool. Like, I could actually see people saying that. You'd be surprised. People play Bennett Foddy. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I would not be surprised because I'm saying that. I'm saying that people play shit like this. And actually, dude, getting over it with Bennett Foddy is a goated game. I don't care what anybody says. That game has the perfect amount of nightmare suicide fuel to it to keep me engaged. Unless you were talking about his other games, which I actually don't know of. It's insane it became an entire genre. I feel like those kinds of games always were genres. They were genres on things like Newgrounds or websites you probably barely heard of. Those kinds of games have always existed. Those kinds of incredibly torturous hard ones. Started as QWOP. I was thinking like I Want to Be the Guy. Although I Want to Be the Guy is a different style of game still. Somewhat different. They started as flash games. That's the thing we're both focusing on though. No, the Silver Locket. Frustrating to control mechanically. Started with. Wait, what's QWOP? What's QWOP? Grounds flash game with a racing horse. Wait, I think I remember this. Where its legs feel like spaghetti. What did QWOP stand for? QWOP. Grounds. Okay. Are you sure you're a horse? Wait. Am I gonna get banned? Oh, I'm on display capture already. Oh, shit. Am I playing the right game? What the fuck is this? Foddy.net? Is this one of those getting over it with? Is this a Bennett Foddy? Yeah, this is a Bennett Foddy. game sucks. This game's trash. This game's trash. It's trash. What do we want? We want to get Fusillade, and then no, we'll log off when I get Elder Power. No, I'll log off when I get 1 point below Elder Power. No, so we're here for Fusillade because I wanted to get hit cap without having to level up Precision, because I'm having some serious mana problems. But what is the other reason we're here? Let's click on Power Siphon. I don't have that accuracy yet, but we'll soon. The other reason I'm up here is because of no good reason, actually. There's no good reason at all. Because truthfully, I should be getting my Power and Frenzy charge right here. That's a shit ton of damage. The horse was the knockoff. Never mind. It was the race guy. Okay. So it was a Bennett Foddy game. That's the important thing. Bennett fucking Foddy. God, this build just clears, man. This is just, it's the best build I've ever played. It's not even close. It feels so good to level. I'm tanky, dude. I feel it too. Decent damage. I could be hitting for harder, that's for sure. I don't know about how much harder, but I could definitely be hitting for harder if I wasn't so concerned about dying. On account of the whole playing hardcore thing. Loading in and having maybe less than a quarter of a second time is very good. Homie. Oh god, it feels so early, but it's actually very late. So Quartz Flask here. Quartz Flask is gives me everything I want. Right? Crit Flask is only for a very short period of time.
Greetings.
Excuse me. I shouldn't even be keeping these. These are all useless. Because they're so low level. I should either use them the very same map or I just don't even pick them up. Bad, bad, and bad. Sell this. What's your favorite Pro League, by the way? I would have to say, oh man, it's a toss-up between Sentinel and Legion for me. Although that being said, I'm having a blast here in Necropolis. I just can't, in good conscience, call this the best league or the most goated league for me because I still remember what it was like to play Sentinel and Legion, for that matter. I still remember what it was like to play those leagues, especially Sentinel. Not to say especially Sentinel because I liked it more so just because Sentinel was more recent. And Sentinel was a league where I progressed very far on. I remember Sentinel was the game that, like, the league that opened up the game for me. Did I really not put a scroll? Feels good, but that's because I can't remember much of 2020. For me, Necropolis is a league where I don't like the mechanic, or I don't like the crafting mechanic of Necropolis, but I very much have been enjoying, I've been having fun this league. Mostly ignoring the mechanic and focusing on the base game plus the All Flames as a form of, like, nice extra side juice for maps. Although now I'm even kind of growing bored of the All Flames mechanic because it's like busy work. Feels like busy work too. I think this game, or sorry, I think this league would have been better if it wasn't like a crafting league. If the Necropolis mechanic, maybe it's lame to like say this, but like if the Necropolis mechanic was just an out of map juiced mechanic where you pick up like corpses and instead of crafting with them you just bring them to the Necropolis and summon super rare monsters that are juiced out, kind of like Metamorph. If it was just that, I think I'd like it better, which is kind of sad to say. Because that'd be a lot more boring and similar to other leagues. But I don't know. I have not been able to get hardcore into the Necropolis crafting mechanic. Mostly, I think, due to choice. Like, I'm just not interacting with it, which is my choice. You don't enjoy a crafting simulator? You say Kappa. I know there's some people that actually really enjoy the crafting available in Necropolis. I'm not gonna flame it too hard. But I want to be considerate to the people out there that enjoy it. I'll just say it's not for me. And I don't want to call it like a spreadsheet simulator, because I'm not sure how true that is. Although I know that there are spreadsheets created for it, and recipes to create weapons with like a 60 to 70% deterministic chance. Weapons and armor that we're talking are like 40 to 50 divs sell, so worth that much if you sell them on the trade website. I don't know. It's just like the whole mechanic, the whole interacting with it, buying corpses if I didn't want to farm them myself. It just does not seem fun at all. Also, I desperately need automation, and I probably need to ascend again. I can't, I don't think. Not yet. I need automation. And I think that's it right now. I think Harvest was probably better than Necropolis. I'm trying to remember, because I did play during Harvest, the actual itself. I'm not just talking about played after Harvest when it got dumbed down significantly. Harvest League itself, I remember thinking at the time that for its time, that was the most cumbersome and like bullshit mechanic I've seen. Excuse me. Because I remember Harvest, I remember it vividly. You had to see vivid. Did you see what I just did there? That was a play on word. But anyways, I remember in the Harvest mechanic, you had to plant your crops. You had to freaking, dude, you had to cultivate them. You had to like flower them. You had to flower them with the juice. You had to get your pumps all hooked up. It's just cumbersome, man. That shit was not popping. That wasn't Poe. It just wasn't like setting up a. Who's about that? Who's really about that? Generosity is another. I can't afford 2 red gems for my Dread Banner. I can't even afford this. I'm just leveling up Dread Banner. I need mana reservation efficiency. I need to stretch all the way over here and grab Sovereignty. These are good. This is good. This is a good wheel. I want this, and this. 8, 8, 10 for a total of 22, 26. I mean, comparing it to Necropolis, though, in hindsight, you have to do 10x the amount of stuff in Necrop, though. Graveyard is lol. I'll put it this way. I don't even know what you're talking about, because I haven't been interacting with the Graveyard. So I don't actually even know if you have to do 10x the amount of stuff with the Graveyard. I just remember in Harvest League, it was like you had to set up... maybe I remember Harvest better, too. I'm not going to deny that I could be the one of us that's doing a pretty good job. Oh, shit. I see what I'm fucking up. I need 2 points to get giga damage here. 2 points to... I fucked up. I fucked up massively. I have no consistency with my tree. 1 point, get another point for the... we can get both. You know, Porque no los dos. Porque no los dos. Giga damage. Okay, hold up, let's see. Probably misremembering the Harvest Grind nostalgia glasses. Well, I don't want to... I'm not trying to say your reality is wrong. I just wanted to... I want to make sure you remember what it was like. Okay? You were in Harvest, as I seem to recall. Here's what I remember of it. I remember the things you got from the maps were seeds. And you plant those seeds in the plots that you had to make and configure yourself. And then you had to water them with the juice. And you got the juice. The juice was also, I think, from the seeds. The juice was used to water the plants, and you'd water them like 2 to 3 times, and then you'd be able to spawn them. Get the crafts from them. It was a real weird mechanic. It didn't really make sense from a, like, ARPG loot perspective. Like, it was so cumbersome and tedious. You would only ever farm it for its broken crafts, because you weren't actually getting, like, good currency or loot if you didn't, you know, sum up the craft. Like, you were getting good currency, but it was because you were selling the crafts to players. You were not getting good currency from, you know, killing monsters and having them drop good loot. Well, This is PoE after all. Be nice if that was how you got the good. Oh my god, can I?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
This is a dead end. Why even give it to me? Dude, the damage was... Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm actually gonna die. Bro, these traps do not fuck around. Holy shit. Holy shit. I keep forgetting that, like, oh yeah, I'm playing on like 2 hours of sleep and I'm playing hardcore. And I could die at any... I could die to some bullshit. I could die to any random bullshit and lose my character and all this progress. It's kind of depressing, actually. A little bit. Knowing that all of a sudden, without any real forewarning or anything, I could just lose my motherfucking character. Just go poof. Because I know this build feels tanky right now, but I know how very, very quickly it cannot feel tanky. This build can lose HP. This build can lose HP very quickly. I'm starting to come around on this celestial power siphon effect, though. I gotta be honest. I don't know if I can go back. Let me try. Cosmetics. This. Actually, it doesn't even... It looks better in some ways. I don't even know, dude. Definitely was one of the worst gaming loops in Poe. Highest tier seeds and harvests were definitely obnoxious to grow, and it was like 100 cycles for the heart to grow. It was cancer. I'm trying to remember. You didn't, what did you even get from... You didn't even get anything good from Ashabi back then, because you didn't have the white life force, right? You didn't have to... There was no white life force. You just had broken crafts. So you'd farm Hashabi for horticrafting station slots, I'm pretty sure. And then you would not farm her ever again. Because I think that's all she gave. She unlocked the rest of your horticrafting stations slots for saving crafts. Oh, how Poe has changed over time. Truly a different game. Truly a game. This is a max mana fire. This is just bad. I need a good wand. Can I get a good... Go back. I still don't have the waypoint for crossroads. That's cringe. I have to run through the coast. So fucking... I can't... Yeah, look at this. I have to reset the instance too on some bullshit. Some app lounge. Some absolute clown shit. There's 10% more damage, I think. Straight up, percent more. Actually, damage penetrating Ellie. The sad thing is, no, we do a fair amount of damage. Still needs. Our main problem is we're kind of like split between all these. That's not actually our main problem. We're scaling a lot of generic elemental. We aren't scaling any like percent lightning. We are scaling now cold though with hatred. But we'd really prefer our damage is cold. So that's just the way that cold. Oh, sorry. Boom up, boom up. Bonder, bonder, boom up. Damn, hatred really is a broken aura. Look at this. 22% fizzes extra, 17% more cold. So it's like 22% more damage, 17% damage. Hatred just seems broken compared to the other two. Like, why would you ever run anything that's not hatred? If you're scaling any element. Just run hatred and then convert every... Like, yeah, just run hatred and then damage convert. Can you run cold to lightning? I could run cold to lightning. You can convert cold damage to lightning damage. So I could just run a shit ton of cold damage, convert it all to lightning, and get the double dip that way. I don't know if Poe could even make a league that would make players not play Poe at this point. Because realistically, what game are going to play? Well, I guess D4 is right now. It's funny you say that, is all I'm going to say. Because you're saying that at the what is considered to be the height of many players' opinions as to the worst league of all time. A lot of people are saying that this league sucks, and a lot of people are quitting the league. Apparently, the player retention in Necropolis is one of the worst it's ever been. Now, that's just according to some stats I've seen from players. It's not. I don't know if that's verified by GG. Also, I don't know if I care if players think that. This literally just reminds me why people hated Harvest too. I wonder if that's the case, because people really hated Harvest. Or sorry, if people hated Harvest, they definitely did not later. That was a follow. I just got a follow, but it gave me... I need to turn off that notification. I appreciate the follow, whoever you are. It did not show up in my thing. I'm trying to call you out, though. I know some people lurk. We were talking about Harvest, though. What were we saying about Harvest? We were saying that Harvest was a mechanic that was a pain to set up, and also that Harvest is a mechanic that people potentially... I think you were trying to say that Harvest is a mechanic that people warmed up to over time. What I say potentially? I don't know if that's what you're trying to say. I think that's what you're trying to say, though. Like, they remembered it way more fondly than they initially perceived it. Player count still bounced back, I see. That is funny, then. Yeah, people are probably just sleeping on this league. Or not sleeping on it, they're, like, disrespecting it. Like, they're complaining... Like, a lot of people complain that the quote-unquote broken early game farming strategies, or early league farming strategies, abusing all flames with meat sacks, and what else were they abusing? Just a bunch of all flame and back to basics / T17 related things. People were abusing that for farm, or abusing that to farm ludicrous amounts of currency in a matter of days. And some people were saying the economy got ruined because of that. I don't really know if I buy or believe, understand that. Like, what does it mean for an economy to become... Well, I actually looked that up. People have answers. Some people think that an economy and PoE becomes ruined when the price of a mage blood goes below like 300 div, which is kind of cringe, in my opinion. Just care about that. Like, I guess there's... What it is when people say an economy is ruined, what they're really saying is, I'm rich and I don't get to be rich exclusively. That's how I interpret it. When players say the economy is ruined, what they actually mean is the economy is really good for everyone, and that's not how I prefer it. I think the economy should be good only for me. Because when they say it's ruined, and then I check and the price of Ralikish's Impatience is like less than a div. The price of Mageblood is less than 100 div. The price of Headhunter is less than 10 divines. I just don't know. Like, who is it ruined for? Because to me, that's great for the average player, for everybody. Anybody who's trying to get into PoE and doesn't have a lot of money, it's good for you. Who is this bad for? The exorbitantly rich that are selling the items and trying to make 300 div instead of 100 div? Prices go up in a league equals good economy, clearly. But no. Again, you would think that that is actually what the player base believes if you only listen to Reddit, and I just couldn't disagree more. I think the game is at its healthiest when... A PoE I'm talking about. I think PoE is at its healthiest when this is gonna sound such like... bear with me, okay? Insult incoming. PoE is at its healthiest when the player base has snorted enough copium to where they've decided that it's good. Or whatever it is, drug that they use to give GGG compliments. Because, honestly, I don't know what it is. But the player base can't seem to decide ever as to whether or not it's like... What I'm really doing is I'm generalizing too much, which isn't fair to the community, and it's making me sound like I'm making no sense. Because I'm sitting here saying... The player base can't decide. Well, it's like, who the fuck am I to say anything about a group of people as large as 100, 200,000 people? I don't know everybody's opinions. I don't even know most people's opinions. I don't actually go on Reddit too often, so... When I see snippets of people that play for a long time, and they complain about the league being ruined, it's ruined league. What it seems to be that they're talking about, this is just what I can ascertain from that kind of comment, What they mean is what I said earlier. What they mean is that they can't make their 3 to 200 divine profit on flipping mage bloods because they play all day every day and they're in the top 1.001%. Because they can't do that because medium or like upper medium tier players have found an exploit for printing tier 0 uniques. It's rather cheap. The exorbitantly rich players that normally make their money by selling those units to you now have this swell, this abundance of unique items getting flooding the market. And they're just like, well, I can't make my money. Can't make my mirrors every league. I don't know though. I'm just speculating. What the fuck do I know, man? Don't listen to anything I say. Because I have no reason to know what I'm talking about. Not particularly tuned to the PoE subreddit, as I said earlier, and I'm not. It's in the menu. This game. I need to go kill Malagario. Oh, he's also in here. Wait, is he? Hold up. Expand my chat window. But this specific league is ruined for advanced players because people used exploits and then they nerfed it and gave them Monopoly. I don't know if it's true though. So I was hearing some comments about, like, yeah, the meat sacks thing was an abuse that, I guess we're calling them advanced players. People that are able to kill Ubers on day 1 or day 2 or whatever, advanced players, were able to abuse meat sacks to print fat stacks. And then they nerfed it, and so it's like, well, that's a gated farming strategy because they nerfed it. So it was fun for a while, and then they nerfed it, and now only the people that got to take advantage of it got the benefit. And FOMO, and it's like literally liquid FOMO because GGG nerfed something that, you know, like I can get it, but like I'm gonna borrow a page from. Actually, I'm not borrowing a page. I came up with this myself. This is my saying. If you're gonna use this anywhere else, quote me. Okay? Only give me credit for this. Stop letting other people's enjoyment ruin your own. If somebody, like, the grass is not always greener, dude. If somebody else is having fun, that's fine. But who's to say you'd be having the same fun that they're having? Just don't look at other people. Stop caring about what other people. That being said, right, I say that I understand that if somebody's doing strategy and they're printing 100 times the currency you're printing, or they're not getting lost in the Chamber of Sins. They're not getting lost in the Chamber of Sins, so they're able to rocket through the game quicker, and so they're farming quicker, and so they get access to OP strategies quicker, and they flood the market, and they control the economy or whatever. I can see where, like, this perception of hopelessness or helplessness can come from. I don't have any control. I don't get to play the game I usually play. I leveled slightly slower, and this guy who doesn't level as slowly as I do got access to this Giga OP strategy. They were able to farm mountains of currency before I was, and then it got nerfed. So not only was that player able to farm his currency, now I don't get to. So I have permanent FOMO. I have liquid-induced FOMO that GGG just personally saw to it gets implanted into my right arm via IV injection. Because they nerfed a strategy that was popular. Also, this league shit. And I disagree with that as well. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. The ceiling, not the ceiling, the floor got raised. This happened a few leagues ago too, and people complained about it then, but I think it mellowed out. Maps got reworked a little while ago. I think this was around when they added spell suppression into the game. In fact, I think it was that league, because I remember Tarky Cat was still playing the game. For just some context, Tarky Cat was still playing PoE, for whatever that's worth to anybody who knows or gives a damn. He was still playing the game when they changed maps to basically be and defenses overall. They changed defenses overall to make them significantly more mandatory at low investment for you to have an enjoyable experience in maps. And everybody was complaining about this. They were like, bro, maps are horrible now if you don't have any defenses. It's ruined. Like, I don't even want to play the game anymore because I can't just go straight glass cannon. They required a bit of an adjustment period where players just had to build their characters differently. And now we see a lot more of the well-rounded tanky beast coming into play, right? Righteous Fire became super meta for like the longest period of time. It's still to this day experiences quite a high play rate amongst people just switching over from Inquisitor to Chieftain. Because what is Righteous Fire? It's a tanky auto bomber that just cuts through maps like butter. Righteous Fire was not the meta dominant build that it was prior to Expedition League. I promise you that. And that's just the meta, you know? It just goes with the time. GGT will make something like tier 17s, and they'll nerf them, they'll tweak them a little bit, but overall, that's going to be the new endgame aspirational content. And did it ruin build diversity? Is the game destroyed? PoE deleted from the face of the map. I was playing PoE, and then they nerfed everything, and now my penis fell off. Like, I don't know about that. I think it's probably more accurate to say that the game changed, and well, are you gonna change with it? I had to. I was playing a self-cast Power Siphon Wander before I stumbled on Locust Mines. Okay, I was playing a self-cast Power Siphon Wander. I want to just say that one more time. I won't say it one more. I'm not gonna make you sit through that one more time. Okay. But I'll make you feel like you sat through it one more time because I'm gonna sit here and keep talking. Okay. Anyways, I played a self-cast Power Siphon Wander, and that shit was ass, man. I made a build guide on it. It's got 10,000 views. If you're here right now watching me, there's a good chance that that's the reason why you're watching me. The reason I say that build was ass is because 7 million damage is not good enough for the endgame anymore. And that comment under your vids send you on a journey. Which one? The one suggesting going on playing with mines? Because that one absolutely did. Does this have like less duration? This is increased duration. What the fuck? Okay, anyways, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that PoE's a game. Yes, PoE's a game where if you're playing some 7 million DPS build, in days of old, that was fine. That was fine for everything except for Ubers, basically. And even for Ubers, it was fine if you were tanky enough. But if you weren't tanky enough, you would feel the burn playing a 10 million DPS, playing a 7 million DPS build, and then walking into... Also, I think we can run... Oh, I don't have precision on. I didn't have precision activated. That's a... Okay. Wait, did I really just not have precision active? I don't think I did. That's a tragedy, actually. Okay. So, yeah. Activate precision. We're still not hit cap. I need to get Fusillade next level. Luckily, we are going to get Fusillade in 2 levels. Then I'll log off, maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling Poe right now. Maybe I keep playing until 12. I need to take my dog on another walk, though. Keep playing till I die. I could keep playing until I die. That's also an option. It'll happen at some point, right? It's only a matter of time. Especially with that attitude. If I keep playing until I die, I'm probably going to die sooner rather than later. Because of tiredness and how that affects the Poe mind. Damage is, it's really kind of just there. I need to get hit cap. I need to get a little bit of mana for my mana cap. And Chaos Res is going to be a problem at some point for a nat map. So I'm going to get one shot to either it's going to be a Chaos hit or it's going to be a dot. That's my prediction. That's what's killing me. Or just a shitty health pool. Like I've got 2k life right now, effectively, kind of. Oh, this attack that does nothing used to kill me every time before I knew how to build a character somewhat defensively. Yeah, damage could be better, but again, we're on hardcore, so. What were we talking about? Going my Power Siphon for maximum damage efficiency. why it's important. Oh yeah, it's because before I was playing this build, when I was doing self-cast Locust Power Siphon, that build was tankier, probably. Like, nearly objectively tankier. We had Leech, for starters, okay? I had access to the recovery form known as Leech. So, probably tankier. But that build just did not have the dips. It didn't have the dips to dish out. So I'd find myself very regularly doing juiced, even just juiced T16 content. Running up against mobs that would take me, like, forever to delete. And, I mean, truthfully, that's been the way that this game has been for a little while now. You can say that T17's really raised the bar, but I don't know. I disagree, actually. I don't think I think that. I think that T17's shined more of a spotlight on an already existent problem, which is the threshold for what is considered an acceptable build keeps going higher and higher. Power creep, I guess, maybe. In its different form. Expectation creep. The expectation that as we as players get more tools over time, you should, as players, be making better characters with. God, mana. Mana and no automation. This is cringe. This is cringe. Having to walk back that far just to activate my mind. I could die here. Oh my god, I'm getting scared every time my health drops down below half. 1 second. Some tabs. I got so much bull crap. Just yeah, this league is good for SSF shit for trade. Maybe. Although I have mostly been playing this league in trade, and I still don't think, even now playing it as solo self-found hardcore, I still don't think I'm going to be using the league mechanic. I know I should, dude. I just really, I think the league mechanic sucks, period. That's my honest opinions on it. That's just my opinions, though. So, like, you know, fuck me. You might disagree. If you disagree, that makes you an awesome person. That means you're thinking for yourself. But my honest opinions are the league mechanic is just cumbersome and dumb. It is not new player friendly at all. No new player is going to want to screw around with shit. And so I call it dumb. I really shouldn't say it's dumb. Some team of developers likely spent a lot of time thinking about this, and so just to shoot it down as dumb is kind of mature and stupid. Like, okay, yeah, it's dumb because I know so much more than them, right? No, it's not dumb. It's just cumbersome. And I will stand by that it's not new player friendly. I do not think that there is a new player out there that opens up, like, all the systems that they have to open up to start engaging with Poe earnestly. They open up the passive skill tree, and they open up the necropolis graveyard, whatever. They're just like, man, what the? It's really the game. This is the kind of they'll start thinking the worst things. Like, they're gonna start thinking that it's spreadsheet, that this is like a spreadsheet game. You know, it's nice to not like, and don't even get me started. Like, the new player experience for I just joined and I was able to get through the campaign on softcore. What do I do next? That the clusterfuck that is realizing there's another skill tree with your Atlas skill tree. There's an Atlas there's a crafting graveyard system that you're most likely missing out on if you're not engaged. There's just so much. There's so much shit. There's so much shit. It's overwhelming.
Hello.
It's overwhelming, and it really is. People that say, "Oh, you know, it's just something you learn." It's really overwhelming. You need streamlining it a little bit of streamlining, because like the mind will naturally gravitate against or away from clutter. That's what your mind does. Your mind does that even if you don't. You look at shit that's all cluttered on screen, it causes headaches. It makes you irrational. Like, it actually makes your brain work worse. Things are cluttered on screen, you start fixating on things that are irrelevant. Information starts like it gets loud. That's the way okay, that's the way my mind works. I don't know if your mind actually works the same way. I don't expect too hard here. Holy shit. Chill out. Get out of my own head. But if your brain works anything like mine, wondering why the flip am I going? Why am I going this path? Firstly, And now I'm afraid to take a portal. Cause I'm just going backwards? What am I even doing? Oh, this was the trial of the Senate. Going the right way. Away from there. It's half-baked. Half-baked. Is that a common criticism? Do people feel like this league is half-baked? I've seen on Reddit people feel like they tried for too much. They reached too far. Oh god. Oh god. People were saying that maybe T17s or one of the like 3 major things that got revealed this league needed to be delayed. Needed to be cooked a little bit longer. T17s needed to come out next patch. Or something along those lines. I don't know. I remember hearing something like that. A sentiment similar to shared. I really don't think it's that bad though. I think T17s are in a mostly good spot right now. They probably, I think maybe Ubers need buffed, or I don't know. There still needs to be some kind of like meaningful difference between T17s and Ubers, which does not exist currently, I don't think. So either, I guess, tones T17s down or just buff Ubers. But one thing's for sure, they don't make a lot of sense if T17s are supposed to exist as a stepping stone between 2 pieces of content. Because it's certainly not that. I still feel like T17, I feel like some T17 bosses, namely Katarina, but also Lycia, are harder than the Ubers. Kind of funny. Like this new meta of picking up 20,000 scarabs or just farm full stacks of cards. Well, I don't do either of those. I guess I farm scarabs a little bit. I do what I want though, and I still make good. Like I mean, my YouTube videos serve as proof. This league farmed ritual and made easily a mirror off it. Literally a mirror from the power charge ring alone. Made a shit ton of money off harvest. That I kind of recorded it, but I didn't really like record it. I didn't record my profits, but I know I made a lot of money off of the juice. I think I do agree with you about picking up things, though. If you're trying to say picking up a shit ton of scarabs is annoying because it's a lot of clicking, I think they could do with a last epoch change. I think PoE needs a last epoch change desperately, where picking up all of a certain type of thing gets picked up. So like if I click on a stack of currency or just currency in general, it picks up all nearby currency. Same thing with scarabs, maybe. I don't know. How about all things that are on my loot filter, but then that might cause, that's definitely a coding nightmare. Like items that are specifically on my, that doesn't need to be a coding nightmare, but I could see that because of how your loot filter interacts with some shit that's like, that the user has a lot of input over. I can see that being a nightmare to program. There should be an easy solution to that though. Like theoretically. It doesn't need to be hard. That does not need to be a cumbersome thing. I need to get automation. I need to get a guard skill, bro. Well, no. Well, yeah. Could always use a guard skill, right? Especially for how potent bleeds are to this build right now. And I need a curse. I need a curse very badly. I need sniper's mark. Jesus, he's looking tanky because he doesn't have sniper's mark. Or dips. Those are not. Ralakesh. Let's see. This looks good. This is good. It's trash. I don't want to drop everything. Still need bubblegum currency from selling this shit. Drop. Caps. Oh, the missing. Picking up convening ones because they technically could be upgrades. God, it's taking too long to kill bears now. I'm upset. What's this hit rate? Dude, I'm telling you, we're gonna get 6% more damage when we get our and everything click. All gonna make so much more sense. It's trash. This thing is not as trash. Can't equip because it's not a wall. It's a 4-link. Steel skin, yeah. I would want steel skin and detonate mines on automation, so that would be 3-link, kind of a 2-link, because detonate mines is a white gem. I feel like automation should be a white gem. On the one hand, I see why it's blue. It's like, I mean, it doesn't automate just spells, but it's like magical, you're automating things, I guess, but I kind of feel like it could just be a white gem, you know? It doesn't need to be colored. Players were already pissed that you were adding the gem. Why not appease us a little bit and make it white at least? Every build is using automation in some way. I can't think of a single character that... Right? Is there any... Like, so, at the very least, you... No, I'm not fighting. Let's fuck this trash. Damage is way too low for that one, chief. Not now. Soon, though, don't worry. We'll be back to kill you. It's trash. It's all trash, man. You have Lily to go talk to. Even sell to her. Sacked. Sell to him. Life, fire damage. Doesn't have the int though. I need the int. Int is very, very important. I think. Actually, maybe I don't need the... Oops.
Farewell. Stay true to you.
What would you like? Fare you well.
Fusillade, you're at, with precision popped, probably 6. I didn't grab another skill. Did not grab my guard skill that I said I would. I'm gonna die to this. I'm risking my character's life for no reason. I feel like I'm running out of mana. What do I do for that? I think I go up to the power charge stacking. That's what I need. I need to go get my mana regen for power charge. That'll shore things up. Played this character before and not had these mana issues, so I think I know what I need to do. I just need to go do it. Take this node, and then we could honestly just start coming over here. We take this node, solves mana. I do not go EB. This character. Trickster, man, I need that Eldritch, or I need my energy shield, my ghost shield. My ghosty shield. It's pivotal. Pivotal to my character's survivability. Absolutely. If anything, I actually have the kind of pool of energy shield to where I could start considering getting Ghost Dance. Because, I shouldn't say because. This isn't necessarily a convincing reason to do it. Not convincing enough anyways, but the hybrid defense nodes for energy shield and armor and evasion are masteries for them are broken. 30% increased ES while you have evasion. So for like especially for CI builds, this is just 30% increased evasion rate permanent. That's crazy. 20% increased ES great if you haven't been hit recently. That's kind of okay, whatever. Then you get this one that's kind of nutty, but you have to meet some conditions. You have to have an explicit evasion modifier on both your amulet and your ring, but if you do, if both of your rings have an explicit evasion mod, you get 20% increased max ES. That's crazy. And then 40% increased ES recharge rate for the amulet. I don't know about that one, but the main nutty nodes though are the increased evasion per 5 intelligence. That's what obviously gives us our int stack. You know, it's a big amount. It's an insane amount of evasion if you're stacking intelligence. And then the 30% increased, which is also quite insane before you're stacking it. Yeah, I know. Just for a few low levels as a fix if you really struggle. I see. I mean, I think the main struggle for us is not having enough reservation, actually. But no, we're actually able to hit it. We are kind of still a little bit low on the mana, like the actual mana regen. Good status carp with that note is GG, yeah. Yes. Actually, even just with your baseline ascendancy, if you get Spellbreaker, if you're willing to give up some damage, you can go Spellbreaker after Spellbreaker, Escape Artist. I'm getting smacked by bears. I'm gonna die. How tragic it would be to die now. Need to get more. I need to just need to dump. Just need to dump. We have our Firefly. Back to Aramir. Search for the remain. We still need one. Okay. Aramir gives us another passive, yeah.
Hello.
So far, our character is performing though. This league was my first time making a trickster on like a budget of 300 div. I was able to do Simulacrum 30 Pog. I was also able to do Sim 30 on this character. I was quite impressed. I did not expect this character to be able to do Sim 30. I thought surely there's going to be too much incoming small hits from delirious monsters that my evasion would just not feel great, but no, it was smooth sailing too. This character is just a beast. I've never played a character that's as strong as, not this particular one, but this the version of Trickster that I'm playing with Power Siphon. It's proven insanely powerful. Still struggling with accuracy. Evasion, the spell damage thing is super cool if you have any spell damage. I don't really have a meaningful amount. Actually, I don't think I have. My wand's not giving me. We'll get a Crown of Eyes eventually, but it's not time yet. Get the I should have probably got the accuracy node. Crit now. Crit's fine. Trickster has insane survivability. You just get a huge pool. I'm starting to really respect just having a big pool of effective health points. Escape Artist is a crazy node. Just this node alone is like, well, no. It's actually, I was thinking about this the other day. It is really the whole package. So Trickster is kind of crazy because this node is your engine, your defensive engine. This node is like, if you invest in a good chess piece, if you invest in a decent, if you get a Crown of Eyes, you're going to get like 500 or so, or not 500. You're going to get, no, yeah. If you get a good Crown of Eyes, you're going to get like 1,000 evasion rating, right? Plus 5 per 1 max. Well, if I have 200 evasion or energy shield, I'm getting like, 1,000 evasion rating from my helmet. And then plus 1 per 6 evasion. Well, this part's nutty. Check this out. I was able to get a replica High Resire to 3,500 evasion. So per 6, right? Plus 1 per 6. We just divide this by 6. It's 583 base energy shield. Flat. That's crazy. I'm getting 600 flat from a chess piece that I'm also getting 3,500 evasion from. And then didn't we just mention I'm getting another 1,000 evasion from my helmet? 4,500 evasion just between my, yeah. And so you're getting like 700 energy shield and like 4,000 or 5,000 evasion just between your chest and your helmet. It's crazy. It's just a crazy nuts, like, disgusting amount. Defense. And this was actually going to be the video that I was going to make tonight. I wanted to make a video explaining how evasion works as a defensive layer and comparing it to armor, because I feel like it's really, it is very different in terms of how good it is with, of when it gets good. When does evasion get good? Well, I have found that evasion doesn't get good until you get up to like the 95% chance to evade. Evasion's like a non-diminishing returns mechanic, where actually the more evasion you get up to the cap, the more returns you see on it, exponentially so. When a mob has a 90% chance to hit you, and you reduce it just from, if a mob has a 10% chance to hit you, and you reduce it from a 10% to a 5% chance to hit you, well, you're actually having their effective accuracy. And once I finally understood how valuable that is, how just removing 5% of a mob's accuracy when they're at 90% chance to hit, getting that last 5%, going from 90 to 95% chance to evade, I finally understood just how valuable that is. And ever since I understood that, evasion has felt very cozy to me. Of layer. I dare say evasion is the opposite of armor, maybe even. Where it's like you don't really you're not experiencing diminishing returns stacking this shit up. But you want a shit ton of evasion. No, you definitely want a shit ton of evasion. But you don't think you do? No, you do. You want a shit ton of it. Take it from me. You want a shit ton of evasion. Actually, what you really want is a healthy amount of evasion, and then blind slash less accuracy slash avoidance. Damage avoid is really nice when paired with evasion. These guys are immune to fizz. They're gonna take less damage from us, to say the least. I could get one shot. I'm fucking with Expedition. Don't fuck with Expedition if you value. I don't value my character's life. I think I don't. Oh my. I click. Whoop. Drop that. I wanted to. Grab the wand. Track. Our defenses, we are overcapped, even without a bismuth. For a little bit, we hit the end of the axe. Yeah, we are. We're overcapped. Sick. Could actually we should, I guess. Amethyst. Amethyst. Let's see. I would say yeah, I would say a Stibnite actually, because I don't have access to blind, so that's a convenient find. I'd like to roll it first, but I guess it doesn't. It says attack speed on it. I'm losing 11 attack speed. Fine. Now we have some blind. Blind is cool because blind actually, well, it's conditional blind, right? It's tied to Stibnite flask, so I need to basically be on top of you. But if something is blinded, that actually means that not only do they hit me less often, but I hit them more often. So it's kind of like just super good for my capacity. CI cap, suppress capped, suppress. Oh, CI cap, suppress, high evasion. Plus evade, washer's eye, ES leech, most cost efficient you can get to immortality. Yeah, it's, I mean, you're not immortal, but you will be able to walk into maps, and even if you can't kill everything on the screen instantly, you'll be leeching at such a quick rate, and things will be hitting you so infrequently that even if you did no damage, you probably wouldn't die to anything. Yeah. Just be sitting there face tanking everything on the screen. Because of the way the evasion recovery layers work together. It's kind of crazy how evasion feels so different from armor, but yet works. It just fucking works. Like, if you invest well into it, your evasion will just have your back. It's actually a it's a legitimately cozy defensive layer. Never thought I'd see the day where I'm saying that about evasion. There was a version of this game 10 years ago that I played when I used to have the opposite opinion of evasion. Now, I was a way worse player back then. I'm going to be fair to myself. Or the game. I guess I'm being fair to the game, and I'm being critical of myself. I was worse as a player. But this was back when dodge was still in the game. I know because I remember, and I could find the video if I wanted to. I remember like watching really good players back then and now, like Havoc, for instance, talking about how evasion just never really felt like it wasn't there, man. It just wasn't consistent. Dodge was another one of those layers of defense that just didn't make sense from a hardcore perspective. It's like, okay, that's cool that I can avoid damage 75% of the time. But what about that 25% of the time? No? What about when it doesn't work out? Sure enough, over time, they added things like Windpulser and other ways for defenses, for evasion characters. What's it called? Sources of some generic damage reduction. And with that, it's kind of all anything really needed, I guess, to be a competent build in PoE. If your build has a lot of damage, really just a lot of damage, probably looking at a good build. But barring that, if you can't just blow everything up on screen before it even comes, like me, right? I'm kind of struggling to get there right now. I'm struggling to do the high dips. We're doing the medium dips. And even at the medium dips, it's fine, because at the medium dips, we still freeze a lot of shit. We chill a lot of shit. And if I pop this, I'm suddenly... Well, I'm having mana problems again. But fortunately, that doesn't matter as much. My defenses have you. So yeah, my Jade flop, with my Jade popped, Red Banner going, we're actually really hard to hit, as you can see. I kind of want to test it. I kind of want to just sit here AFK for a second. I would do it if it's softcore. I would do it in a heartbeat. This build feels really tanky. I cannot stress that enough. No, it's evasion bait. We want strength and dex. Let's just take an Onyx. Can't go wrong with an Onyx, right? Except you can. Oh, we got the star, Whalem's star. Their passive point, Whalem. Alright, you can cap out our accuracy. Go for the charges. Go for the charges, my son. That's a 1, 2, 3, 4, but this is spell damage, so does not matter yet. Spell damage means nothing for my build yet. This is mana, which helps. This is crit chance, which helps. This is multi, which helps, and then this is damage, which helps. And it gets me closer to my power chart. And it gets me shock immunity, which is absolutely crazy important. I'm not going to even think about it for another second. What do I do about stuns? What do you do about stuns on this character? I can become completely freeze and chill immune, as I am already with one step ahead. And then we deal with shock. So what's the deal with the stun thing? What's the story on this stun situation? The thing is, we can't ever really, like, I'm not even, if the chance for a stun to kill me is there, I just can't risk it. But I'd really like to not have to use Soul the Brand King if I could help it. It'd be super nice. It'd be super nice. I keep saying, let's go get another... Let's go get steel skin. I just need to recolor my shit. Take that hard. Wouldn't be that hard. it'd be worth it, especially since I could get generosity for no cost and multiply my evasion even higher. So I literally have free upgrades. Not free, but free insofar as the only cost I'd be incurring is the real estate of a gem socket, which I have more than enough of to spare right now. 1 second. I kind of want to take off the model. Okay, what are we doing? $81 at full life. 81 at full life is kind of like 90 something, 95. Skills, it teeters off the higher you go. The suppression is lucky mastery, but I feel like I'm effectively at something above 95% chance to suppress. And that's just off the passive tree alone. If I got, well, but that doesn't really count because that's on full life and I'm not always on full life. That being on full life, our suppression is lower, for sure. Lower to say the least. I also don't like how our crit is not 100%. But that'll solve itself. Like, we just need a few more power charges. We just need the 2 power charges that I'm pretty damn close to. I think going and getting your shock immunity and your mana regen per power charge is a good idea. I think that's our next focus. Getting that, we can pick up some crit chance along the way. We'll get our damage and we'll get our survivability. I mean, that's 2 things you definitely like to get. Dips? Survips. Survapes. Vape. Do drugs. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do drugs. Probably don't do drugs. Try to stay away from them. Wire Guitars says don't do drugs. No, move! Dude. Mana. Look at that. Mana's actually cucking me. Yo, if Mana's ever the culprit for a death in PoE, especially on hardcore. Oh, dude. I'm starting to get attached to this character. I don't want to lose it now, dude. I don't want to die, man. Why did I do this? Why did I actually... It's because I wanted to prove that the build is good. I'm playing hardcore to prove to myself that this is a good build. And in doing so, I've grown a new appreciation for hardcore and PoE at large. If I lose my character, I'm probably going to break something. That's like... I don't know, man. I'm getting jittery just thinking about it. I'm going to perform less. It's PoE, dude. There's nothing difficult about this. I'm not going to get performance anxiety from just thinking about the fact that at any given moment, if my character dies, which can happen at any given moment, because I'm playing Path of Exile, literally at any given moment, I can open a corridor door and 3 mobs could fire out volleys of projectiles. All of them could simultaneously crit me and hit me at the same time. And right, so they could all pass my defensive layers. They could all pass my fucking other defensive layers of, because you're evasion based, you're less likely to get crit. Because fun fact about critting, when somebody crits you, they have to roll their accuracy twice. And that's rolled obviously against your evasion. So evasion characters naturally get crit less. That's just a fun little Wire Guitars knows things about the game that you didn't, and I'm willing to share that information to you because I love you. Situations. I'm just kidding. A lot of people know that, but in case you didn't, just learned it here. I mean, not terrible, but... Dude, these don't have any move speed on them, and yet that's enough life for me to look at them. I can't pass up move speed. Move speed is a defensive mod. You need to see move speed as survivability. And flasks are absolutely defensive powerhouses. This is your bleeding immune. Giga juiced flask. I think I like this flask more. Also, we need to get some just a little bit of life, I don't know, regen, recovery, something. I like to be at full life at all times. And the way you accomplish that is just a tiny bit of sustain. I'm trying to remember how my other character does it. My other character does it by way of Ghost Dance and being CI. The good version of this character, the juiced version of this character, goes CI and makes it look easy. Why is my mana? It's my mana. It's the mana problem. We just need to get some mana. God, the damage is just there against trash mobs, I gotta say. I've got to say. I shouldn't pop my flash like this either. I should only, like, dude, it's kind of funny to say this, but you really should be tryharding every step of the way when you're playing hardcore. Every little decision is a play mistake or an opportunity for you to play better if you do fuck up. Like, oh, I want to get from A to B quicker. I should use my Quicksilver Flask exclusively because I might need my other flask charges. I think it's for reasons like that that people don't like playing hardcore. Right? You just want to put your flasks on, you just want to set your flasks to automated and zoom through. You don't want to think about this game all deliberately and shit. Who wants to do that? Who's trying to play Poe and have a super deliberate, drawn-out experience? I can't think of a single person. Not one. Okay. We're getting there, man. I think we're halfway to Aracali. Alright, here we are. Do your worst. We're at good enough life. It's really just Chaos Res is the scary part about this fight. She has one attack that spooks me. It's not that one. It's a pretty easy attack to dodge. And my mana situation just needs to be solved at this point. This node does it. Should probably start de-leveling Frostblink so that I always have enough mana to cast it. If it's ever... Well, the thing about Frostblink is it does do a respectable amount of damage for clear throughout the campaign. It's like not insignificant. Now he could do his attack. He could do that attack when he forces me up to melee range with him. I could die. Sure, her. I think Aracali's a female. But that little like repeated Chaos Bolt attack that she does sometimes after this attack right here can fuck you up, fam. Thankfully, she's not doing it. Half health. Oh, there it is. Gotta watch out for those beams, dude. Those beams, they murder you. Did you eat silk yet? You did. Bet, fam. Please just die. I've never seen this attack before. Damage. There we go. Okay. Pick up an upgrade right now. Quick. Fizz, fire, and strengthen it. That I should be leveling this, to be honest with you. This doesn't fuck up. Let's go get our upgrades. Our 100% guaranteed upgrade on that superior Fawn's Horn. Spoil the surprise. Ooh, is it actually though? Because that's a healthy amount of crit, we'll say. That's like I could have a crit cap situation. 23. Let's see.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
That is the right. Wait, what? My mana? What's happening? it really Dreadbender? It's yeah, I can't run Dreadbender, okay. Because when I don't crit, I do no damage. Literally 0. It's the fortunate thing, is we crit quite often, but not often enough. Excuse me. Very gross, I do apologize. Freeze 'em. Really just don't like our single target at all. I hate having to sit here, cast spells on single targets. Embarrassing, man. They should just die. Survival thing. Okay, great time to fight the boss. It's when you get a shrine. It's probably what I'll do for the maps. I think running shrines and like, I guess packed with energy, just the bitch nodes. Running every kind of like player buff node is probably the way to do this. The way to like progress. Okay.
I don't think I need to be doing.
You're the most powerful.
Good to see. Goodbye.
Bring me back.
We're missing one. Start out with all contracts, get Huck. Start out with all contracts, get Huck. Lucky a tree. Wait, are you... This is the way that most people approach hardcore? Once they complete the campaign, they just start doing Infina Heist. I've seen Lily do this before. I gotta say, I'm not a huge fan, though. It's incredibly safe, but it's incredibly boring. Wait, where is it? Redrail with Aura. Oh, you're talking about gear out my Huck, so that when I am running maps and I click Huck nodes, I get free Huck buffs. Is that what you're talking about? Where did we say it was? Prisoner's Gate? You don't have to. I'm just curious what the meta is. Like, what do people do? What do hardcore players typically do when they get to maps and they're afraid of maps? Trying to ascertain the meta. Because I have for a long while known that mechanics such as Heist and especially Delve are like free XP. Especially in Delve, if you don't fuck around and like mess around in the dark too much, you basically can almost never die. It's hard to die. They run them blue, I do know that. Either all the way up to red maps, they run them blue. Seems like a good way to make no money, though. That's what I am also curious about. I'm curious to know the hardcore players' level progression. They just spam blue maps. They never run yellows. Really. I mean, it makes complete sense hearing it. Like, yellow maps are... And when you say yellow, you're of course talking the rarity. But rare maps or yellow maps are... And I don't mean yellow as in here. Honestly. Yellow maps is when shit starts getting scary. You start seeing, like, the combos of mods get really disgusting when it's... When you can roll 6 or greater. If we can go do another Ascendancy, we should. Send every time we can. So they get gear, they do. They just take the game super slow and safe, it sounds like, which makes complete sense. It honestly sounds like the way to do it. 61 walk into 55 zone. We should be fine. Why am I running this this Ascendant right now? Polymath wouldn't be terrible, but I don't have that many nests. Now you have like... Polymath is extra generic, more damage scaling. Could I grab Polymath? Could honestly grab anything and call it good here. Swift Killer would not be bad at all. 8% more damage. 10%, 20% speed. More charge duration, which is actually good leading up to your Ralakesh's. Getting charge duration's not bad at all. Makes mapping so much more smooth. I should be going top right. This is a pro tip for you. If you're doing lab ever and you don't want to type in PoE lab wiki to Google address bar, the next best thing you can do for yourself, and I'm not kidding on this, is just run right. How dumb would it be if, due to my own arrogance, I died to fire in hardcore? Like, this is where little boys die and lose their character. But I'm not a little boy. I'm a man. I'm gonna take it patiently. Low and slow, you know? We're not gonna get ahead of ourselves. Check the coiled wand when we pick it up. It's trash, dude. I can't seem to roll any kind of like flat damage on my wands to save my life. Easy time to die. I have no regen. What I need is a stone golem. Preferably on like cast 1 damage taken. The little bit of energy shield I have helps to serve as a bit of a buffer for the lab, for the harsh environments, for the harsh environs. Harshest of environs. We leveling? We're not even leveling. Shit's terrible for XP. We're leveling. Spirit? Aspirant's trial.
The weary traveler draws close to the edge.
Sure. He's gonna one-shot me. Gonna jump on me?
Commit to your cause.
He's dead.
By the goddess, what ambition! Sweep the trappings of past emperors aside. Make your empire.
I think Polymath is actually my best damage node here because it's the consistent one. It's the one that I pick up and I don't need to have nodes, or sorry, I don't need to have charges active for... Just pick up Polymath and get like 14% more damage or some shit that scales. 3, 6, 9. 6, 9, 9. I would have a good tip for you. How I started this league. Also apply to hardcore. You spec Kurak and run all uncompleted maps because they aren't affected by league mechanic, which is huge. Wait. What is this? Run Kurak maps that are oh my god. Oh my god. I was about to lose my character. Let me just chill here for a second. No regen and stone. This is just so troll how I'm doing this, how I'm approaching this entire situation. Not running a stone golem. No, no, log out. I think I died. I think I heard the death. Dude. Why didn't I? So many stupid things to lose my character there. I'm playing while I'm tired. I didn't have a stone golem. I don't know if I died. I'm loading up PoE right now. I think I heard that the weird cringe noise he makes when he dies. I had no chaos res. I had no chaos res, and I was taking a poison. Please, oh God, if there is a Jesus. He's dead. He's dead, Jim. He's fucking dead, Jim. He's fucking dead, mate. Well, I did say that this would be a great time to stop. He's fucking dead, mate. I was trying to ascend. What was I trying to? I was trying to get my cruel lab, and I died to complete stupidity. Cringe, man, cringe. Nah, it's okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We just roll it up again tomorrow. That's what we'll do. I died to complete stupidity. Let me think. Yeah, if I just had a... What is this? This is the inventory you had before you died. If I just had a... Let me think. We could just keep playing this character and act like I didn't die. Then try not to die again. If we were really trying to do that. Some people do that, right? Rough, though. It's a rough one. I deserve that, though. Yeah, let me see. What would I change about this character? You're always coming down here. The question is, do I have to come down here? There's some good pickups. Charisma. For sure. This is like definitely get the Ellie Res master. Against single target and ball. Not bad. I died to chaos damage. I'm not gonna forget that. I died to a poison. I died to just stupid things like a dot that I could have responded to by bugging out. If I was quicker. I'm not built for hardcore. I don't play with logout macros. And I play when I'm tired. So I died to stupidity there for sure. Nothing really to like... I didn't have anything there. I don't think I look at that death and say, oh, your build sucks. Like, yeah, I could have had a little bit more chaos res, but at the same time, I was just in cruel acts. At most, you could criticize my decision to go Stib Knight and Aid. You'd say, hey, since you're overcapped on res and you're probably at near a Vade cap, no matter what, maybe you could have used an Amethyst Flask.
All right. I've taken the liberty.
Indeed. Indeed.
Farewell.
Okay. I don't know. I want to play this character again tomorrow. I want to, not even if it's not this exact character, I want to roll up another character in hardcore. I'm kind of invested in the journey now of trying to take a character to hardcore endgame. At least to get them to maps. And if I play the same build, theoretically, I should be, you know, just as good as I was, if not better. Should have bought a second life. Yeah, I think you're right too. I think having more regen and I was criticizing my lack of a stone golem, but I think you're right. I think having 2 life flasks for lab is at the very least good. Why did I like? I don't. It's too early to. I just needed 2 life flasks. Period, man. I think you're right. That was the real issue, not having extra pocketed regen when I needed it, because I definitely had the time to react to that. It's cringe I didn't have the resources, if you will, necessary. This would not have been a good replacement 1, even though it's got way better crit, because I think I still lose too much flat. I'm not. But darn, I would have liked to have continued this character, but at the same time, being able to... Let's just do this now so I don't forget. Being able to delete this character and start fresh, even though I did not. Delete. Get rid of it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Create. Now we fuck that shit.
You were born with quickness of body and sharpness of mind.
Okay.
For these gifts,
That new. Okay. I'm gonna continue this tomorrow. So give me a second here. It is. Stretch this. Sweet. I'm wide now. Now I have 2 scenes. Okay. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna come back tomorrow and play this character more. And hopefully get further. And I'm so fucking tired. I don't have any sleep. I'm on like 3 hours. So we'll play better, hopefully. Anyways. Gonna catch you tomorrow. I guess you're chill. Thanks, man. I guess you're chill too. I love all of you, lurkers, or anybody that's here. Peace out. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll try to poop a video out in between now and then, but no promises on that.